Welcome then to part two here on ACV TV. We are here for the 24-hour Circuit de la Sarthe. It is hour 20 at the moment, just 4 minutes into that with 19 hours, 56 minutes remaining on the clock. We are under safety car conditions and have been for quite some time at the moment. Matthew Duffin joining you in the commentary box for this next 4 hours. Alongside me is Ashley Denman bringing you the action. And Ashley, little action to report on at the moment, other than from what we've seen on that first part of the broadcast. There's been a few incidents under the safety car at the moment, and this is just prolonging the restart.
Yeah, certainly is. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm extremely excited to be here. I'm sure you are as well, Matthew. But yeah, in terms of the action thus far, those first 4 hours, in terms of sort of a short roundup, we've had quite a few moments out there, quite big dramatic moments as well, in terms of the overall race, the leaders, everything such as that. I'm sure we'll go in a bit more detail throughout. But yeah, in terms of this safety car period, Matthew, we have been expecting it to be, I guess, stopping fairly soon. But like you say, a few cars just keep seeming to have moments, hence why we're still under under it.
Yeah, indeed they do. It's been quite a crazy virtual safety car into that full-blown safety car period for the drivers and teams out there on track at the moment, still under this safety car procedure. And a big thank you to Ewan O'Leary as well as Lorenzo, who's just done the first part of this session. They'll be back a little later on in the programme. And we just need to give a big shout out to our producer at the moment. I'm in the chat. He's going for 8 hours straight at this current time. He's just started this broadcast, so she'll be going for 8 hours straight as the night goes on. We are rolling into the night time as well. The sun is starting to set here in France. So we're getting to that period where double stinting, triple stinting tyres is going to become a factor. This is all going to play out into the Hypercars, LMP2s and the LMGT3's strategy a little bit in terms of triple stinting these tyres, Ashley, because of the fact that they have been under safety car for such a long period. We know that there is a tyre allocation per the category of car. I believe it's 15 for the Hypercars and LMP2s and 16 for the LMGT3. So double stinting and triple stinting is going to be a factor, with the cooler temperatures just starting to come in as the night creeps in. These safety car periods are really helping the strategy on them tyres just going that little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're not putting as much energy through them first and foremost, and so therefore none of the rubber is really being scrubbed off of the tyre itself, and therefore you are prolonging the life. And same thing as well with the nighttime coming into play. So that also will help them out with the drop in temperature and all such manner of things that will again help the prolonging of the tyre, and therefore they'll be able to get those 3 stint stops on these tyres. I think 3 might be a push in my personal opinion, Matthew, but I wouldn't rule it out, particularly, like you say, the Hypercars and the prototype, shall we say, only got 15 tyres each.
I'm basing this off of what Lorenzo was saying on the first part a little earlier on in terms of that fact of triple stinting the tyres. We have got some commentary notes from Ewan, who's done a fantastic job on keeping us up to date with what has happened. There's been a lot happen at the moment. We have had 6 full course yellows. This is our first VSE into the safety car. That happened with 21 hours 35 minutes remaining. So we've had this roughly, I assume this is the same one. No, sorry, this is the second safety car, which happened around that 20:05 mark. At the time. A few notes as well to mention for those who are just joining us on the broadcast as well. The 50 Rosso Esports Ferrari car has been the benchmark all week in free practice. It set the pole position in the qualifying last week. The problem for them at the moment, Ashley, is they're one of the teams that's had the moment under the safety car and are currently sat in the pit lane at the moment. Oh no, they might be back out on track now. Yes, they are back out on track now, but they was the one who had a moment under the safety car and have been in the pit lane for quite the while. They are now a lap down on that lead category of Hypercars at the moment. So a lot of work for what has been the pace setters all week long to do to get back in onto the lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're getting into that night part of this race, and that's going to be the crucial part. To me, it's sort of the meat of the dinner. This is where you make your money, almost, I would argue, Matthew, just basically because it's the hardest part of the race. The track temperature cools, the darkness rolls in, so you're running under headlights, and the traffic gets even more difficult to navigate because of that fact. You can't see the distance closing in as much. So, yeah, you're right. They're going to be a lap down from the overall leaders. They are a pace setter, though. So you would argue They've got some experienced guys in that team. They've got some quick guys in that team. This is the point where they could make a point and bring them back into play. And that's at this point of the race, they need to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. We did just have an incident just as we were switching over to bringing myself and Ashley in the commentary box as well. The W2E Pro GP car, the LMP2, had been hit in the rear by one of the Aston Martins coming down the Mulsanne Straight. Strange incident to see under the safety car as well. So race control, I think, at the moment are going to be very busy, just looking at a couple of incidents that we have seen at the moment. But the lights are off on the safety car, it does appear. Drivers and teams warming their tyres up quite vigorously at the moment. And this is going to be an interesting one to see if we are going to get this race back underway. They're only just coming off the Mulsanne Straight now, so they've still got half a lap to go pretty much before we can, if we are going to the green flag racing once again. But the safety car has been out for a lengthy period of time at this moment, and this is going to be an interesting one to see. But it is the purest Acelith car that is leading the way in Hypercars. The W2E Pro GP car is leading the way in LMP2. Paul Botting M Sport are leading in LMP2 and Pro Am. And Paul Botting M Sport, what a day for the team at the moment. They also lead in LMGT3. I know their second LMGT3 car suffered an incident with a blown engine in the pit lane earlier on. Managed to repair that though. This safety car's helped them from going too many laps down. So they're your current race leaders as it stands in this category, in this race at the moment. We are 19 hours 49 minutes left of this race, as we say. And yeah, at the moment, very little to report in terms of action on the track due to this safety car period. But I'm sure, as always is the case in these types of races, the first couple of laps when we do go back to green flag racing, Ashley, it will be frantic.
Without a doubt. I mean, restarts, they're your hardest part of a race as well, in terms of there is a lot of cars around you, particularly after the full-on safety car, but also they're your best opportunities to make up some moves, so and get those positions in early. You know, you have to play that fine line of how much do you want to push it, do you take that extra little bit of risk, and are you prepared to deal with any consequences that may happen because of that risk being taken. So it's going to be interesting. They've been, you know, trundling round now for what best of half an hour, I think you said there, Matthew. And it's going to be a bit of an odd one, I would imagine, for some of the drivers now getting back up to some full speed. So they're going to have to play it cautiously, I think, particularly with the cold tyres and the cooling of the track.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. The track has dropped. The ambient temperature has dropped just under 20 degrees. It's 19.98 degrees Celsius. The track temp as well has dropped in towards that 22 degree mark. It was 23 when we set up the live timings on our end for us to take over. So the track temperature is also coming down. Obviously, these cars, like Ashley's just said, are rolling around at almost pit lane speed limiter type speed so far. And on a track that is what, 3.5 minutes in length, in time for the hypercars at least, this is really going to hurt the tyres. So the drivers at the moment, you can see with a lot of the lap to go, really getting that temperature in them tyres to make sure that if this is the restart about to happen, that they have got them tyres into that golden window. They do not want any misjudgments on brake temperatures or tyre temperatures going into the first set of braking zones, and especially coming through them first couple of corners, the sweeping sort of left and right. So you don't want to have cold tyres where the rear may just want to step out of you, where the tyres are a little bit too cold, and you have a drama on the restart at least. It's been a crazy start to the race, though. Plenty of full course yellows and virtual safety cars, as we have seen based on the incident reports. This is going to be an interesting restart, to say the least, Ashley, to get this going. We've had the drive around from all the cars on the grid, and we are about, I believe, to get underway. Race control are just sending some messages over, and hopefully that is going to be the restart of this race here at the 24 Circuit de la Sarthe race here on ACV TV. You're joining us live. We are here for the whole night, through the night and through tomorrow until around about 2 p.m. GMT. We will get our end to the session. Me and Ashley are here, like we said, for the next 4 hours, and taking over from us at around about 10 GMT tonight will be JL Gregory and Connor Botting will be taking over for us. Me and Ashley will be back at 2 a.m. GMT. We'll be back for another 4 hours before then Ewan and Lorenzo come back into the commentary box at 6 a.m. GMT. And then me and Ashley will be back to finish the session here in this 24-hour race. The safety car has pulled into the pits. There's a spinner in the background on the restart of the race. We are back to green flag racing though, so a drama just as we're about to get underway before entering the Ford chicane, and it's a good start from the front runners. But what has happened back there? A car entering into the pit lane. That looks like one of the Aston Martins coming in. That is, I believe, is that P number 10? It's car 12. It is P10. I believe it is anyway. It is, yeah. It's the BMW Team DRT car of Andrade, who's had a moment. Not sure what has happened there. He's right on pit entry though, so if he needs to get into that pit lane, he can do so, and they are into the pits indeed. But Hypercars going 2 or 3 wide, coming towards the Mulsanne. They go now on board with one of the BMWs. Gets a lovely slipstream down this Mulsanne straight. Andre Diaz piloting the number 31 machine. As we can see, the car number 12 is in the pits and really aggressively pulls to that inside line as they head towards the first chicane, getting that slipstream just about from the Hypercar in front, just to going to allow him to pull in front of the car alongside him, which I believe was one of the Cadillacs, if I'm not mistaken, and through goes the BMW car there. But like we said, a really interesting race start, and we had a spinner before we actually went back to green flag racing.
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice overtake as well. But yeah, I'm really impressed there by the BMW Team DRT. They had a moment, and I think that's kind of what caused the chain reaction of the safety car earlier on, and the fact that they are still running in 5th position. Really impressive stuff as now they make their way into the second chicane. Contact, and that is for the Porsche Project 91. They really do not need more moments in this race.
No, they really don't as well. Max Andrews here has to come across the chicane. He's lost a lot of time, and he could even lose a couple more places here. That's one of the Acuras looking to get down that inside line as they come towards the bottom of the Mulsanne straight. Slipstreaming, each of them go, and obviously the slipstream quite effective down here in these Hypercar. Quite a slick car to use. And Oliver Clark there, the HRC team PVM, coming through. Great little move there at Mulsanne itself. Side by side now with the number 96, and looking pretty juicy this battle already. As we can see a few slowdowns popping up on screen. That's what the yellow flag stands for. It means the drivers have just taken a bit of track limits. They're going to have to lift off and have and yield some time somewhere on the circuit before receiving a time penalty. And the Cadillac car number 96, like we said, just missing out on a place or two. Down in LMP2 then. Battle for P number 6 raging on here. Car 14 and 15 going at it for 5th place at the moment. 15 making its way through. The Rosso Esports team have moved themselves up another position in this one, as they also put a couple of laps on the LMGT3 category as well, bouncing over that little curb on the inside as they approach towards Indianapolis here. And this is the problem on a restart when the pack is all bunched up there. His car's absolutely everywhere. Was that a spinner on the right-hand side? I'm not too sure. Somebody looked like they was avoiding action there. And the LMGT3 is doing very well to stay out the way in this very much congested circuit. The Gro RT team, number 14, do have that meatball flag. So was that them involved in a spin on the run down towards Indianapolis? And great camera work here, as we can see, coming through then that of Arnage. Towards the Porsche curves we go. Interesting little fight. The GT3s here, this is so important on the restart of a race to make sure you can clear this traffic while also battling the cars around you.
Yeah, absolutely. That Gro RT team that's got the meatball flag, they were the team that were battling the Rosso Esports car number 15. So clearly something has gone wrong down there towards Indianapolis. Maybe we'll get a replay of that in a short moment's time. But we're still on board here then with turn 1. Ryan McIntosh as trying to make up another spot here as they make their way then through the latter of the Porsche S's into the Corvette S's, and also at the same time still navigating a lot of that LMGT3 traffic. They really are, you know, I'm very surprised here, Matthew, with the restart and the bunching of the field. Of course, it's all mixed as well. Let's not forget that we haven't had a few more incidences occurring at this restart, as they are now all slowing down. I'm going to imagine, for a full course yellow here.
Yeah, I've got a feeling we are going to be under a full course yellow here because I assume it is possibly for the damage to the LMP2 car that we saw with the meatball flag on it. So we get 2 laps or 1 lap of green flag racing, and that will be why. That is the number 14 car, and that is the reason for the full course yellow. What happened here? So he was on board that red car to the right. Did he lose it on his own there, it looked like? I don't think there was any contact.
I think that was over the curb.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, Ashley. Taking another look at it. But yeah, just hits that bump, and it just spears him to the right, hard into the wall. And this is why we're under full course yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, you're never going to save that one. As soon as the bump hit, you saw the rear of the car sort of bounce up in the air, and that was it. Under that sort of speed, I don't think there was any realistic possibility of catching that one. Real shame, though, because they were looking like they were going to have a pretty decent restart, was the Grow RT team. And Thiago Diaz probably caught a bit out by surprise there at the wheel at the time. But yeah, that is why we're under full course yellow then. And I think, again, Matthew, I think we can say we're quite pleasantly surprised. No one else caught up in the incident. Very high speed part of the circuit. You are at full throttle down at that point, although you are at a kink. You're still going flat out.
And this is what we were saying, wasn't it? About the fact that little curb just on that inside there, you don't really seem to use it too much. With the lapping of the GT3 cars battling your other competitors in the same category, it can just cause too much congestion on the circuit. They've hit that curb, bounces the car into the wall, and yeah, just a bit of unfortune there for the Grow RT team, who now go a lap down to the field. Every LMP2 Pro car, which is signified by the dark blue on the timing tower, they was all on the same lap as each other. So it was a real good fight in LMP2.
Full course yellow,
now, sadly, is a lap down. So unfortunately for them, they're going to have to go and recover in this race. But there's still 19 hours, 39 minutes left to go. So a long time for these drivers to still make up this time. 1 or 2 laps lost is not the end of the world in a 24-hour race like this.
Absolutely not. Realistically, we're just getting into it, ourselves, Matthew, but the race as well, because it is not far gone. But still, equally, you want to be there on that. You need to be there or thereabouts, don't you? And then take advantage of any potential mishaps or, fourth course yellows. More likely, the safety car is going to be what brings you back in, as that was Hypercar going around the outside there of Rico Kohlmeier in his Ferrari V1M. As I think that was just a nice simple overtake for that one, but no real drama of it. Getting back on up under way, shall we say, Matthew? But still, massive bunching of the field, blending of the GT3s and all the hypercars as well. So plenty of traffic to be navigated here.
Yeah, and this is the tricky section or the easier section, should I say, for these prototype and hypercars to work their way through as they come through the first of the 2 chicanes down the Mulsanne Straight. The Simcast team, you can see just battling. Here is Bravo Snow, the number 38, with the 87, then in that LMP2 category. And the interesting thing to see here that we had in qualifying from last week is the LMP2 Pro-Ams and Pros qualified together as one. But tonight they are classed as 2 different categories. So in the same machinery, you've got to try and not only sort of battle them on the circuit, but it's not going to count for anything in terms of position in your class today. So a real difficult job in them LMP2 cars to try and navigate the Pro-Ams and then try and navigate your way through the order in your own categorization. So we'll see what happens here. But Tonnen in the Bravo Snow car, working his way towards Indianapolis now. You can see all the GT3s just really obliging quite well to the fact that prototypes are all coming past them at the moment, just sticking and holding a line that the prototypes can then be easy to sort of get past and not cause too many dramas. Here's the Revolution car that had a pretty good qualifying, made it through to Hyperpole last week, even with the pro drivers in LMP2. So the Revolution car looked pretty good in qualifying, but as me and Lorenzo said last week, setting a hot lap is one thing, doing it over a 24-hour race is a completely different kettle of fish. It really is going to separate the boys from the men, so to speak, as we enter what is going to be a fascinating part of the race as well, because that nighttime just starting to creep in. The lights are going to start to take, the artificial lights of the car will start to take over that little bit more. The natural light will fade away, and it just brings a different element to racing as that nighttime creeps in.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really does get dark around here as well. I can tell you that from personal experience, driving an event last time out. But yeah, the drivers, when they get to that point as well, they really are looking for the tail lights of the car in front and try and sort of spot whereabouts they are on the circuit in relation to themselves, and that's your best sort of reference in terms of closing speeds when you're lapping traffic in the dark. Of course, you're all under your own lights at the front of the car. I think some or most have got them pretty much turned on now, because we are getting a bit dark, but there is one there that's decided they haven't really got them turned on fully, but you'll see as we get darker they will all have them on, of course. Yeah, you mentioned with the LMP2s, Matthew, you mentioned obviously the pros, the pro-ams. It's interesting that we have two pro-am teams actually leading the overall LMP2s, and then we finally get to a pro car down in third position. So clearly just goes to show that the name, it really is just a name. It does not mean anything else.
100%. We saw last week in qualifying with the Revolution car and the Bravo Snow car in LMP2 that, you know, they made it through to that hypercar pole, that hyperpole, sorry, in the LMP2 category. And I think if my memory serves me correct, was sort of mid-pack in that qualifying session. So the fact that the top two are leading the way is not a surprise to me, because they managed to do it over one lap, and over this long race distance with a lot of interruptions that we've had so far. You know, it's been a pretty nice event for them. But like you say, it is just a name. It does just categorise them differently. It means they have different sort of drivers in their team as well. I think the Pro-Ams are allowed a bronze driver in their team. If memory serves me correct, I will just go and double check that in a moment. But yeah, they can fight with the big boys and take the fight to them in this race. It won't mean anything if they beat them. They are fighting for category positions. But it's a bit of pride that you can take home with you, knowing that you've managed to beat the LMP2 Pro drivers.
Yes, certainly is. We're going to have to take a brief break here for just a moment, so apologies everybody watching along here with us. We've just got a few technical issues we're trying to resolve, but hopefully we won't miss too much of the action. Anything we do not cover, we'll of course try and bring it back up when we come back. So give us a short moment, we're just going to take a bit of a break.
Back on the inside, it's 3 wide on the road to Indianapolis. We all have had the 24 hours snatched from them! Snatched from them! The 100th anniversary is won by Ferrari!
Welcome back. We hopefully have them issues sorted now. Apologies if you heard a bang in the background. My fans just fell off my desk, so that's gone rather well. Ashley, I'll let you take over for a second.
Oh, dear, he's got fans falling at his feet. Who would have thought it? But yeah, while Matthew does sort that one out, I have noticed the gaps have closed right at the front of the LMP2 class. We're currently riding on board here with 5th in the Pro LMP2 class. This is Ryan McIntosh in the Turn 1 car, and he is right behind Dijon Baldwin in fighting for position, so 4th in their class. So they're going at it right now in through the Ford chicane here, pretty much nose to tail, as you can see, as they now get onto the exit. Who can get a little bit of a better drag as they make their way over the start finish line then and up towards Dunlop curve. This is going to be a pretty good chance to see if a move could be made. Defensive line then for the W2E program, as the other car going to try and go around the outside. Turn 1 now with the inside of the second part of the chicane under the Dunlop bridge, and now it should be pretty much plain sailing for the Turn 1 car. Yes, it is. Through they go. 4th position. Nice move done there.
Nice move done there indeed. And That puts turn 1 up. Yet another position, P4. They're only 3 seconds off the back then of the next car. Stop go 60 for car number 31. Major full course yellow virtual safety car speed violation. So the number 31 car in a bit of trouble there. A stop go 60 will really hurt them in this race. And that is P3 in the hypercar class at this moment. That is the BMW M Team DRT, driven by Andre Diaz. The BMW hypercar with that stop-go 60 to his name is really going to hurt him in this one. Side-by-side action, though, at the moment between the Porsche and the Aston Martin. This is Vortex, the car number 2, going side-by-side with that green Aston Martin down towards the second of the chicanes here. On the Mulsanne straight, the Aston Martin stays ahead for the time being in this one at the moment and manages to do a lovely little job there. That is the Vortex Aston Martin, fighting with P4 Porsche alongside them. This is for P3 and 4 in the category here, so Virtual Power looking to try and just get onto that podium spot at this moment and start getting back into the slipstream as they head now towards the second chicane. That Porsche just going to try and use its momentum. It's got to be clever here. Doesn't want to make the move into this one just yet, knowing that there's a good stretch of straight coming after this one. They'll try and use that down the back end of the straight. A drive-through for car number 50 as well for a closed pit violation. So they've obviously pitted while the pit lane was closed under the safety car and have picked up a drive-through penalty for that one. So P3 and Hypercar in a spot of bother, and now car number 50 as well as got himself a penalty, 3 wide nearly in the foreground. But we're currently watching this between Project 91 and Team World of Sim Racing. The Corvette versus the Porsche then. Porsche looks to pull out here as they come down towards the Mulsanne corner at the bottom of the straight. Round the outside goes the Porsche. Beautiful move there from the 91, the Project 91 car. Right around the outside, that bit more braver on the brakes and gets the move done. You fancy the Corvette here, Ashley, to possibly come back at him towards Indianapolis?
Yeah, certainly would do, but I will applaud that overtake as well again, because that is that takes some brave doing to go round the outside of the Mulsanne corner. But yeah, here comes the Corvette then back down towards Indianapolis. They're going to be side by side when they do get into the treacherous first part of it, into this quick right-hander whose dare goes later. The Porsche with that inside line gets a bit more further down the inside and hangs on to the position they just took away from the Corvette. So Project 91 up to 11, Team WSR down to 12, as more battling going on here with Rosso Esports in a bit of a sandwich.
Yeah, in a bit of a sandwich. Their Hypercar struggling down there with damage under the safety car, but their GT3 looking to try and pick up a couple of positions here. The Rosso Esports car is just on the back. This is for P13, 14 and 15 here with Westgate. The Mercedes-Benz just behind them. Drive-through for car 100 as well for a closed pit lane violation. So a lot of teams have fallen foul to this closed pit lane violation, it seems. That's the third drive-through penalty for the same incident throughout this stint since the restart from the safety car. So a lot of teams have been caught out by that one. And we'll need to rethink a strategy if there is another safety car in these next 19 and a half hours. But the Rosso Esports Ferrari, car 75, just pulled away from the Mercedes through the Porsche curves as we come down to the Ford chicane. This is the NOP LMP2 leader, just being lapped by the Ferrari Rosso number 50 in position 16 Hypercar there. And down towards the Rosso Esports LMP2 now. Plenty of Rosso Esports car P5 on the track in LMP2 Pro. They're about to overtake the Tri-State 23 LMP2 Pro-Am machine, but they've got Bravo Snow right in the slipstream here and have to back out of it as they enter into the first chicane, and that is possibly going to be a move around the outside of the Pro-Am car. Turns to the inside, it'll be the outside again now, just giving each other enough room. It looked like they had a bit of a slide mid-corner through the second part of the chicane, and Bravo Snow will, I assume, get that job done, and we'll try and head down after Rosso Esports once again in this race. So the action now starts to come out. Warning for the 112 car for improper full course yellow virtual safety car procedure. So race control have been busy during that safety car period, or just after it, should we say, and are now starting to dish out some penalties as we go side by side here. Fury and Paul Botting M Sport. This for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. And has the Fury car just gone right around the outside? It has indeed. Later on the brakes, and Fury take the lead in Pro-Am.
A nice move there as well. I also saw that it said car number 16, improper use of pit lane. They picked up a warning for that one. I'm just trying to work out and see which car is car number 16. Cannot find it on my spotter, but nonetheless, that is what it said.
P2 in LMGT3, the Ford Mustang, impact of Liam Kilton is
yes,
the driver of the warning.
What could that mean, do you think there, Matthew? Improper use of a pit lane. Whether they've cut the line or something, I don't know. Either way, they've got a way of a warning, luckily. But what do you think that one could have been?
Yeah, interesting to see what it would have been. But yeah, I'm a little stumped. I'm with you on this one. I'm not quite sure what that would have been. We've just seen another one coming for car 15, I believe that was for as well. And another one for 151. So improper full course yellow virtual safety car procedure. Normally they're pretty much a stonewall penalty for an improper procedure during that, but got away with a warning, so not sure what that is exactly for, but either way they are lucky teams to get away with some incidents at the moment. Then down in the top 5, 6th and 7th battle in LMGT3, Fisher, Fight Level and 967 IRT going at it, coming down towards Indianapolis. They head now. That Ford Mustang is in the middle of this pack, the Fisher Ford Mustang, I believe it is. No, it's the Flight Level, sorry, Ford Mustang that is in the middle of the pack, in towards the second part of Indianapolis. Just had a look and thought of going up the inside there, Ashley, but no can do. Drive through for car 51 now for close pit lane violation. Race control has been very, very busy since that last safety car procedure.
I'd rather it be them than me going through all of them, because I think I'd get lost in it. But yeah, what a shame that it seems to be a few teams getting caught out by the procedures a touch here at the restart, and I think that's somewhat fair enough in a sense, Matthew. You know, we're what, 4.5 hours in, your brain is fully focused on trying to maximise your performance, and some of these things they do switch to the back of your mind, but it's all in the name of safety and in fairness, so you do have to, of course, uphold those rules as well. But interesting to see that quite so many seem to be struggling with it a little bit.
Yeah, and it's a strange one, because it appears that, looking at the notes that we've got in front of us, that that was the second of the of the virtual safety car procedures that we've had today. So you'd have assumed that teams would have thoroughly been over the rules. Again, a stop-go 60 for car 37, major avoidable contact under the safety car. So very strange one to see so many incidents under the safety car that are being penalised, especially these close pit lane ones. You know, race control, they put the message out there for all the teams and drivers to hear, saying that the pit lane is closed, and they will let them know when pit lane is open. So it is a strange one to see why, unless they have possibly been close to running out of fuel and need to get in the pits for some fuel. But yeah, difficult one to understand why there's so many of the same penalty coming in. You'd imagine that teams would have thought that through in case there is a safety car boxing before maybe that pit lane is closed, especially when that VSC comes out.
Absolutely, but I mean, it is a fairly lengthy rule book, which is understandable, but we'll get back to that in a moment, because this is Tri-State having to defend their position. P3 this is for in the Pro-Am category, but through goes the Rick Team Racing, and it seems like a fairly simple overtake for them as well. Whether we see a fight coming back into the Mulsanne corner, that's going to be the question. Tri-State with a little bit of the slipstream doesn't give it as big of an effect in the LMP2 car, but it is still there, particularly with the extremely long straights here at the circuit. It will still come into play, but yeah, nice easy move there, and it stays behind for the moment. But the battle's not quite over just yet, so you just got to wait to see what the pace is between the pair of them. Yeah,
and a warning for car 58 under the safety car restart, weaving in the last sector. So they've got away with a warning for that one as well. So number 58, the leaders in the hypercar category as well. Lucky boys to get away with just a warning for weaving in the last sector. As you can see there, P9, the Cadillac World of Sim Racing team, is the one with the penalty, the 51. They've entered the pit lane now to serve that penalty, and that could possibly cost them a little bit of time. They've got 2 minutes before the next car number 12, the BMW Team DTR car. So they've got a bit of time to spare for losing a position there. This is back there with the Tri-State and the Rick Team Racing LMP2 fight between 3rd and 4th in that Pro-Am battle at the moment. Some 18 seconds off the lead, but the lead isn't anything to look at the moment in time. Still 19 hours, 22 minutes to go on the clock. And what a day it has been so far. If you saw the first part of the broadcast, it was a pretty eventful race, to say the least. So it's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes looking forward as to what that could have possibly been for the rest of the race, and how this is all going to pan out in the rest of this race. So yeah, let's just see what happens, because it really could be the stage of this race now where drivers and teams are just going to start to think of double stinting, triple stinting these tyres. With that sun going down, again, track temp just come down a little bit more into the 21.6 degrees Celsius now. So with that track temp just dropping a little bit, it is, just starting to get into that realm of maybe looking to double, triple stint these tyres. You can see the shadows of the grandstands, the buildings around the circuit just starting to creep onto the track a little bit more down the start straight as this sun is descending here in France. As we head into the evening, then it is about 20 to 9 in the evening here. You can see track temp down at 22 degrees, nearly in that 21 category. It rounds up. We get the decimal points, thankfully, on the timing screen to tell us exactly what it is. Car 10, though, number 7, Ferrari and Hypercar. They have a penalty to serve themselves. That'll put them down the order as well. So a lot of teams and drivers need to be aware of the... if we do get a safety car, actually, they've got to make sure they don't commit the same offence by pitting when the pit lane is closed.
I have no doubt they'll be more careful next time around. I did really somewhat wish we stuck with the pit lane for a little while longer, because we had, I think, the majority of the LMP2 field pitting all at the same time. So I think everybody pretty much there or thereabouts on the same stretch of road in that class, as we can see here on board with the Porsche Project 91 car, driven by Max Andrews at the moment, making their way through a little bit of traffic and having a little look at the Porsche Fischer car in front now into the Ford chicane. But yeah, the LMP2s, the pit lane stuff, it was more to see where everybody's coming out, who's doing better with the fuel loads and things like that, who got the shorter stops. But it seems to be they all came out pretty much the same way they went in, so I don't think too much change went on there, but it was still quite fascinating to see and brilliant to see most of them still on the same bit of tarmac.
Minutes as well, so which is going to provide us with a great bit of action for the next few moments over this 4 hours that me and Ashley are bringing you the production so far, as this is a great little fight at the moment we're seeing out on the circuit. The Ferrari car number 10 in P8 in Hypercar has now came into the pit lane as we enter onto the Mulsanne straight once again, and got an Aston Martin, no, a Porsche GT3 just staying to that inside line, allowing the Hypercars to come through. We're currently on board with Max Andrews in the Porsche Project 91 car. They are trying to chase down that of the Porsche Fischer car in front of them, that of car number 9. Going to have a look to the inside line. Later on the brakes, they steam past. Make sure they get it stopped for the apex. Indeed they do.
Wow.
That was full send from Max Andrews there. Maybe a little bit of early braking from the Porsche Fischer car, trying to not fight that one too hard with such a long time in this race.
Yeah, what an overtake. Fantastic commitment into the corner. Got it stopped real neat and tidy as the Fischer car having a little look here then into the second chicane down the Mulsanne and backing out of it. I think they're probably playing the sensible strategy here, aren't they, Matthew? Take it easy. Don't put up too much of a fight at this point. Just try and run your own race. If you can get, even if you get stuck, not stuck behind, but if you can get in a little pocket behind another hypercar that is setting about the same pace, maybe even a touch quicker, use the draft to your effect. You can save a bit of fuel. It could be a strategy play that they've decided to let the Porsche 91 car go.
Yeah, and this is the strategies that we're going to see play out throughout these next 19 hours, isn't it? Until that final hour, until that final pit stop, teams could be on different strategies with any incidents they've had throughout the course of the first 5 hours of racing. So these are the strategies that these teams are now figuring out in the background. Other drivers, team managers, race engineers that they may have with them are just trying to work out, we can save 1 or 2 laps of fuel, just push that little bit longer into the stint, go a bit deeper. It's going to play, play that right game for the end pit stop, and it means we can pit and go to the end around this sort of marker. So these are where these drivers and teams thoroughly dive deep into where they're going to be ending up by that last pit stop of the race. And it's all the work now and from the first 5 hours and through the next 18 hours that really set you up for that final pit stop. Can you do one pit stop, get to the end of the race and have that chance of winning it? This is where these teams work really, really hard throughout the night to make sure everything is running smoothly for them. And like you say, the Fisher car here with Benjamin Fisher piloting the Porsche machinery will be being told in his ear probably, look, just lift and coast into a few corners, stay in that slipstream, just come off the throttle a little bit more and just try and get an extra 1 or 2 laps out of this.
Precisely. I mean, I'd love to know, maybe if anybody's listening, I don't necessarily need a specific team. I'd love to know if they've got like a strategist, an actual person dedicated to working out what is the strategy, what is the best course of action. I'd love to have a chat with one of them if a team has got one out there, just to get a bit of an insight really, because for me, doing these sorts of events myself, you and the drivers that you are partnered with, and you work it out on the fly a lot of the time. I bet these guys have that little bit of extra knowledge, a little bit of extra help in a sense, and have a person dedicated to it. I'd love to hear from someone.
Well, yeah, this is the interesting thing, because I'm with you. We've got a replay to show you. We'll get back to that in just a moment. This is the BMW M4. Oh, big wiggle through Indianapolis on the curb, hard into the wall. He may have got away with that one. Maybe a bit of a damaged front right on that car. He's reversing it back to try and get away from the wall. And yeah, big moment there for the BMW. But yeah, going back to what you was just saying, Ashley, I've done a lot of endurance races with friends on sim platforms, and you're always kind of talking amongst yourself and trying to work it out amongst yourself. These teams here for this big event, 24 hours, have they got a strategist that is just sat there, paper, pen on his computer notepad, calculating all the strategy out they need throughout the night? Here we go. Whoa, the Project 91, Nathan Edwards drops the rear of the car hard into the rear end of the wall through the Porsche curves, and that was a moment all on his own. The rear just went so extremely light, and that could be a bit of damage to the rear of Project 91 that they may have had to pit to get fixed. I'm just looking on the timing tower. They are still in the pit lane, as we can see from these pictures now. So yeah, big bit of damage on the back of that Porsche.
I want to say it looks relatively unscathed, but it obviously has not. They've come straight in. But yeah, I was interested to know that the rear wing didn't come off. A little bit of a Hulk machine there, putting in a bit of a stint. But oh, here we go. We can get a good look at how badly damaged was that with the rear shunt there into the barrier. Okay, that is quite crumpled, isn't it? Look at that.
That's not how a Porsche is meant to look from the back, safe to say. Just seeing the driver of the 84 cars, they do not have a proper specific strategist. It's everybody putting in the effort. So similar to what me and you do when we play casually.
Absolutely.
There we go. What a good team. The virtual grandstand is full of comments at the moment. Take it this way: the 6 and 7 being where they are isn't an accident. The 6 and 7. Who is the 6 and 7? Trying to find them on the timing tower now. It's the 2 impact cars in LMP2. One is third, car 7 is third, car number 6 is 6th. And then Benedict Vargas in the chat says, good evening everyone. I came to listen to Matt while crying in a corner for not having a PC. Well, don't cry in a corner, Benny. I'm sure you'll get one soon enough and you'll be able to enter events like this. But thanks for listening in. Thanks for tuning in, Benny. As is everybody who is currently in the YouTube stream watching from the virtual grandstand. It's a pleasure to have you all here throughout the next set of time slots we've got. Here is the Ferrari W2 ePro GP car. Now Lorenzo, who's just been in the commentary box for stint number 1, is driving this car for this race, so he's doing commentary and racing duties tonight. And is this Ricardo, who's about to come in and maybe put Lorenzo into the car. So he's done his commentary stint, he's had 48 minutes of relaxation before, right, it's time to get in the car and get going. What a guy for pulling up he's got 2 stints of commentary, and then he's got to do a bit of time in the race car. That's effort and commitment from him right there.
I would call him a madman, but I've got to give him props really, because that is some dedication, commitment for the love of this, isn't it? I mean, what more can you say about him? What a fantastic guy. Yeah, brilliant behind the mic. Let's see how he is behind the wheel. I've heard good things, Matthew. Let's see what he can do though as well when we do catch up with him there. But jumping back into some of the action here, this is the RAC Team Racing. They're going up against Impact, who we just briefly mentioned a moment ago, but Impact now coming at them and trying to make a move. Looking down the inside line here for the first part of the Mulsanne into the chicane. I think that's going to be fairly neat and tidy before they even get there.
Yeah, nice, neat and tidy move, nice and casual. The one thing I don't like about overtaking at this first chicane, and I don't know if you feel the same, is when you get to the end of the race, it really does put you on the back foot for the slip being attacked then down into the second chicane or down at the bottom of the Mulsanne straight. I think towards the end of this race, you're going to see that strategy change a little bit more. You're going to see teams maybe just hold off on overtaking down into the first chicane on the Mulsanne, just to be able to set them up at the very bottom, to try and not allow the slipstream to come back at them as the straight goes on. For now, it's fine. It's all possibly a part of the strategy. But towards the end of the race, just like to see teams just maybe hang back a little bit and make that move at the bottom of the straight. The last thing you want to do is make a great move early on, and you've got the rest of the way to go where they can get the slipstream right back at you.
Yeah, you're not doing that in the last lap, are you? Let's be honest. So,
No.
but for the moment, you're right. It's not the be all or end all. But yeah, I'm sure that will change as the race wears on. Into some more action there as we get a nice overview shot of the circuit briefly. This is the double stint by TSR. They were being chased by the Rosso Esports, but gap seems to have opened up just a touch here now as they make their way through Tetrouge and on to the Mulsanne. I think so much so that they may have even lost the slipstream.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? 1.5 seconds at the moment, so you'd like to be around that 1 second area just to start to feel the effects of the slipstream pulling you in down the straight. But you're right here, they have just dropped off the back of the slipstream for P11 and 12 in this race. And then you've got the flight level Ford Mustang, and then the RS Racing McLaren just the RS Racing McLaren just ahead. So a couple of positions on offer here. Going car number 18 is only just up the road as well, the Gowing car in the Ferrari 296. They're only just up the road as well. So a good group of GT3s here, all fighting from 8th to 12th within a space of 5-6 seconds of each other maybe, and all just trying to gain an extra couple of positions as this race goes on. And we can see here Curtis just thought about having a look then down in towards the second of these chicanes, and gets a better run through the middle part of it, and wow, really gets a good run up. Probably had to get out the throttle a little bit there from running into the rear of the Ford Mustang, and the flight level Ford has really looked in a bit of trouble there coming through the chicane. Was very, very slow, missed the apex of the second part of it, and that BMW has pulled to that inside line. We've seen cars go around the outside down here at Mulsanne a previous couple of laps, but the BMW M4 car number 3 moves into P10, double stint by TSR, moving up another position there. A lovely move, all set up at the second chicane. That's what I mean about the slipstream. Get it done at the last minute.
Yeah, absolutely. It was almost like a little psych out though into that second chicane, just to really throw the car in front slightly off their game, and it worked a treat, didn't it? Because it gets the move done by the next braking zone. So really, really well driven there. And of course reaps the rewards as well. But this battle, like you say, there's 4 cars there. You can see them just about all on screen there into Indianapolis. If this just closes up just a touch between each of them, you're going to have a 4-car battle then, quite evidently for P8, which could be quite something to see. 4 different cars as well. Not just the fact that they're 4 of them, they're all in a different car.
Yeah, you could end up having a 6-car battle if they can catch the Gowing Ferrari in P8, and if the P13 Corvette of the Team World of Sim Racing car gets onto the back of them as well. So you could end up with a 6 or 7-car battle there in LMGT3. This is the Rosso Esports car though, on the back of Impact, P5 and 6 in LMP2 at the moment. And this is going to be one to keep our eyes on through the night. 2 very, very good teams with very capable drivers behind the wheel. Impact, car number 7 or P3 at the moment. They are some 8.9 seconds up the road, and Bravo Snow are only 4.6 up the road. So these 2 are within touching distance of that podium. and it's saying on our timing tower that Grow RT are out of this race. They have not left the pit lane then, and if that is the case, that will be, I believe, our first retirement of this 24-hour La Sarthe race of the night. So what a shame for them. Hopefully they are able to get back out on track and can carry on their way. But a nice little LMP2 fight happening here, and if you're wondering what the different colours of blues are on that time, the battle for third in class on the bottom right of your screen is the light blue is LMP2 Pro Am, the dark blue being LMP2, the Pro teams. Same car, same chassis, same everything, just it goes down towards the categories of drivers, whether they're platinum, gold, silver or bronze. As we can see, a bit of a hypercar fight developing here as well. Fourth and third, Cadillac versus BMW at the moment, and then a little further back you've got fifth and sixth having a fight as well in this one. Again, Cadillac, but this time with I believe a Porsche involved. Is it? I could be completely wrong here. No, it is actually the Acura. No, the Acura is a little bit further back. Ignore me. We'll get up to date with what the cars are as we go through the night. They all look the same in Hypercar. That's the problem. There's a little look to the inside there from the car in front, and nothing can be done. This is on board with Porsche Project 91, who's actually in 13th place. They're in between the 3rd, 4th and 5th, 6th battle at the moment. So, yeah, oh, okay. Not sure whether he was attempting to go there, but there was a GT3 just in the way.
Absolutely. Well, you say they all look the same. Agree to disagree, but I mean, when they go at such high speeds, it was always a blur when they go by. Yeah. So, yeah, they do look very much identical, don't they?
The BMW is the easiest one, I think, to tell which the BMW is because of the front end of it. Apart from that, yes. I'm struggling with the others.
It's funny because that is absolutely spot on. I think the other one I find fairly easy is the Acura, because to me it looks so slim when you look at it from the front. It sort of has that elegant flow to it.
Yes.
If you ask me, I might be a bit what's the word, wrong. But it's just one of them. I might be wrong, don't know. It depends what other people think. But yeah, it just has that slender look round at the front. So the BMW and the Acura I find are the easiest ones to tell, and then yeah, it gets a little bit trickier when you get to the Ferrari, the Cadillac and the Porsche.
Just scraping the outside wall there was the number the Porsche Project 91, who is a lap down at the moment. Remember, this is World Endurance Championship blue flag type rules. If you're thinking of real world motor racing, it's not like Formula 1 where they have to jump out the way for blue flags. The lead cars have to make their way past those who are being lapped. So Porsche Project 91 don't have to get out the way here. It's on board with the Cadillac of Max Duman. The 251 we're on board with. That is the Porsche Project 91 just ahead, who is actually gaining on P3 and has actually just moved up into P12 due to somebody in the pit. So interesting to see the Porsche then in P13, well P12 now should I say, must have run into problems earlier on because he's got the pace of being in the top 3 it looks like at the moment.
Yeah, they had a huge moment earlier on in this race, hence why they are a bit further down the order. If my memory is correct, they were right up there fighting for the front, for the lead, and then they had a big moment, I want to say, into Indianapolis. Yes, I've just gone through, checked the notes. They had a hard hit down at that corner. They were third at the time, and that really has scuppered their chances a little bit. But being only one lap down, I wouldn't say they're out of this race, particularly if we get another safety car or anything such as that, and they get the pass around. They're straight back on the lead lap.
Straight back on the lead lap, and they're trying to get on the lead lap of the front runners already, as we see in here. A lovely little fight. We're on board with Rick Team Racing. That is Tri-State and Velocity Vanguard just ahead, having a nice little battle through the right-hander we go, heading down towards Indianapolis. Now, this is all for 3rd, 4th and 5th in LMP2 Pro-Am. So a tasty little battle here at the moment. Tri-State in P4 do have a bit of a slowdown. They have to yield some time for taking track limits somewhere. And that could just scupper their chances of holding on to P4 at the moment, because Rick Team Racing are looking to make the move. They take the slowdown there, and that allows Rick Team Racing up through on that of Tri-State. And what a fight this is at the moment. Tri-State still haven't yielded that slowdown though, so they've still got to yield just a little bit more time, and that has really dropped them off the back of these two at the moment.
It has a touch, but I mean, with racing, it ebbs and flows, doesn't it? So I mean, give them a lap or two, they might be right back in it. You can never really tell, but yeah, just dropping back a touch. But again, it might be just, trying to find your feet again, get back into a flow of things. It's very easy to sort of sort of lose yourself in the moment of what is happening. You suddenly make a small mistake, and then you're battling the car itself rather than trying to flow and go with it. And that could just be the phase that they're trying to get back into now. But up front here, this is Sefer Neufeld in his BMW, having to defend from the Cadillac there of Max Doman, and into Indy they go. And still not much separating them.
Not much separating them at all at the moment. 3 hypercars all battling for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The interesting thing we're seeing here as well, look, the darkness getting that bit more evident on circuit. Not necessarily at this part, but definitely down the Mulsanne straight. It's getting a lot darker down there, so drivers got to be wary of where their braking points are in the dark. And let's not forget, we're 5 hours in. You might be a new driver who's just jumped into the car for your first stint of the session, so you've kind of got to get into that rhythm. If you've not been on getting some practice laps in straight away, you've kind of got to get into that rhythm, haven't you, to sort of, you know, warm up, feel the flow, get into a nice rhythm early on, because it can be a daunting prospect to join in as it's getting dark and have to immediately be chucked into a fight for your category.
Yeah, incredibly daunting. It's so difficult, you know, cooling, you mentioned them already, but cooling temps, darkening, and if you're in a battle as well, just makes it even worse for yourself. But you know, these guys, they're you know, borderline professional, I'd argue, a lot of them. So I'm sure they've practiced it, you know, hundreds if not thousands of times, and they should be able to take it pretty clean and comfortably, as that is Impact going down the inside there of Paul Botting M Sport. Elias Lupanen taking that away, and I think they are currently, they are P2 in the Pro-Am class, getting past they're getting past P2 in the Pro-Am class, but I think looking at it overall, they are about 6th.
Yes, so trying to make their way back through the pack to try and get up to the front of their category. George Watson aboard the Paul Botting M Sport car, who's really dropped off the Fury LMP2 Pro-Am car. They was having a fight not 10 or 15 minutes ago, and they've lost 15 seconds over this time, but strategies are going to play themselves out at this stage of the race. It's not about who's got the quickest car at the moment, it's about trying to extend your stint maybe as far as you can go to all work out that last stint at the end of the race. Paul Botting, though, having a great showing, leading LMGT3 and second in LMP2 Pro-Am. There's a flash of the lights there from the Cadillac behind, pulls to that inside line, has a little bit of a look, and the outside line, has a break into the second chicane. There you go, and great speed through the first part of the chicane there, really got onto the rear and just almost had to come off the accelerator a little bit so as to not be able to go into the rear of our onboard camera car, and now looks to the outside line yet again. And these drivers really racing hard, defending for positions with 18 hours, 59 minutes to go. Almost like it's into that final hour there. But like you've just said, these are professional drivers, semi-professional drivers, and they're going to fight for every position they can, whether there's 24 hours on the clock or 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. The red of the Cadillac is somewhat throwing me. I keep thinking it's a Ferrari, but it really is not. It is a Cadillac there chasing the BMW. But it is the battle for the podiums overall. So 3rd position is up for grabs here, and that, I think that is why the BMW is fighting it so hard, because if you are in that position and you can hang on to it, it is a little bit of a bragging right, isn't it, being on a podium spot. So you don't want to give it up. I mean, at the same time, though, it is still quite early. We are just hit the 19-hour mark and counting down still, so into the 18s. So there's still a long way to go. You don't really have to fight it all that much, but bragging rights, you always want them.
You always do want them. Drive-through penalty for car 32, full course yellow, virtual safety car speed violations. We're still going through a lot of the last safety car stewarding moments that the race controller going through. Lamborghini very much offline and then understeering nearly into the side of this battle, and really got himself in a little bit of a pickle there as he was coming through the Porsche curves. This is on board with Jordan Eriksson in the Ferrari WGR car number 32. Strange to see a Ferrari with orange on it, not red. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a really, obviously we're used to seeing Ferraris reds or yellows, but the orange and blue and white, loving the livery on that car. And they bail into the pit lane as they was coming under a bit of pressure there from what I believe is the Porsche Fischer car for the time being. So into the pits comes Jordan Eriksson from P6. He is in to serve his penalty.
I must admit that is something we haven't, I don't think, touched on all that much. I can't quite remember if Ewan and Lorenzo did, but sort of some of the liveries that are out there, maybe you did in qualifying, Matthew, but for me, I'm seeing a lot of these for the first time, and they are stunning, aren't they?
Yeah. We've worked together a little bit, haven't worked together for over a year. You know me, though. I love a good-looking livery. And that, for me, it's clean, it's smart. It's different. You don't normally see Ferraris in different colours other than red and yellow, and that is a smart looking car. And number 32 completes its drive through, gets back out onto the track, and they only lost that one position, so not too bad. Damage limitations for them, and let's see if they can chase down the Porsche Pax car, who had an interesting qualifying session, to say the least. And this is back with Max Duman in the 251 Cadillac, trying to chase down here. Oh, we appear to have lost him for a moment. Now here he comes, flying through your screen now. He's on the trying to chase down P3 of the BMW M Team TSR, that of Seth Neufeld, and he has got the Acura just behind him of Charlie Rudd. Again, another good looking livery on the Charlie Rudd Acura there. Warning for car 62 under the safety car restart, weaving in the last sector. I've seen a few of these warnings, and the reasoning I'm seeing, weaving in the last sector, for me, if that's in the rule book, I'm surprised that is not a harsher penalty than just a warning for me, but that's me speaking from personal experience. Another one coming in there for the 191. Normally that's, for me, when you see him racing, no weaving in certain sectors in motorsport, that you see that as a stonewall penalty, and drivers getting away with it here at the moment.
I would imagine here, Matthew, it's the first offence, and maybe they're struggling to work out where that line is for the final sector. I would imagine they've just sort of maybe tipped over it and gone, oh dear, and then immediately stopped, but too late.
Yes.
The foul has been committed, you could argue. So you still have to go by the letter of the rule book, and unfortunately, I think that's why we're seeing a few of them get warnings. But thankfully, because I think penalties, they of course need to be issued, but they can sometimes ruin the spectacle. I think it's quite right. Give them a warning the first time. They, slap on the wrist. You now know, don't do it again.
That's what they're there for, aren't they? At the end of the day, and like you say, if they've just crept over that line, just done it, and immediately kind of come to a stop, you can almost forgive them for that. Felipe Silveira here in the BMW M Team DRT car, coming down to the bottom of the Mulsanne. Just had a little look up the inside into the right-hander. Thought better of it for the time being. It's great to see 5 hours in, that there's still so many battles happening on circuit. You normally get to this stage of the race, cars have just started to get separated a little bit, and drivers are just sort of settling into a nice rhythm. They're going to look to make the move here then on the outside down towards Indianapolis, and Felipe there, well, good little move. That seemed to be almost a lift from the car on his inside to almost be like, through you go, have that one, and I'll come back at you a little later on.
Absolutely. As we're going to get a replay here, let's see what happened. This is towards the end of the lap, then into the Ford chicanes. That is a big off there for Michael Garone, off in the S's. Oof, yeah, absolutely.
He was indeed.
He was indeed
off in the S's. Was there contact here, or did he just lose the rear of the car? No, I believe there is contact from the I think it was the W2E Pro GP car, the Hypercar version of them, and that is a big impact into the wall. Just see here, he comes through. You can just see on that rear view camera on board the car. Watch the Hypercar just duck to the inside now. The BMW kind of goes with him, and yes, definite contact there from the number 21. That was actually the LMP2 car, apologies. And yeah, the 21 makes contact with the off in the S's BMW, and into the wall they go. Big impact for them. Fortunately, if they did have any damage, they're right on the pit entry and could get in straight away. They've not got to carry that the whole length of the circuit.
That would be the only positive out of that. But yeah, real shame to see. And they clearly had their crystal ball out when they were making their team name, because they were off in the S's, weren't they? Real shame of them. But I mean, six a dozen of one, half a dozen of the other. It's a tough one to look at. We'll take that to the stewards, I'm sure, see what they say. As we're going to jump back here though with the HRC Gamma Sim. Charlie Rudd at the controls, and he is right behind the BMW M Team TSR of Seth Neufeld in at the driver's seat, and we're looking at potential move here down into the Mulsanne corner.
Well, these have actually got past Max Dooman in the Cadillac. These have now moved up into 4th place. The Cadillac, I haven't seen where it is. It's there, so they have cleared that Cadillac by some margin as well. So maybe a mistake for the Cadillac somewhere. They'll just put it off of line and just off the back of these two a little bit. But the Acura now running up in P4 and looking to get onto that podium spot indeed. And, well, the BMW showing its speed down the straight towards Indianapolis and just extending that gap over the Acura here, then through the Indianapolis right-hander into the left. There you go, and towards Arnage once more for these two. Strange to see an Acura here at Circuit de la Sarthe. I don't think they've ever made an appearance here, so great to see the Acuras make an appearance at Circuit de la Sarthe. Really good to see for them. And they'll be hoping to try and get onto the podium at least. And like you say, for HRC Gamma Sim, one of only 2 Acuras out there on the grid. Josh Mitchell in HRC Team PBM are down in 14th place, the other Acura car out there. We've got 4 Porsches, 4 Ferraris, 4 BMWs, 2 Acuras, and I believe 3 Cadillacs in that hypercar category. So yeah, interesting to keep our eyes on this as a Ferrari 296 GT3 just gets in the way momentarily for the BMW, and now the Acura looks to pounce and make an attack coming down in towards the Ford chicane. Can't do so for now, just lifts off, brakes a little bit earlier. They're pulling away though from the Cadillac, who's just been held by that Ferrari through the double chicane. That Cadillac behind has been held once again and has lost even more time to the 2 out front. So Cadillac just struggling there for the 251 car. But it's the battle for 3rd as we go to Porsche Pax, who have taken track limits at some part of the circuit. And again, just another nice basic clean livery on that Porsche Pax car. And this is W2E Pro GP just ahead then of the... there they are. And are they being piloted by Lorenzo at the moment? Trying to find them on the screen.
No, I don't.
No, they're not.
So.
Charles at the moment. So Lorenzo hasn't got into the car. Seth Neufeld is still having to watch his mirrors because his Acura is all over the rear of him. Onto the Mulsanne they go once again.
Being hounded, isn't it, at the moment? Oh, this could be a chance. Using the other car there for a bit of extra slipstream and a little bit of the side draft maybe to help further still in towards then the first chicane. That's going to be deep on the side by side though as they get towards the first apex. The BMW just about edging out the Acura then into the second part of it and still maintains the position. That was really close though, Matthew.
And how brave was Charlie Rudd on the brakes there. He really did leave that till the last minute to get it stopped and turned in. Did a brilliant job, didn't run too deep, and great respect being shown. A flash of the lights now to say, come on, out the way, I'm faster than you. And yeah, the HRC Gamma Sim team really, really want this one. Yeah, really sort of brave move there. You've seen a lot of drivers do that in these hypercars. Very easy to lock up the rears, and how he's managed to get that stopped and turned in, I do not know. But yeah, what a battle this is. Charlie Rudd throwing everything at this at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is. And to answer your question, it's skill that he didn't lock the rears because I know I probably would have done. But yeah, really, really nice driving from the pair of them. And if we're talking about suckers for liveries, I'm a sucker for this livery that is being put on display by the Gamma Sim team. It's the neon, Matthew. I think it's the neon. It gets me. I find it really clean, cut and crisp, and it just stands out.
You want something that's going to stand out in the night time, and that neon yellowy green colour I think will stand out as it gets nice and dark. So we're gaining on the back of a bit of LMP2 traffic now in towards Arnage. They're about to go. Is this traffic going to play into the hands of the Acura or the BMW? The Acura looking opportunistic to make the move on LMP2 car as they come through Arnage. He is not hanging around here, is Charlie Rudd. He really wants to get onto the back and ahead of this BMW as quick as he possibly can. I think the kitchen sink may be being thrown at this one at the moment with 18 hours left on the clock, because he's not holding back at all, is he? He's really trying to hassle the BMW just ahead. There's an M4 on the outside line, stays nice out the way, and Charlie gets onto the back of the BMW. Just held the number 25 car in front of the Acura just a little bit, gets the run down towards the Ford's chicane. They're going to come now, and he's already sailing past. He's in front, not fully yet. He is now. Earlier on the brakes goes the BMW. The Cadillac has got a slowdown penalty behind in trying to lap this traffic as well. And Charlie Rudd, well, he's finally got it done. Now what's his pace going to be like? I'd love to say in clear air, but with the amount of traffic, it's not going to be. But now he's clear the BMW. Can he pull away?
That's the big question. Quite an odd space of the circuit. You wouldn't normally see a move there, but the mistake that the BMW made was enough of a chance for Charlie just to stick it down the inside, and he's made it stick. Real nice overtake there for them. As we're going to jump a little bit further back then, this is the Fischer Porsche car we're looking at, and they are going head to head with the virtual power of Lucas Sequeira. Currently they're in P4, as both of them making their way out of the first chicane and back onto the straight of the Mulsanne. And we've jumped over to the Impact car as well here, because they are right up behind Vortex. They've switched driver as well. No longer is Michael van Look at the car. Instead we have Joran Engelen in that Aston Martin into the second chicane. They go now, and so two battles unfolding here, Matthew, in the GT3 class.
Yep, two battles unfolding. This one for second and third on the track at the moment. Paul Botting M Sport seem to have that one covered quite nicely in the LMGT3 at the moment, but Vortex in the Aston Martin trying to take on the big bulky Ford Mustang. Both front engine pieces of machinery, as NOP there just going around the outside of the Ford Mustang, slotting into the middle as they come through the Mulsanne right-hander. And we'll get the Aston Martin on the exit of the corner. Remember, if you have been watching the European Sports Car Championship last year, Vortex was the winners of that championship in the Audi. They've made the jump to the Aston Martin for this year and have brought the Aston Martin to De La Sarthe for this 24-hour race. And no matter where you look at the moment, Ashley, there seems to be a gaggle of cars just having the most enjoyable battle of their race so far, probably.
Absolutely. I feel sorry for the producer, probably unsure where to look. Here goes the Rosso car then, making their way by, and that is I think for a P6 then overall in that LMP2 category. Seemed to make it look pretty easy. As now onto the back straight then, down towards Indianapolis now, as there goes another hypercar making their way through, but we are still firmly fixated on the Paul Botting M Sport, piloted currently by George Watson. Pulls out of the slipstream. He's now going to have a look down the inside line. Are they going to get this done before they get to the Indy corner? That's the question.
This is going to be the biggest question, and Paul Botting there, I think, have yielded out of that one as to not try and cause an incident there, and that is Tri-State, who have just got past them in this one then. So Paul Botting dropping down to third place now, which would indicate to me that they're trying to just do a bit of fuel management at the moment. They was in the lead of this after the restart of the LMP2 Pro-Am category. So I'm going to suggest that they are possibly in a bit of fuel management at the moment, actually. They're down to P3 and have lost 18 seconds to the Fury car, who they was leading from at the restart here. And yeah, so interesting to see what their strategy is at the moment. I don't want to jinx anything, by the way. And chat, if you have listened to many a broadcast, the commentators always do jinx things. We've had a good period of racing at the moment without any safety cars or full course yellows.
Do you know what? It was running through my head. I didn't want to say it.
I've said it. No, I've done it.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I've done it.
No.
It's that's on me now. I've done it.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to point the finger, if there is one, blame me. But great to see though, because we're getting some awesome battles play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're coming up to the hour mark of grid racing, because that was so touch and go into the pit lane. My word, it really would have been commentator's curse if that came to fruition. Luckily, got the car stopped in time, so the Paul Botting mobile managing to get on the brakes just in the nick of it. But yeah, into the pit lane they both come, and getting to another cycle then of pit stops. We saw them do their first cycle at the start of this green flag session, didn't we, Matthew? So now we've seen them do a full run, a full tank. So we're getting a good idea of what the sort of pace is for these LMP2s now.
We are indeed. So I'm going to assume that we're going to start to see some hypercar pit stops in any moment now. This is a replay, I believe, of the Paul Botting car entering into the pits, and just look, here comes in, you've got that little chicane you have to navigate through, and then as you come in again, just a little I hope they're old tyres, because it was only a small lock-up, but the vibration you'll start to feel for them is not going to be nice for the next stint they may have. Either way, into the pits they've come as the M4 there nearly turns across the prototype car down the Mulsanne straight. The GT3 car, don't know if he was aware of his surroundings with the prototypes around him. Well, here we go, we're going to split the Ford Mustang down in towards the second of these chicanes, sorry. Is that a car off by the tyre barrier there? I think I've just seen in the foreground. Not too sure if that was or not. And this is turning out to be a lovely little fight with P8 in that in that hypercar battle. That is the Ferrari V1M, I do believe, being piloted by Rico Kohlmeier. Around the outside, looks like a nice little move. Not quite. Yeah, he's got it done. Yeah, good little move that.
I just went looked at the live stream just as like a little replay almost for me doing this, and I didn't see a car parked off at the side, so as far as I'm concerned, no problems there, no issues, which is good news, as we're still sticking on board here, because this could be a pass and repass then for the Porsche Fischer. Looking into Indianapolis, but no, still sticking behind just for the time being, as we're now going to jump over to the Ferrari W2E program. Now, Charles Sartori at the wheel, and this is Lorenzo's team. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew.
Indeed, they've got a car in LMP2 and in Hypercar today, and Lorenzo is piloting the Hypercar version of their team. At some point. So Charles is in it for now. Lorenzo actually did the first part of qualifying, nearly got them through to the Hyperpole. Just made one or two mistakes. Just felt like he said the track was very slippy, and qualifying again was at this sort of time at night last week. So these drivers are sort of getting into that period where qualifying was. By the time we got to the Hypercar Hyperpole session, it was dark. So yeah, the driver's getting in towards that time, and that track temperature's dropped to 21 degrees now, so it is getting cooler. And a few of the Hypercars just coming into the pits. That's one of them, sorry, the Cadillac from P6 coming into the pits. A few more of the LMP2 Pro-Ams and LMP2 Pros also into the pit lane for their pit stop. That is the Fury car who lead LMP2 Pro-Am as well, making their stop.
I did notice that was NOP and Fury, Tri-State and RAC Team Racing, they're also in. Turn 1 though, currently Ryan McIntosh, this is the LMP2s I'm referring to, just so we're confused. They've gone around for another tour of the circuit, so either they're on a slightly alternate strategy based off of the safety cars and whatnot that has happened, or they really are doing some fantastic fuel saving and able to do an extra lap over their rivals at the moment. So that's going to be something to keep a little eye on as things progress. As jumping back here though to the double stint by TSR team, Curtis Tybur currently in his BMW and chasing down the team of Bravo Snow, and that's Davi Amaris having to keep an eye on his rear view mirrors at the moment, now onto the Mulsanne.
Yeah, indeed he is, and we'll see what the Bravo Snow car can do, but bit of a gap. That slipstream's going to come into effect here as they come down the Mulsanne straights. They've got Hypercar in the background about to put another lap on them, so they'll hold their line nice and steady, give the Hypercar the inside line, the number 50 car who's working its way back through the field after a big moment under the safety car, the last one we had. And look at the BMW then, just through that first chicane there, you've just seen how much it's closed up on the Ford Mustang through that first chicane. Now has a real chance, really tucked under the rear wing of the Ford Mustang, punching a great big hole in the air, two of the biggest cars on the grid for the GT3 category, both front-engined once again. So similar type cars, and the BMW has got through nice and easy there, to be honest. Not really too much of a fight put up from the Ford, and Bravo Snow lose out that position, but different strategies could play out different things at the minute.
You mentioned the height of them. They really are quite astoundingly tall when you think about it. You know, if you put that side by side of, let's say, a Lamborghini or we haven't got any here, but an Audi, you can really see the height difference compared. Yeah. And it's quite bizarre in a way that they are, you know, by and large with performance almost the same.
And it's very strange. You think of the McLaren on the grid as well, a very low car, very small in terms of its height. These two could probably look over the roof of that and see what's in front of the McLaren. It is very strange to see, but like you say, similar chassis on the Ford and the Audi, and the BMW, sorry. So very interesting to see the way these two are going to work. Obviously, we know the Ford Mustang, a much newer car, model-wise, than what the BMW M4 is. So it's going to be interesting to see this fight play out. BMW Team BSS, second place in Hypercar, just set the fastest lap of the Hypercar race. So they've got a bit of pace behind them at the moment, and they're actually only within 3 seconds of the leaders as third place. The Acura comes into the pits for Hypercar. So it has Thiago Mello in the BMW M Team BSS, you know, he took almost a second out of the leader in Hypercar last time around. So here is Thiago Mello. Has he now just got a bit of pace where he can just start to creep onto the back of the Porsche ahead before the round of pit stops?
Sector 1, they've gone and done that, and they are pretty much neck and neck. The BMW here and the Porsche out front. I'm waiting for the second sector times to come through. So 2 tenths quicker there through the second sector. So yeah, over a lap, obviously that does add up, and like you say, just about a second out of the lead. So we'll keep an eye on that one, because that could heat up as things cool down. And we're going to jump over here though to NOP. Currently sat P4 in the LMP2 class, and they're having to have a little look at trying to get past the impact car there. Both currently piloted by Swedish drivers, Matthias Henriksson and Linus Broström. That doesn't seem to come to fruition in terms of the battle. I think that's because NOP, they've just done their pit stop, so they're on slightly colder tyres, hence unable to be up to the full pace and speed of the impact car. As now I can see on our timing tower a lot of the Hypercars are now coming into the pits as well, or at least a couple of them are, to say the least. The Ferrari WGR, the Ferrari V1M are indeed in the pits, as that is the Cadillac of Leon Lelio. They were up in P5 earlier on, having a good battle, so they've not had the best of times in the few recent laps, but do seem to be very much on the pace. Still in this race, of course, that's the most important thing, and more importantly, still on the lead lap, so who knows what can happen as we go deeper into this.
Indeed we shall. Just had to make a pit stop of my own there, and I've come back into the studio and there's been a burger delivered onto my desk, so lovely stuff there. We'll dig into that while in a few moments time while you're chatting away. But yeah, interesting race developing. As we can see, look, the artificial light just starting to take over even more now. The Porsche just ahead, lights look like they're not on at the moment. They will slowly appear on, I'd assume, as Paul Botting M Sport get a slow down on their on the timing tower. This is Isaac Whiteman in the Tri-State LMP2, with that of the Velocity Vanguard team right behind them onto the Mulsanne. There you go. And we're about to see a move down into the first chicane. Jakub Makowski piloting the Velocity Vanguard car. Looks like he's going to pull to the inside line. He does. You saw the effect of the slipstream there. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Jakub is into the corner. He goes, but he's missed the chicane and has to cut across. Where then is the Tri-State car to come back? Velocity have got to lift off there to yield the time back that they have just gained. He did very well not to have a collision with the Porsche there, who was coming through. But yeah, day late, dollar short for Jakub in that one.
Yeah, he let them back through as well, rightly so. Didn't make the corner, otherwise it would have been a sensational move into that chicane. But Tri-State back ahead, and they are currently still second in class. But that was a close call then, you could argue, for Tri-State, with Velocity closing down like that, sending the move. Just a bit unlucky they couldn't quite stop it in time. This is further down the order, though, of the same class. This is between Simcast and Revolution, and they are currently battling for 6th position then. At the back of the field of their class currently, but by no means less important for them, as through goes the Revolution car into the second chicane. I think that line, though, might allow Simcast to have a little run out of it and towards the Mulsanne corner, though. Let's stay on board, try and find out.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. And apologies everybody as well. Me and Ashley have been up all day, and we're taking you through till 10 p.m. GMT. So if we do get a few things wrong, it's because we're probably tired, and we're only going to get 3.5 hours sleep. And I know our producer's going to feel really sorry for us.
I was going to say, wait till later when we've had little sleep and we're up again. That'll be the fun bit.
Yeah, and I'm sure our producer will still feel very sorry for us as well.
Oh, I'm sure.
Stayed very quiet on that one, haven't they? They stayed very quiet. Turn one into the pits then from the lead of LMP2. So we'll see what they can do in the pit stop. Can Impact gain on them, who's a minute 23 behind in this race at the moment. And yeah, nicely. I think we're now getting into this race. Now we've had a good while without a disruption, actually. We're now getting into that part of the race where the cars just starting to get spread out a little bit, just starting to get their rhythm going and start to build this race and their strategies as they would have probably planned at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. That is probably what we are seeing now. There are still quite a few LMP2s, though, within touching distance of one another. We're jumping on board with one here. This is the Richter team racing. They are right up behind Paul Botting M Sport as they make their way into the Corvette curves and around to finish off another lap here. But yeah, they are beginning to spread out. We're getting into that point of the race where if it stays uninterrupted, because I think we have now ticked over to the longest part of a green racing session. The last previous was 1 hour and 7 minutes is the longest time. I think we've beaten that now. So if it stays like that and continues, then we are going to see more of an actual sort of strategy race. And now we're getting into that point we've already mentioned. Night time's coming, track's cooling. The tyres are going to be double, maybe triple stinted.
They will be indeed. Fury is the car we're on board with at the moment. And they've stayed well in front of Tri-State. The interesting thing now as well for pit stops is who takes new tyres, who stays on what tyre, and how many stints have they done if they stay on them with the track cooling. So if you start, I think we're into a stage of the session now where if you start to see certain cars be a lot quicker than others and passing others rather easily, I think that's down to the fact they may have taken a new set of tyres over the other team around them. So this will be interesting to keep our eyes on as this night progresses. At the moment we're hitting 9:30 here at La Sarthe at the moment, an hour ahead of me in the UK, and bang on the same time as you, Ashley, as one of the LMP2s here, nearly getting into the back of the Hypercar, as here comes the Fury team to try and overtake one of the LMP2 pro drivers. That is the Impact car, Elias Loppinen, piloting that one at the moment, and they nearly had it coming together with one of the Hypercars there.
I'm sorry, I'm 2 hours ahead, so I'm already...
Oh, 2 hours, apologies.
No, don't worry about it, we're all good. It just means that when we get back, it'll be 4 o'clock in the morning for me, but yeah, 3 o'clock for you, so it'll be very nice indeed at that point of the day. This is, though, we're right on board here with the Vulture M Sport car, and they are having a little look at Westgate then into the second chicane down that inside line, outside for the second part, but they've managed to go the long way around and looks like they're making it stick ahead of the Mercedes. So that Porsche, lovely orange and blue livery there, big thumbs up from me, has got a nice position and takes 11th spot away from Westgate.
Porsche is surprising me because it seems to be holding its own down the Mulsanne straight. We know the Porsche isn't necessarily the best with its top speed. Great acceleration, great traction out of corners it can get, but it's not necessarily as quick as them front engine cars on the straights that we see here at Le Mans. But the Porsche holding its own here quite nicely in them areas of the circuit. And let's not forget, this could all be down to setup of the car. What kind of setup do you want to run on the car? You don't need a lot of downforce here. You can run that rear wing just a little bit lower than what you possibly would on other circuits, such as Imola, that we went to on the European Sports Car Championship a few months ago. So, but the Porsche can almost negate the fact it's not got that top speed by running just a bit less downforce on its car.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm glad you've mentioned setups, because another key crucial point of that is you've got a team of drivers. You're not out there doing a solo event. So you need to balance that setup as well. It's not as simple as, you know, I like this one, we're going with this. You need to make sure everybody likes it and that everyone can get on with it with their own unique driving style, as everybody does have. And that's also a fun balancing act, because I don't think we've seen every single driver currently in each of these teams' rosters yet on the circuit. We could still have some come out there and may not gel with it as much as some of the others have from what we've seen, and that may lose them some time out there.
And this is where it's not just the hard work that is going into this race, as we've seen a nice battle develop here in LMP2, the RIC team racing going at it at the moment. But that's not just to do with the hard work they're putting in here. The hard work they've been doing for weeks to get this set up absolutely perfect. Some teams are running 3 drivers, some are running 4. So you've got to get a setup. One of them teams with 4 drivers, that's 4 unique driving styles, 4 different takes on a setup, 4 different, you know, sort of, or it's doing a bit of this, it's doing a bit of that. Can we change this? Can we change that? Just to make it suit them, like you say, which may not suit others. So teams would have been preparing for this event for absolutely weeks on setup alone, not even on strategy, race pace, all the other things. Just setup alone, it would have took a good couple of days, if not weeks, to get that absolutely nailed.
I would argue with a huge event such as this, maybe even a month or 2 going out to really hammer it home and to perfect every little detail that they can, because it's certainly not an easy thing to balance and to get right. Some drivers will prefer more oversteer, some more understeer. I know with myself from personal experience, typically I quite like a car fairly well balanced, leaning slightly more towards understeer actually, which I know a lot of people out there would say is not the fastest way, but normally a couple of my teammates will prefer it the opposite, so I kind of have to grit my teeth a bit and learn how to do an oversteering car. Normally it goes alright, but occasionally to my detriment.
That's the beauty of motor racing though, isn't it? And that's the beauty of endurance racing itself, is you have to take your unique driving ability and you have to adapt to what your teammates also need. As we go side by side here, down in towards the second of the chicanes, and that is Robert Arter in the Rick Team Racing LMP2, getting past there Paul Botting M Sport for 4th and 5th place, it looks like, at the moment. So nice little move, but Watson now in the slipstream, just tucking under the rear wing, down towards the bottom of the Mulsanne straight we go, pulls to the inside line and around the outside seems to be the braver move. Later on the brakes and nearly into the rear, just missed the apex a little bit more than what he'd have liked, and has a big understeering moment out the corner.
Yeah, not ideal. Going to lose a little bit of pace down the first part of this straight, but hopefully that draft effect will kick in and close that gap in somewhat. Equally though, these LMP2 machines not the best at drafting one another, so not going to be the biggest amount, but slowly reeling them in, and now into Indianapolis. Probably the trickiest corner, I would argue, around this circuit, Matthew. That little flick in and then heavy on the brakes. Definitely the biggest test for drivers out there, and especially when we get into the dark point of this race and no more lights really helping you. Well, not the sun not helping you anymore. Even more scary.
Yeah, and with traffic around also, because you're trying to take it as normal racing speed, and then you may have a LMGT3 in the way that you have to brake earlier or lift off more for, and it, like you say, it's really tricky. The bonus with the chicanes on the Mulsanne, hard braking zones, come down a couple of gears, get it turned in, flick it through, back on the power. With the first part of Indianapolis, you're almost kind of wanting to carry as much speed through the corner as possible, and then just as you straighten the steering wheel up to get the car straight, bang, straight on the brakes. Hard, heavy braking zone, because if you run deep, you're off in the gravel trap, possibly into that wall. So Indianapolis, yeah, very tricky to get right. The other one you've got to watch out for is if that rear starts to step out and you're coming through the right-hander, you are a passenger if that goes.
Yeah, we've seen a few cars do that already here this evening, or should I say this afternoon. Hopefully won't see too many more, if any at all. I'm not quite sure when this happened, but Matthew, we can look at the timing tower. We can clearly see that the Porsche of Stefano Giovannoni Noni is not leading this race anymore. We've had a switch at the front, and Thiago Mello in his BMW is now the overall race leader.
Was that in the pits? Let's have a look. I don't know if it was. Possibly. So what was the gap before the pit stops? About 2.9, 2.8 seconds, I think, between the two. Yeah, the Porsche had a 40.5 second pit stop as opposed to the leader now only had 36.5. So almost, in fact, just over a 4 second swing. As here we can see Thiago Mellet, P20, car 20, sorry, coming past. And what has happened here then? This is
the move for the lead, I think.
Molson. I believe you might be right there. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, so the Porsche's come out the pits, obviously not got its tyres up to temperature as it's got cooler tyres, and Stefano Giovinone has lost the lead there, and now we have a new race leader by 2 seconds. So lost a lot of time in the pit stops, and then them cold tyres would have just hurt it in terms of getting its warm-up correct coming down the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, it could swing back though. Looking at when they last pitted, Giovinone lap 74 and Thiago Mello leader lap 72. So he had 2 full extra laps able to warm up those tyres. Hence why the move, I think, looked relatively easy for him into that chicane. That's because he would have had the little bit of an advantage there. But that swings back into the favour of the Porsche team a bit later on. So it's not completely over. It just really now depends on how far of a gap can that BMW create with Mello at the helm.
It does indeed. Cadillac World of Sim Racing into the pits in Hypercar from P4. So in they come, and this is down with Isaac Whiteman in the Tri-State car, looking to make a move on one of the other LMP2 cars. I believe that's one of the pro drivers that he's having a bit of a battle with, and nearly chopping the nose off there through Indianapolis. And that's where you see the hard part of it. Just almost getting it wrong, the pair of them on entry there, and just almost coming together into Arnage. There you go. Now another tricky, probably the hardest sector on the circuit, because we just spoke about Indianapolis, but then Arnage as well. You come out of Indianapolis, start to put the hammer down, and then again a real sharp 90-degree right-hander. Just as you've put the foot down out of Indianapolis, straight back on the brakes hard. And if you run deep there, that wall is pretty close to the edge of the circuit. You will probably end up just clipping it a little bit.
Yeah, not only that as well, the curbs into Arnage are pretty deadly. If you do take them too much, as they are still just about a car's width room enough there for the inside line, and they are wheel to wheel then into the second part here for the Porsche curbs. A Porsche actually in the way then, as there's a little bit of a door bang now into the Corvette curbs, and there is a hypercar waiting as well. Are they going to be able to sort themselves out by the Ford chicane? It certainly looks like it. The Porsche peels off, and they have just about managed to solve that one. I say that. Bravo Snow tried to have a little cheeky look into the second part there.
Yeah, and Tri-State actually got past them due to all that. The hypercar lost a lot of time in behind, but that Porsche nearly played dividends through the Porsche curves to, nearly caused a catastrophe for the LMP2 cars there, because they was very close, and as they, like you said, they made a little bit of contact. That could have ended up in disaster. It's such a fast part of the circuit. Any slight bit of contact there it's so easy to spin another car around. Thankfully, all have got through nice and easy, and we are still on green flag racing. And like you say, for the Tri-State team, for Bravo Snow, they are 5th place in LMP2. 7th overall, but thankfully they both managed to keep going in the right direction here.
Absolutely. A little bit of door banging is okay in my book as well. Again, personal opinion, but as long as you're not really abusing the other car and driver to sort of effectively act as a brake, I think you're all right with a bit of rubbing paint. But nevertheless, like you say, thankfully everybody's still facing in the right direction. As the Paul Botting M Sport is currently having to keep an eye on their rear view mirrors because they've got the W2E program car right there behind them. You may even see them pull out as they make their way into the first chicane.
Yeah, they pull out now, and they're going to have a look into the first chicane. They're going to have to take the inside line, and for Rosso Esports, they're having to fend around the outside and lose out there to the W2E Pro Group. LMP2 car, they'd say, move up. Yet, and that wasn't over Rosso Esports, apologies, but they move up another place overall in the LMP2 battle. And this is back with the Velocity Vanguard car, who is trying to get past now the Bravo Snow that we've just seen in action. Again, LMP2 Pro-Am versus LMP2 Pro. I kind of love the little fights that these guys have as well, because, like we say, it's all down to your finishing positions in your categories, as what has happened here to the Ferrari of Paul Botting M Sport. He already blew an engine earlier in the race and loses the rear of the car, and a little love tap as he signs some autographs with spectators on the wall.
Oh, is that Crabby? No, it doesn't look like it. I think he'll get away with that one.
Bent rear wing, though, if you look on that right-hand side as we looked at the car there, the rear wing was just slightly bent, so possibly a little bit of damage on that rear left for its stability, at least on that rear end.
Keep an eye on him, I would say, on the timing tower, just on the basis of if he's lost a little bit of rear downforce. I'm particularly thinking Indianapolis. That could be a little bit of a disaster should they carry too much. Yeah, look at that! Wow, that is very much mangled.
Yeah, that is. It's not straight anymore, is it? That's not how they come out the shop floor, designed to go onto the back of this Ferrari 296. Yeah, work to be done on its next pit stop, I'd assume, for that. They're going to use this section of the circuit. They're going to use the chicane and then, like you say, down towards Indianapolis as a bit of a field. Do they need to repair it now? Can it wait till the next round of pit stops for the LMGT3s? What will be the case? But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Leaders overall, the BMW team car number 20 just got themselves a slowdown. That could bring the 58 Porsche back into play. And track temp 21 degrees and still falling here. So we'll keep our eyes on what is happening in this race for sure, because it is looking like an interesting session where, like we said, the night's coming in, the temperatures are falling. And if you've just joined us, remember the Hypercars and LMP2s only have 15 sets of tyres. The LMGT3s only have 16 sets. So double, maybe even triple stinting is a must for teams on these tyres to get to the end of this race. Paul Botting M Sport pitting from P3 in the LMGT3 category. So they're into the pit lane. And yeah, so this is definitely the stage of the race where you want to be doing them double stints and triple stints, because temperature's falling. Keep that same set of tyres on, it'll get up to temperature a little bit quicker. Obviously, no tyre blankets for these cars, so it'll keep them up to, it'll get them back up to temperature a bit quicker because they've obviously been worn and used a little bit. There's a great little ding-dong fight happening here through the first couple of corners. That is the Revolution LMP2 Pro-Am, who just lost out to the Paul Botting M Sport, and it looks to me like Paul Botting M Sport P4 in LMGT3. Now, nothing's come on screen. They've just left the pit lane. Have they just sped in the pits? Because they've now got a black flag next to their name. That would signify a penalty for them. And the 113, I think, may have just picked himself up a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
That's going to be well, it's a travesty if that is the case, because they've got a few teams within, I would argue, that sort of pit lane window, sort of about 30 seconds back. So sort of Rosso Esports, the Fisher car, Virtual Power as well is involved in that. Maybe even the double stint team as well would probably get the jump on them should they have to serve something like that. So let's wait and see. But I mean, whether it's speeding in the pit lane or maybe a few too many X's next to their name, they have got to make that trip through the pit, so they're definitely going to lose out on some timing there. As this battle now between Bravo Snow and Velocity Vanguard, I think, is beginning to heat up a little bit, Matthew, because the gap is only 0.3 of a second.
It is only 0.3 of a second, and this is going to be an interesting fight to see what will happen. LMP2 Pro-Am versus LMP2, 8th and 7th overall in the LMP2 category, though. So good little fight this developing now, as they will appear through this little kink. There they are. Maybe that's not them. There they are.
It's so
just
quick,
lapping a GT. It is just lapping a GT3 as well as they head down. This is an LMP2 Pro-Am fight. Whereas, it's not much of a fight anymore. Yeah, that was P12 overall. I don't know who that was going into the gravel there, but either way, yes, orange and black livery, of course, just running into the gravel. Paul Botting M Sport GT3, in fact, my memory serves me right, was leading that category as well, so that is a real kick in the teeth for them in terms of their penalty they've got to their name. But what a stint of racing we've got here. 9:15 at night. We are approaching 2 hours through our first stint here We'll be heading over, like we said, to our next two commentators in 2 and a bit hours' time, where they will bring you the action through the night, the graveyard shift, and then me and Ash will be back at 2 a.m. GMT. Lovely hour of the morning to be waking up and bringing you some more action of this 24-hour Circuit de la Sarthe race, in which by then we'll be over the halfway distance. We've only lost the one team from this race as well. Grow RT are, I believe, the only retirement from this race in the LMP2 Pro category. It's into the pits come Velocity Vanguard now at the 18-hour, 12-minute mark.
It's a shame for the Grow RT team not to try and redig it all back up. But I thought with the amount of damage on the car, I thought they could have got it repaired and got back into this. But clearly felt like it wasn't worth it in a sense. So yeah, still only the one, but nevertheless, we still got plenty of other teams in this race. And all still vying for their positions. And I think the other big positive we should add, though, Matthew, everybody is still out there racing fairly closely, and positions are still being swapped around, changed from all the different categories. I think the only one that has really started to spread out a touch is the Hypercars right at the front. But even then, the gaps are so close enough that, all it takes is one little mishap and there will be a position change.
And this is the interesting thing about the 24-hour racing, isn't it? Is how do you progress in your race? What happens in your race where you are still in a shout early doors in it to make up them positions and possibly do something? Yes, the field can be spread, but it's only spread by a handful of seconds. Like you say, one mistake and anything can happen. Vortex and Bravo Snow into the pits from LMGT3. So the Paul Botting M Sport car, which still they've just came to the pits now, so they might be in for their drive-through penalty, should take back second place with their drive-through, provided it is that, of course. As we're on board with NOP here, and there is Paul Botting M Sport. It was a drive-through penalty, so out they come now. NOP fighting with the leader of the LMP2 Pro-Am category, Fury here. So this is for P4 overall, I'm going to assume, in this race at the moment, because Fury leading Pro-Am, NOP fourth in LMP2. We're about to see the leaders fight out. NOP have won the last couple of European Sports Car Championships following the European Le Mans Series calendar, so they are pretty handy behind the wheel of that car. Who's in the NOP car at the moment? It is Linus Brostorm. If I've said that right, you'll probably know how to say that better than me, 'cause I'm living that way on. But they don't look their dominant selves here at the moment tonight.
No, but again, we're almost 6 hours in, but it's still early doors. Only the first quarter of this race is been and gone, you could argue, as I think they're just going to let that one slide there. So Fury going through, NOP dropping back one. But again, even from my memory, Matthew, I know I've been on hiatus, you could argue, for about a year, but I did the first couple of events last year, and I remember the NOP team, they were way up there, always fighting for those podium spots, if not the win. So they really are a fantastic team, and they really have got some talented drivers at their disposal. So I still wouldn't count them out. There's still a long way to go.
Still a long way to go, and Paul Botting M Sport LMGT3 have not got rid of their penalty. So did they possibly speed again, or did they serve the wrong penalty? So they are still with that black flag next to their name, and this is really hurting their race now, as they've just taken second place, or in a fight for second place with Rosso Esports. With that penalty still to their name, this is really hurting them in this one now.
Yeah, that's going to be waning on them, definitely. And yeah, they've already lost that sort of, I think it's about 30 seconds or so for the drive-through itself. You do have to drop to 37 miles an hour or 60 kilometres, depending on what the teams and drivers prefer to run in. And yeah, they've already lost that once, and they're now going to have to do it again, because like you say, they've either mistimed something there, either gone too early on the exit or sped on the entry, or like you said, they just haven't served it properly. I don't know what really could have quite gone wrong for them, but whatever has happened, it's going to hurt them again, because they're going to do it again.
I believe, did Rosso just pit, or have Rosso still got to pit? Let's just have a look now. So
still got to pit.
Rosso, no, they pitted a lap before the Paul Botting M Sport team, so that's effectively for the lead in LMGT3, because Impact are into the pit lane now. Oh, little moment. Or was it a little moment? Was it just a chance to have a look up the inside through Indianapolis there for the Paul Botting M Sport car? Either way, it didn't come off, and Tristan having to work extra hard behind the wheel. They've got to get this penalty cleared to get their race back into a nice rhythm of where they want it to be. Track temperature down to 20.5 degrees Celsius. It obviously rounds up, so it says 21 on the screen that you can see at the moment, but down nearly at 20 degrees. It is dropping a lot cooler every hour we tick by here.
Certainly is. It does mean that the track really and truthfully should begin to grip up, if I'm being completely honest, because with the cooling of the track temperature, the way it interacts with the tyres when they're up to temperature as well, and the fact that it's been rubbered in now for 6 hours, the cars in theory should get quicker, particularly when they're on the light fuel load and are not trying to be lapped or lapping another car. You should start to see some personal bests fly in. As in comes the Paul Botting M Sport car again. Let's just stay on board with them here. What, you know, I mean, I want to say it can't be that hard. That's a bit harsh because you know, everything's going through you at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The adrenaline's high. It can easily be just a simple small mistake, but coming in, are they stopping as well? Surely not.
I think they've got a stop go.
Well, that'd be that then, wouldn't it?
I wonder if they had the stop go the first time round. I wonder if they sped a lot more into the pit lane than what a drive, you know, to sort of go straight from a drive through into a stop go penalty, because they have stopped in the pit box. I wonder if they missed that first time round thinking and expecting it to be a drive through, and it wasn't. Hypercar battle for you at the moment. The BMW team DRT, the 31 BMW, just goes around the outside there. Was overtaken around the outside by the other Acura of Josh Mitchell in the number 99 Acura. And through they go. They're a lap down on the leaders at the moment, down in P13 and P12. And there is, I believe, the Porsche Fischer just behind as well. So a nice little fight developing here between these three as we are approaching the 18 hours left mark. And speaking of nice little battle, we've got a Porsche and a BMW going side by side. This is the Fischer Porsche on the outside to the BMW then of double stint by TSR. And you can see that BMW just pulling ahead. Fischer tucked back in behind now into the first of the chicanes down the Mulsanne straight. Leader from LMP2 into the pits. And the Fischer Porsche just happy to sit behind now. Lose a little bit of time, but possibly in a fuel-saving stage of their race.
Certainly could be. I have noticed, because it's hard to tell sometimes. We really are seeing the headlights now of the cars as they go around the circuit. We are getting ever darker, and we're really starting to get into that full effect of where the cars and the drivers are going to be having to navigate the circuit purely by the headlights on their own vehicle, and again the tail lights, using them as the reference points potentially a bit more. So this is where it starts getting a touch more interesting, Matthew, because this is really what separates a good driver, I would argue, from a great driver. Can you still navigate the circuit at the same speed, or pretty much the same speed that you were doing in the daytime, now with fewer references to help you?
And this is the thing, isn't it? As Revolution, you were saying about the tracks getting grippier. Revolution have just set the fastest lap in LMP2 Pro-Am, so good for them. Obviously showing that the track is improving a little bit. And this is the interesting part of it, isn't it? Your references are all taken away from you in the dark, and you have to really have that keen eye, like you say, separating the good drivers from the great drivers. So this is going to be an interesting time of the race to see what is happening. The next sort of time you're going to think, that for me is it's going to be interesting, is when that sun rises as well, because if that sun starts to rise, it's a bit blinding through the cockpit windscreen. Again, just another little distraction. You start to get used to the nighttime driving the more you do it through that night session. So it'll be difficult for now, and it'll be difficult as it gets to fully dark. Then they'll start to get into a rhythm of braking points and everything. But then as that sun re-rises, the glare through the windscreen will be the next challenge for these drivers. As here's Josh Mitchell in that 99 Acura. And it has moved up into P number 12. It stayed ahead of the BMW. And it is on the back of the Porsche Project 91 car as well. So at the moment, they are just trying to find a bit extra time. Here's the Porsche Fischer car. Stuart Ash in that one. I like the green on the Fischer cars today. I like it on the Porsche GT3. It looks good on the Hypercar as well. Oscar Oljak in the Revolution number 52 LMP2 Pro-Am car running P3 in Pro-Am at the moment. And going great runs. It's just got ahead of the W2E Pro GP car that is in P3 and LMP2. So this looks like a battle for P6 overall almost at the moment. So a good little fight developing here. And more hypercars going side by side. That is the 99 Acura and the 31 BMW swapping places for 12th and 13th on the circuit. And a nice little move there from Felipe in the BMW to get himself ahead of the Acura as they come down the Multon. Look at the Acura though, just gaining in the slipstream a little bit now. Pulls to that inside line, outside line for the second chicane. Brakes a little bit earlier, thinks of letting the BMW have the run, but almost into the back of him as he rolls off the brakes and lets the car roll into the first part of the corner and has to do it all again in this one.
I'd argue that might have been actually a little bit naughty into the braking zone there. Just swept across to take the racing line, as you of course would try to do, but knowing that you were going for the defensive line to make sure the car didn't pass you and the sweeping motion. I'm sure they won't kick up a fuss because nothing's come of it, and you know, they're just sort of playing it safe at this point. But a little bit of a naughty point in my book. But you know, I don't know what your views are on that one, Matthew. Maybe a few people out there watching along might put it in the chat of what their opinion is on that one. But for me, that's naughty.
See what you're saying, especially because they kind of seem to hold the brakes a little bit longer than what the Acura did. The Acura had rolled off the brakes and tried to get it into the corner and possibly almost had to reapply the brake to stop going into the to the back of the BMW. So yeah, I see what you're saying there. Like I say, nothing's came of it, so I don't think anybody will kick up a fuss too much, but it would have definitely disgruntled the driver in the Acura at the moment. That of Josh Mitchell would definitely have probably had a few choice words to say to his team over the headset about that one. But we continue on here, and no, nothing's came of it. We all continue racing. And yeah, the Acura's looking okay at the moment. One running P3, the other one running down in 13th. Obviously ran by the same team, the HRC Gamma Sim team. At the moment, nice little quiet stage of this race. We're into the 18 hours left of it, so long way still to go here in the 24 Circuit de la Sarthe, as a Lamborghini is now in the way through the Ford chicane of the BMW, and the Acura, who thinks of a late lunge up the inside and gets the move done, and that now will disgruntle the 31 BMW team, who's flashing the lights, and that is multiple presses of that flash button. Let me tell you, yes, you get multiple flashes per press, but there was a lot of flashing going on there. That would have really disgruntled the BMW. I see that as a very opportunistic move and well taken, because the Lamborghini seemed to play a hindrance to the BMW there.
It certainly looked that way. I'm just trying to have a little sort of a replay for myself watching it back on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, the opportunity, he saw it, he took it. I mean, why wouldn't you as well? The gap is there. I'm just having a little look back at it. And I mean, again, minimal contact. There wasn't really any sort of barging past. I would say the door was open and they were just invited in, and rightly so, they went for it. So I would say fair move. Maybe they were just sort of going for it after being a bit disgruntled from the second chicane earlier on.
100% full aggression. I'm not going to doubt that one. But it was almost as if the BMW, who's now just taken track limits and is actually lost out to the Porsche Fischer car behind, you can see there. It was almost as if the BMW, the 31 BMW, was just kind of too busy watching what the Lamborghini GT3 in front was doing, left the door open and was just so slow on the corner entry of the chicane that the Acura was, well, he's not going to need a second invitation to go through a gap.
No, certainly not. It's quite clear cut. You go for it, don't you? You know, we could quote Ayrton Senna, I'm sure, if you don't go for that gap. But I mean, it does get misquoted a lot. But still, the premise is there, isn't it? If you don't go for it, you're either scared or not committed enough, and that certainly did seem like a very committed move. But yeah, fallen back has the BMW of Felipe Silveira, and we are currently riding on board of him because he is still tucked up behind the Porsche Fischer of Stuart Ash, but of course has lost 2 positions in the space of about 2 sectors.
I've just noticed something on my timing screen. I'm just going to double check this. They've gained a position over Porsche Project 91. Has the Porsche Project 91 that wasn't far up the road from them three, the Acura, the Porsche Fisher and the BMW Team DTR, have they had a mistake somewhere? This is a replay, and I believe this is the Porsche Project 91. Towards the bottom of the Mulsanne, drops the rear, round she goes, and I assume any moment now we're going to see the Acura come flying through. Oh, don't reverse. Oh no. The rear's not attached anymore. And there go them three. So, yeah, they have indeed. So, Samuel Borgstad has dropped the rear through the Mulsanne and loses a couple of places and
there it goes.
Has got significant rear damage to that car.
Yep, rear wing's gone. So they'll reduce the drag, but they will have zero grip into the curves, of course. Not ideal.
And Indianapolis.
Wow.
I wouldn't have fancied that through Indianapolis.
No, they're going to be a bit of a mobile chicane through there, I would imagine. But hopefully they'll get through, get back to the pits, and let's cross our fingers, Matthew, there's not a full course yellow here, because something like that could throw it up. But so far we haven't seen the stewards make the call just yet. I think that is because they got under their own steam pretty quickly. But that's another big moment for the Porsche Project 91 car. It's, I think, 2 or maybe 3 times now they've had those moments. And at this point, you've got to really either buck your ideas up, get your head down and get back into this race, or if it keeps happening, then you can say goodbye to any chance of really making a comeback here.
And it feels like such a typical stage of the race to have done a silly mistake like that. Just drop the rear. Track just getting a little bit cooler. You're probably on old tyres. It just feels like a sort of natural mistake almost, with the old tyres, cool temperatures, just a little too much accelerator at the wrong time, and around she goes.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It can be easily done, but at this point, we've been running under green conditions now for the longest at any point during this race. You've got to argue, you're way up to speed, your tyres should be there or thereabouts. The graph is the track, is getting grippier. It seems like a bit of an unforced error and not necessarily needed, but it's one of those things. It happens in racing, but you've got to knuckle down and move back on. But I'll tell you what, Matthew, I'll let you take this one, but I think I've managed to wrangle, and I've just chucked them in the wrong broadcast booth, but here we are. I've managed to wrangle someone from NOP, so hopefully we can get a chat from one of the LMP2 leaders and just sort of see what they're doing here.
Indeed. Ryan, welcome into the commentary box. You're live on ACV TV. How's the race going so far from your guys' perspective?
Well, it's been quite eventful. We had a bit of a tricky start with a spin on the first corner, and that really set us back a bit, but Bart had an amazing pace out there for his first 2 stints and got us well back into the thick of it, and then a bit of a good stint and a bit of a poor stint from myself, and then we put Philip in the car, and besides the long time that we spent behind the safety car, he was completely bulletproof, and obviously now it's Linus's turn to have a go, but things are going quite well.
Yeah, things seem to be going on the up. You're currently running P5 in LMP2 at the moment. Have you been in the car yet? If not, when do you plan on being in the car tonight?
So I did 2 stints earlier, so Bart did the first 2 stints, and then I took over for a couple. As it stands right now, I'm probably due to be back in the car probably around 3 a.m. Sometime around then, so I'll probably be catching some sleep soon, but I'm expected back in for the graveyard shift.
Well, that's nice. You're in the car the same time me and Ashley are back in the commentary box. You must be joining us for that one. In terms of the strategy going forward, obviously don't give anything away if you don't want to. What's the plan? We've had a lot of stoppages in this race, full course yellows, virtual safety cars and actual safety cars in this one. Has that changed your strategy much? And if so, what's the strategy going forward? Are you kind of back to where you wanted to be game plan wise, or?
I think it's opened up options for quite a few teams. Obviously not wanting to give too much away, but we have had to make some adjustments. But I think that's going to be the same for a lot of people. Some people really benefited a lot from the safety car, and some people didn't. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be really hard to really call where everyone is right now. There's pretty much like a 4 or 5 lap offset between everyone. And I don't really know if that's going to be something we'll all figure out until the final stint. If there's another safety car or more full course yellows, which are probably more likely than not, then that could shake things up again. So plans have changed. Whether they'll change any more in the future, we'll have to see.
Indeed. Well, Ryan, we'll let you get your head down for a few hours. Enjoy the rest of the race and best luck to you all.
No worries. Thank you very much.
So that was Ryan Gill from the NOP team there that you're currently riding on board with. Now running in P4 due to the W2E Pro Group into the pit lane. We've also had the leader of Hypercar into the pits themselves now, so they have came in for their stop. So did HRC Gamma Sim from P3 in Hypercar make a stop as well. So we've gone a full stint of LMP2s and Hypercars without an interruption. Actually, they've saved all the best racing for now.
They knew it, didn't they? They wanted to give us the best bits, the juicy bits. We're here for it as well. Yeah, it's been nice to see. We've had a lot of green flag racing here after we finally got going after what felt like quite a long time behind that safety car. But yeah, been seeing some really good action from the restart, and it is still fantastic to see. I've said it already, you've said it already, there's still a lot of battles happening out on the circuit. No one really being able to pull out a stretch or a gap where I sort of think, okay, you're running away with it. Everyone's keeping each other very honest.
Yeah, they are indeed. This is on board with the NOP car still. Just while you were saying that, I was looking at the timing screen. The Paul Botting Ferrari that was leading is down in 10th place in LMGT3 after that stop-go penalty. So a real bad time for them in this one. Me and Ashley are with you for the next hour and 50 minutes. JL Gregory and Connor Botting will be joining the commentary box in that next hour and 50 minutes to take over the next 4-hour stint through till the early hours of the morning. And this is the fight between the Acura of Jack Mitchell and still the BMW M Team DRT. Where did Porsche Fisher go? They've dropped down to 14th. Have they made a pit stop? 82. Yes, they have pitted. So Porsche Fisher have pitted, hence why they're not in this fight anymore at the moment. And the leaders of LMP2 back into the pit. So great call from race control to not throw the virtual safety car or the full course yellow for the damage to the Porsche Project 91 a little earlier on when it had that moment. They allowed the race to keep going, and Porsche Project 91 are still going in this race. These two having a resumption of the fight they had about 5 or 10 minutes ago, and pit stops imminent for the pair of them, I would assume, if strategies have played out that way. But 17 hours 50 minutes left on the clock, and you can see that artificial light has definitely become the more of the artificial light has shown itself over natural light. I saw a penalty there for the Ferrari WTE Pro Group Hypercar, who was in the pits. So have they just completed? Are they completing a drive-through? I didn't see anything pop up from race control, so I assume that's speeding in the pit lane themselves. Well, into the pit box they now come. So we'll see what happens of them. And is this Lorenzo about to step into the car? We'll wait and see if it's a normal pit stop or not. Either way, Ashley, some good racing, a good stint of racing here after such a long virtual safety car and full safety car period. This has been a nice stint of the race, which has allowed the teams and drivers to get into a nice little rhythm and has allowed the strategist as well to really start to look and work out what is what as now Lorenzo enters into the car. What has happened here to that? Oh, a tangle with the Lamborghini of the Welch competition 189. Oh yeah, don't really know what to say about that one.
No, I don't either. I mean, again, the gap's there. I think the
even he turns across.
I was going to say, I think it's on the Lambo looking at it, because I would argue it's sort of you're not expecting that to happen. You're partly alongside the Lamborghini into that corner. You would have thought they would have yielded the position simply because the blue flag's flying. The Hypercar's just going to dart off down the next part, and they were on the inside. I really thought that they were going to yield, but no, they cut across. I think that one I would personally plant on the Lambo, but maybe the stewards will see that differently. We'll have to wait and see.
Fully with you there. Well, Lorenzo is now in the car, and the BMW has overtaken the Acura. And the HMRC Team PBM now drop down to 12th place in this race then, as we are coming down, I believe, towards Indianapolis. The Acura looks to the left, has a look to the right. Oh, little wiggle. No, that's through. Oh, that's through the right-hander, and the Acura there. A big wiggle on the exit of the Mulsanne corner, and was very lucky not to put that one in the barrier.
Yeah, nice catch, and bit of a surprising moment, I would say. But yeah, luckily still in this race as Tri-State, and I believe this is not NOP, sorry.
I think that's Revolution in the Pro-Am.
Yes, I think you're right. They're going side by side into that second chicane. They've managed to sort themselves out. I think Tri-State just about got ahead there. It's hard to tell. They're both blue, and the darkness is starting to settle in really now. So the liveries are a bit harder to differentiate between the two of them. I'm looking at the timing tower to really try and gauge it here. We are riding on board with Bravo Snow, and I think it is they are battling with Tri-State, but it's still hard to see, isn't it, now at this point, Matthew? But nevertheless, position has been sorted. It's whether the repass is going to happen.
Yeah, this is now down towards Indianapolis, isn't it, on the approach down there. That is NOP just ahead of them. So this is Bravo Snow trying to gain on NOP for position in class. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. Is that, I think you might be right with Tri-State as they come through. And no, staying as they are through Indianapolis. A couple of GT3s up front to put a lap on. Hopefully they'll be wanting to get that done before the Porsche curves, no doubt, because they won't want to deal with some lap traffic through the Porsche curves, especially the pace difference between the LMP2s and the LMGT3s. It's about, what are we looking, 3:41 is the best lap I'm seeing in LMP2, 3:50 short 4, so roughly around 14 seconds a lap in terms of pace difference. And not only are they about to lap a BMW and a Porsche, but they were side by side with the BMW and Porsche for a moment. So that has really held up the NOP car into the path here of the Bravo, the NOP, the Bravo Snow, and they've got past them round the outside to the inside. Bravo Snow move up into P4 in category. The number 38 has used the BMW M4 to its full advantage, holding the NOP. And Bravo Snow, well, they probably won't have an easier overtake to make all day than that one.
Oh, they looked at that, didn't they? They really did look at that. That would have been cheeky if they pulled it off. Well, I did just see something come through on our comms here. That number 16 has damage. They have had a big off. So I wonder that to me is the impact of the LMGT3 class. Maybe we'll catch that in a few short moments' time.
They was leading the category as well.
They were. Oh,
look,
wow.
You could tell from the onboard that is big damage. Right, what has happened here? They're coming up to a Ferrari 296 into Indianapolis. Round she goes, in the wall. Oh, it's going to hit it hard. Oh, bang. He's done well to get that in reverse quickly, hasn't he? Liam Kilton there was straight on the pedals to get that into reverse then.
It's like they had a H-pattern shifter, immediately clutch in, reverse, go. But that's super impressive on a paddle shifter. Wow.
Liam is not wasting any time. He's got to get that back to the, back to the pit lane. Although he hasn't got it back to the pit lane because he's just come through the Mulsanne corner, I do believe there. So he's still driving with the damage. When did they last make a pit stop? Impact on lap 72. They're now on lap 77. That's a long way to go with that damage on the car. Jeez, they have got some driving to do in that one.
We'll keep an eye on their lap times just to see if they are losing out big time. But I mean, again, we said it, they got into reverse so quick. That gives me, I don't know if anybody's seen this, it might be a bit of an out there reference. Colin McRae, I think it was like in the early 2000s or whenever, against Travis Pastrana in sort of a WRX series where they go head to head in a stadium, rolled the car, and you can see as he's rolling, he's shifting it into first gear, getting ready so that when the car rights itself, he can go. That's the kind of skill we're talking about here with these drivers.
He's staying out. Look, Liam Kilton is staying out, so he has decided that this car must feel okay to carry on in this race. Right, well, they're going to carry on. NOP are now down to 6th place in category. They've lost out to the Rosso Esports car, So what has happened to NOP since we was last on board them? Because they have not only just lost out to Bravo Snow during that point, they're now behind Rosso Esports and don't look like they've got outright pace, unless they're fuel saving here. Unless they are in a little bit of a fuel saving mode. NOP haven't got the pace at the moment.
It must be something like that, surely. But yeah, that's sort of 4 seconds off from Rosso Esports that last lap. But looking at it here as they now file their way into Indianapolis, all line astern, doesn't seem like they're losing all that much. And sort of having a brief look at the cars, that's going to be the Rosso Esport having a look down the inside there. Whoa, just about touching with Tri-State as they make their way through Arnage. And now this is an outright drag strip to the Porsche curves.
It is indeed, and this is going to be an interesting fight to keep our eyes on. The NOP of Linus Brunstrom is watching and waiting in the wings with a Ferrari 296 in the mix as well, and another LMP2 just behind NOP. 4 LMP2 cars giving it their absolute all to try and make up a few places in this stage of the race. And what a tasty little battle that was for the time being, as they've all gone single file through the Porsche curves. But your heart was in your mouth for a moment there, especially when they started to split the Ferrari 296 GT3 car there. I've just seen in the virtual grandstand that C. Mason has just said that Liam can even crash skillfully. Well, indeed, what a move that is. Was that... Who is that on there? The Pro-Am car's just made a move, I believe. Is that the Velocity Vanguard team that's just got past NOP overall?
It was, yes. Yes, they've just done it. Yeah, it just updated on the timing tower, so a nice little move. But we were really placing our bets whether to go left or right round the Ferrari into the Porsche curbs. NOP bet on the right side and did pay off to begin with. And they have been jumped, though, in the Ford chicane. But
full course yellow.
Oh, we're at full course yellow. Full course yellow then. Everyone's slowing down.
We haven't had a full course yellow since... Wrong screen I'm looking at. 19 hours 41 minutes, so 2 hours ago since our last disruption in the race. And I'm not sure why this is a full course yellow either. We haven't seen anything to suggest otherwise. Liam Kilton in the impact car carried on his way. Is this about to tell us what has happened then? So that is into Indianapolis. Ray goes round. That is car number 25, who... No, so that couldn't have brought it out. Another incident. That is a very slow Mario Cappellucci, who has pulled off to the side of the road. The number 10 in the Ferrari VIM car, who is now running 12th overall. Very slow looking car. That has got some significant damage, I'm going to suggest, to the... well, the rear is pretty obvious looking out, but I also think the front right as well. So, full course yellow here for car number 10. Mario Cappellucci has probably stopped to request a tow, I'm going to assume, from this stage. And as we can see, yeah, that front left looks like it's taken a bit of a battering as well as the rear. So this is why we were under full course yellow, but we didn't see what the incident was to cause us to go under front. Yeah, look at the front right. It is not that camber is a little... sorry, the toe is a little bit out on that car, if you ask me.
It's the touch.
There we go. That would suggest that something is broken on the front right.
I'd argue suspension, if we're going to have a guess as to what it was. Suspension definitely gone on that one. So, yeah, that left hand down, not ideal when you're looking at it. But, yeah, it does mean we're under... full course yellow for that one. That was a... have we seen the hit yet? I still don't think we've got to that point, have we, Matthew? What actually happened to the number 10 car? I'd love to see how that all came about, because it looks like they've been hit from the front and from behind.
Now, they may have not been as skillful as Liam Kilton to, if they have span at Indianapolis, bounce off the wall, go into it at the back, bounce off the front again, get it in reverse and keep going. Plus, let's not forget the prototype, so much more fragile than the LMGT3s, brake a lot more easier. And there's a bit of congestion, safe to say, down the street of La Sarthe here. You know, they only get that kind of congestion down a normal road during working hours, as NOP have been off the circuit there, and it's causing a bit more confusion as to what is going on. So we're scratching our heads. Everybody at home is probably scratching their heads. It all seems a little messy. Are we back underway racing, or is
we
this...
are, yes, we are.
Yes, we are. There we go then. So, unsure what happened to NOP there, but yeah, full Courcello has ended, and we are back underway.
Yeah, they've lost 2 more spots from that as well. So Revolution and the W2 E-Pro GP car have managed to pass NOP. So things were looking good. I think maybe they shouldn't have had a chat with us, Matthew, because ever since then things have seemed to have gone the opposite direction for them. But they're still well within this battle, within this race, because they've dropped down the order a touch, but the LMP2 field is the closest field out there. I can tell you that looking at the timing tower, and you can see on the left hand side of the screen the gaps are not that massive between each car, so not completely out of it. But this is the Revolution car currently being piloted by Matti Leesens, and the Belgian there gaining that spot from NOP through the first chicane, and now
NOP's got a penalty.
Oh no, I was going to say he's eyeing his sights up, but what's happened there?
I assume off tracks.
It would make sense. I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be the X's piling up a little bit. So a few of those coming into play, as they will throughout this 24-hour race.
Yes, there'll be a few of them to say the least, but maybe incident points, the X's, like you say, off tracks incident points have possibly gone their way and given themselves a penalty to serve, because we haven't seen anything pop up on the screen. And Race Control have been popping the messages up on the screen way before we've seen the black flags next to their name. Don't worry though, if you're new to ACV TV, the black flag doesn't mean they're disqualified. It means they have a time penalty. Yellow flag doesn't mean they've crashed. It means they've taken a bit of track limits and just have to yield a little bit of time. There is the Revolution car, the nice chrome looking car, I do believe, who's on the back of W2E Pro Group as well. So yeah, interesting little fight as well. These battles between the Pro-Ams and the Pros have been really interesting so far tonight. It's almost kind of kept the LMP2 category alive, hasn't it? You can see that on the timing tower, the gaps look a little spread out between a few of the cars. The fact that the 2 different categories are all in the same machinery means that it's kind of kept the battles alive for overall position.
Yeah, it does, and it has. It's really been a joy to watch this class and keep an eye on it. It's the closest class out there. It also means it's the hardest one to probably track because the gaps are constantly chopping and changing, and there is still a 3-4 car battle there sort of in the midpoint of this class. So we're jumped on board here with Velocity Vanguard. Cars Keppers driving that, the Dutchman, and he's got a few cars in his rearview mirror that he's trying to keep a close eye on, one of them being this car here, currently being driven by Leandro Schmidt, and Matti Leesens right behind him as well. So this is some close battling going on here well into this race.
Just give you a heads up on our fellow commentator Lorenzo. He's got ahead of the Porsche Project 91, probably due to the Porsche Project 91's damage, and he's on the same lap as them, so in a bit of a fight with them at the moment. So that'll be interesting to keep our eyes on, as we can see here that the Revolution machinery, Matti has gone up the inside nice and easy, and makes their way past the W2E Pro Group. A little wide on exit though, they're nearly clipping the wall with the front right, and this could allow the likes of W2E Pro Group to come back at them, being driven at the moment by Leandro Schmidt to come back at them, and indeed he is doing so far.
It was deep, but it's still within the track limits, believe it or not. So I think it's actually, when you go through that first part of the chicane, you kind of want to, of course, open the corner up, but then the second part of it, because the limits, they're quite lenient. Even on the second chicane here, you can take a lot of that runoff and not incur an incident. So, you know, you will see a lot of these drivers and cars pushing the limit, and 9 times out of 10 it is actually the fastest line to really run it wide on the exit, even though you would think keep it tight and neat, but no, it's the complete opposite.
Indeed it is. As Revolution haven't given up on this one yet. They're still trying to come back at the LMP2 Pro driver. And they're in the slipstream now on the approach down towards Indianapolis once again, using the slipstream of the GT3 car as well there, just to try and get an extra bit of speed. They've got a hypercar approaching their way right as we're coming to Indianapolis. Revolution almost blocking the path for the Hypercar there, and a full send into Indianapolis. There you go. What a move, but it's put them on the outside for the second part. Little bit of contact, and they both come through unscathed at the moment. Still holding that inside line, though, is Revolution in towards Arnage. And have they now got the exit? No, they have not. And what a bit of racing. Leandro there manages to get the traction and stay in front. But that was an almighty dive into Indianapolis there from Revolution.
Brilliant stuff to everybody keeping it on the straight and narrow and giving the room and the respect, you could argue, at the same time. But yeah, what an audacious effort, and nearly came off for them. Still going at it really hard then into the Porsche S's as well. Revolution only a 10th back here, look, practically pushing the car through, but of course they're being slightly held up by that Porsche in front of them, so they're just waiting for this short little straight out through the Corvette curves, and before we get to the Ford chicane should be able to dispatch the Porsche and then be able to go at it hammer and tongs once again between the pair of them. But yeah, Revolution still trying to find that way through, and looks to be like they have some serious pace at the moment with Matty at the wheel.
Yeah, showing some real pace so far, and interesting to see what's going to happen with them. This is further forward up the road. Yellow flag being shown there to, I believe, the Tri-State car. This is for second and third in category, and the Velocity Vanguard team there move up into P2. Tri-State car number 23 just had a bit of a slowdown, had to yield the time back, so that's possibly cost them the place as they come through past where you go onto the Bugatti circuit here. Obviously used by the MotoGP, and towards the Mulsanne straight they go for another time. We are approaching 17 hours 30 minutes left on the clock, which means you only have me and Ashley left for an hour and a half before we get a little bit of rest in this one. Connor Botting and JR will be with you in the box in an hour 30 minutes time to bring you the rest of the action, but so far it's been a cracking second stint here, second set of 4 hours of racing, only interrupted by 2 short full course yellows, and it has been some great racing up and down the field in all categories so far. No one has really not been in a battle, have they? There's always been a battle happening on somewhere on circuit, whether it's between the 2 Pro-Am and Pro classes of LMP2, between the Hypercars or the LMGT3s. There has been something happening throughout this entire 2.5 hour stint at the moment. Yeah,
we've been incredibly lucky, I would argue, as there goes the Hypercar of the HRC Gamma Sim. As these guys we're currently riding on board here with is Bravo Snow, but he's getting a front row view to the battle between Virtual Power and Fisher here in the LMGT3 category. This is the battle for P4 as well, so quite high up in this class, and it is definitely not over yet. Out of Arnage and flying towards the Porsche curves. Matthew, I've just set my alarm for when I have to get up, and it is an abysmal at the moment. If I went to sleep right now, I only get 5.5 hours.
I've set my alarm ages ago and I didn't look at it. It did say I had about 12 hours or something, and I was like, yes, that's lovely.
If it was now.
It's only going to be about 3.5. Put the kettle on, make a coffee, and back in the office to bring you the rest of the next 4 hours of action. We're saying all this, we're lucky to be getting 3.5 hours sleep. Our producer in with us at the minute is doing a strong 8-hour stint, so the cameras will be brought to you still by Ahmet, our producer and director at the moment. Me and Ashley will get tucked up in bed and have a nice quiet sleep. I tell you what, thankfully it isn't the weather we had 2 weeks ago here in the UK, because it was 30 odd degrees and unbearable to sleep in, and kind of glad it's cooled down a lot now. It means it's going to be a comfortable 3.5 hours and not a hot, sweaty 3.5 hours worth of sleep. Matty's still trying to throw everything at this, being held by the BMW just a little bit. Pulls out, that's the off in the S's BMW. I tell you what, working hard at the steering wheel, isn't he? Yeah, at the moment is Matty, really chopping away at it. And yeah, full commitment, I think, at the moment is the way Matty's looking at it. And the problem is, we don't know when these guys, they're going to get some rest themselves. This might be Matty's last stint before he gets some shut-eye himself. So might want to put the team in a great position to hand over.
Oh, maybe, yeah. It could well be that is the case.
Apologies. That's now the Tri-State car in front.
Is it really?
So, yes, the
When
W2
did
Pro
that happen?
Group have... God,
When did that happen?
have... God,
Oh, Velocity.
Velocity's just pitted, so they're in the pits, but Tri-State have dropped further back to fall into the clutches of Revolution here.
I tell you what, they've been on an absolute surge, haven't they, in the
Here we go.
the latter half of the previous hour. Here is the chance, though, for them to get another position down the inside and under the Dunlop Bridge. Now they're going to have to try and hold it round the outside. Tri-State slams it in there, trying to block the move, but they still are side by side, drifting it through the first part of Tetrou's. Now Tetrou's corner itself, and I believe they are out in front. Yes, Matty Leesons has gained that position. What a move!
Well, if he wasn't soaring at the wheel coming through the Porsche curves, he definitely was there through the first part of Tete Rouge. And yeah, Matty is on a mission here, puts them up into second place in that Pro-Am category. But watch out, because the Tri-State car is coming back at them. This is what has happened to the Fischer Porsche further down the field. Gets a tap, I believe. Oh, and is that the other Porsche Fischer car?
No way.
Was that the Porsche Fischer Hypercar that has also just been collected in that incident? Did the Ford make contact with the Porsche LMGT3? It did. Oh, bang. Real big dent. And I'm sure, look, that is the Porsche Fischer Hypercar. I'm pretty certain of it, that has been caught up with its LMGT3 sister car. And it also hit the wall. So for Fischer, the Fischer team there, two cars in the same incident, that is not what they would have wanted at all.
Absolutely not. I hope they've got back to the pits. But I mean, that was quite a hefty whack, wasn't it, into the barrier, particularly for the LMGT3 car. They are in the pit lane. Haven't seen if the Hypercar decided to jump in there, though. It seems to be out on the circuit. Stuart Ash still at the controls there.
Sorry,
but,
it may have not been. It may have been the Porsche Project 91, because I'm sure that's also green, and that one is in the pits right now.
Oh, well,
So it may have been Porsche Project 91. Oh no, that's not green, is it? No, because we saw that one spin. No, so it must be Fischer. No, they must have kept going. Yeah, ignore me. It's 9:30 at night, and I've not had any sleep since 8 o'clock this morning.
He needs his coffee. Get him his coffee.
I've just finished a latte, so yeah. No excuses from me.
No, I tried.
Flight leveler in the pits in LMP2 Pro-Am. They're 8 laps down. That could be a DNF there. Cadillac World of Sim Racing, yellow flag, and it's saying them and... Okay, Rosso Esports LMGT3 also said out. It now says pits. Or the Cadillac World of Sim Racing team out of this race. Yellow flag, and it says out. So, interesting. I believe our producers just pressed onto them, and it hasn't gone on them. So I think they may be out here in this one. This, though, is Leon Loop in the Cadillac number 251, fighting hard here to defend from the Ferrari WGR of Jason Burney. A lot smoother on the wheel for Jason Burney than what we saw Matty a few moments ago around this part of the track.
Smooth is normally quicker, but aggression sometimes does win out. It depends how much you're going at it. But well, do you want to use the tyre up, or do you want to try and save it? I guess is the bigger question.
I suppose it depends on what stint you're on that set of tyres, doesn't it? Right, we're boxing in 2 or 3 laps. Finish this tyre off. Oh, that is close.
Wow. You didn't want to get closer than that, did you?
It's a little kiss goodnight there, nearly.
Oh, it could have been more, I think, potentially.
Yeah, could have been a real slam dunk into the wall, but how they've not made contact, I'm really flabbergasted at how they've both kept going here. Cadillac World of Sim Racing say they are in the pits. They have greyed out on our timing tower, so hopefully they are back in, and it may have just been a slight disconnection for them, and they are back into the race with Adex Martinez, it's saying, is in the car. This is on board then. Andrade in the BMW M Team DRT, the number 12 BMW, who is gaining on the back of the fight we've just been seeing between the Ferrari and the Cadillac of Jason and Leon. So almost a 3-way fight here with 17 hours 23 minutes remaining in Hypercar. This is all for 8th, 7th and 6th position in that class as well.
Nice stuff. So yeah, it's nice to see that the Hypercars have closed the gaps back up as well. And in terms of pit stops as well, they've all pitted within 2 laps of each other. So it's not even as if they're on alternating strategies, and that is why the gaps have closed. This is genuinely on pure pace that we're going to see these guys do battle, as we really are seeing the full effect of the headlights now. Really is dark over the circuit here at De La Sarthe. But yeah, on the Mulsanne, very famous long back straight here, having a little look, pulling out from behind and just trying to show the Cadillac that they are there, lurking, looming, and they're potentially ready to strike.
I've just asked the man who knows everything, Chris Cadiz, what the weather forecast is. It says partly cloudy, but I'm intrigued to know if the forecast is predicting any changes in weather, because that could also bring a different dynamic to this race. There's another bit of contact nearly there. And this is really turning into a juicy little scrap at the moment as they put a lap on the LMP2 car just ahead. And my oh my, these are getting very close to each other. They do realise there's 17 and a half hours left to go in this race, right?
I would like to think they do, or maybe the sleep deprived of them are already starting to feel the effects. I don't know. They would have done, of course, a full day, whatever they decided to do, most likely practice. But yeah, now they're getting into the race, and your mind is racing as well. Not just, of course, your physical body, but your mind is calculating so many different things at once. Adrenaline can only get you so far before the effects of fatigue start to take their toll, and we may start to see the effects of that beginning to show its face.
Well, Jason Burney has just passed Leon, so this is now a fight for 7th and 8th between the Cadillac and the BMW. There was a slight chance, 15% of rain at roughly 3 AM local, but I don't have an update on that. So just as we come back into the commentary box, there might be a slight chance of rain. Right then, that'll spice things up a little bit. And hopefully we don't come back to a safety car for that one, because if it does, 15%, let's not forget, that is very slim chance of rain. But a slight shower here or there could make it interesting.
Certainly could. It will spice the strategy up as well for a lot of the teams, because I think I might need to double check on what it does with the tyre allocation itself. But if it is to be that it is declared wet at any point, the tyre allocation limits will automatically be removed, it says. So if we do get a sprinkle of rain, then the teams, I think, do get a few more extra runs at it when we do dry out again, and can really push the car and not have to worry too much about saving those tyres.
So then, a little shower could play dividends to all the teams out there on the grid at the moment.
Certainly could do.
The Cadillac World of Sim Racing team is back in the race. I can tell you that one in the hypercar category. So they've managed to get back in. So whatever happened there with it saying out, that is no longer the case. There they are on the track. No, that's not them. That is the...
double stint car.
Yeah. Oh, Timing Tower's just refreshed itself. That is them on the track. So Marco Pereira there. So yeah, that is the Cadillac World of Sim Racing car number 51 is back out on track at the moment. And yeah, all going well. Paul Botting M Sport in the pits in LMP2 Pro-Am. And I believe that is it. Project 91 are also in the pits. Nathan Edwards. That will be possibly for that damage that he had with the incident with the Ford Mustang earlier on. All going well so far. Track temperature 20.5 still, so it's kind of plateaued out at that 20.5 degrees Celsius mark in this race so far. So it hasn't got any cooler as this race has gone into 22:11 at night. So interesting to see that at the moment. And BMW Team DRT in P number 8, who are having a fight with this Cadillac now, have just picked up a penalty. Incident points, or maybe off-track points, have amounted to them getting a penalty in this race.
They do all add up together, and I think Chris kindly reminded us earlier that if you get 20, that is at which point you do get a drive-through as well. So they all go into the same pot. But nevertheless, if you do keep accumulating them, you will start getting more and more drive-throughs, which is not ideal for your race, because I believe it sort of equates to around about a 30-second penalty by the time you've gone in and out of the pit lane itself. So not what you want to be doing, but you can probably get away with potentially 1 or 2, as that is going to be the Cadillac backing out of going for the move there into Arnage on what looks to be the BMW, and I think quite sensibly as well. Didn't want to upset them too much, as there is Andrade going to serve a slowdown. No, they're slowing that up.
Safety car.
Safety car. What has happened now then?
What has happened here then? Because normally we'd go to a VSC before hitting the full safety car.
We're going to have to shed some light on this, aren't we?
What has happened here?
Just going to check the timing tower. Anybody in the pits? Currently looking at the 967 IRT Lamborghini. They are in the pits. I can see a Vortex have come in as well. But it looks... I mean, are they up to racing speed again, Matthew? I'm struggling to work this one out at the second.
I'm unsure at the moment if they are up to... No, they're not, I don't think, looking at that shot through the Porsche curves there. So, race control, from what we're being told, has said safety car. The 251 is the one with the penalty. Another race control message coming through. Sadly, me and Ashley can't hear the race control messages. So, we are going off what we see on the screen, and that is what we are being told is safety car at the moment. So then, safety car so far.
They look like they're going at full speed though now. This is a very confusing time, but I mean, at the same time, I'm not too sure. This could be maybe a little bit of a technical glitch here, Matthew, because at the same time they look like they're going at speed. It doesn't look like they're, at the same time, it looks like they're going below what they are capable of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's an interesting one to see at the moment.
Definitely slow.
They're running around in fourth gear, but that is not really fourth gear for these hypercars to be going round at, is it? Normally they'd be going a bit quicker. Race control relaying another message. In the chat, they're saying safety car in the chat as well. Comments coming in from the virtual grandstand here saying immediate yellow and people passing under yellow flags. Now it's saying virtual safety car.
I have to check the rule book. It seems so unprofessional doing this, but going to look at what it says for a safety car itself, it doesn't actually say anything about needing to go to sort of the pit limiter from what I can briefly see, of course, unless it was preceded by the virtual safety car, which it wasn't. It went straight to a safety car. So that may have been why the drivers were still sort of going around at some speed, but not fully, going around at some speed, but not fully lifting off to a pit.
Well, the safety car's on the circuit now, so
yeah.
Right, so we are under a safety car. We have no idea what for at the moment. Yeah, that's all we can tell you at this moment in time. We don't know why the safety car is on track. I've not seen anybody with a meatball flag. Here's a replay. That's a Mercedes oh, well, no. And that might be why.
Yeah, that. Just as I asked Chris for confirmation as to why we were under safety car, because we were just as confused, I think. I did see this team in the pits, and they were the only ones in the pit lane, but we've just seen the replay now of what happened, so that definitely sheds some light onto it. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah. And really, you have to... I don't think you could put that one on the Mercedes. He was catching a huge moment himself. And just tags the rear of the Lamborghini who's coming round to pass him. I think that'd be harsh to put the blame on the Mercedes-Benz there. He was really in a big slide. And And right, this is now going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on what is happening at the moment then in terms of when the wave around will be. And we just have to wait for that wave around. That'll put the lead car on the back of the safety car. And we will be able to get the race back underway very soon. The lead car obviously being the BMW M Team BSS of Thiago Mello. There he is, who is on the back of the safety car. So just looking at the track map, there's cars everywhere on this circuit. Obviously, we will wait for everybody to get onto the safety car queue before doing the wave around, and we'll give them some significant time to try and get round to the back of the pack as well. So this could be the long stoppage with 17 hours 13 minutes left to go in this race.
I feel like we were due for something, weren't we? But yeah, wasn't quite fully prepared for a full-on safety car, what seemingly came out of the blue. But we've seen why, and I think very understandable. Immediate danger on the circuit, particularly in the part of the circuit that it happened through the Porsche curves. It's almost blind going into a lot of those corners, and you are almost at flat out full speed as well as you go flying them. So completely justified safety car. That is why we are under it. As yeah, still trying to collect the rest of the field up now, but a bit of a weird one there, Matthew. But yeah, from this, it does mean the group all gets bunched back up together. So all those gaps that were beginning to sort of form, not that there were too many of them, to be quite honest, have been completely negated.
Yeah, the interesting thing is going to be is pit lane will be closed, I do believe, for a little while. When it opens, who will pit? Who's coming to the end of their stints to need to pit as well? That's going to be the other question. So this could be an interesting restart to this race. And of course, remember the last safety car we had? We had several incidents under the safety car that caused a few disruptions in terms of being able to get the restart back underway. And the BMW M Team DRT car number 12, look, still has that penalty to serve for the X points that they have accumulated through the game, through the sim, sorry, to have brought this now to a position where what will happen if they don't serve that drive-through penalty? Because that could be out of race control's hands.
I think what they have to do is they have to serve it so that they don't get disqualified under the Sims rules, and then they have to reapply the penalty under racing conditions. So they have to contact race control, I believe, to get that all played and sorted out so that they don't then incur further penalties down the road. So a bit of a tricky process, but that is the one that we, of course, are using simply so that we can try and make sure everything is as realistic as possible, and it also makes it as fair as possible as well. That's the most important thing here.
Yeah, indeed it is, as we'll await now the resumption of this race with 17 hours 10 minutes to go. We'll try and see if we can grab an interview or two during this safety car period as we await the resumption of this race. Remember, an hour and 10 minutes for me and Ashley left in the commentary box before we'll be taken over by JR Gregory and Connor Botting, who will be joining you live for the next into 4 hours. And during that time, they'll be taking you through the twilight hours of the night here as we approach midnight. We approach 11 p.m. local time. This could be an interesting race on the restart now with the fully dark conditions, track down at 20 degrees temperature, ambient down at 19. Track could start to dip in towards that 19 degrees temperature as well, and these tyres are really now going to suffer with this colder conditions compared to earlier when it was 2 or 3 degrees warmer. Yes, it doesn't sound a lot, but it has a massive implication on the tyres.
Certainly does, particularly when we are running at the slow pace that we are. Of course, it means that the tyres are going to lose even more heat than they did earlier on after the previous safety car. So drivers are going to have to be a little bit extra cautious and make sure that they're not lighting them up, particularly in those hypercars, without any aids to help them in terms of traction control, ABS, the anti-brake lock system as well, whereas the GT3s, they do get a little bit of extra leeway there with those systems in place, but nevertheless still need to keep an eye on things. So it's a tricky one to navigate, isn't it? Safety car at this point of the night, it's dark, all the cars are bunched back up on the circuit. The restart could be a little chaotic, or we may see a lot of them just sort of play it extra cautiously.
The birds flying over the Dunlop Bridge, the yellow flag light taking full effect, and just a lovely setting here in France this evening. And I believe we've got a message from race control. Is this for the wave around? Car's just checking up a little bit at the moment. So, there we go. Get back going. Not quite sure what the race control message was there, but I don't know. I assume we're going to get the wave around sooner rather than later, and I think that's what the car is pulling over to do. Try not to bunch up into each other and hit each other here. 3 cars in the pits. We've got the RIC Team Racing Simcast LMP2 Pro-Ams, and then we've got the 967 IRT in the pits at the moment. Obviously, the 967 was the car that's brought out the safety car with that big shunt into the wall through the Porsche curves. I'm unsure what's happening here, because one of the prototypes there was very slow and then has got back going again, so not quite sure what is happening at the moment here. So see what happens.
I'm not sure myself, to be honest, Matthew. It's a bit of a... This is a bit of a confusing time, I would argue, at this point in the race, with the sudden safety car, and then, of course, now we would imagine at this point the pass around should be starting to happen, but seemingly nobody going for it as of yet. But I mean, it would make sense to do it at this point now. I think most of the field, maybe you can have a quick look at the track map for us, Matthew, just to see where everybody is. I would imagine the majority of them have all bunched up to the
they're all there.
Safety car. They're all there, yeah. So
there.
It would make sense that this is where we're getting to.
So let's wait and see what will happen here. In terms of the wave around, I don't see anybody being allowed through yet. And we are just now awaiting the resumption of this race at the moment here. So everybody's behind safety car, cannot go any faster than I believe the pit lane speed limit, and a real tricky period. Remember, the last safety car procedure was the one that caused a few dramas and kept the safety car out for quite the while. It was out for some time during Lorenzo and Ewan's commentary spell on the end of their first shift, and it was still ongoing when me and Ashley took over. Hopefully that won't be the case for this one, because there's still an hour and 5 minutes left of our shift. And you'd like to think Impact LMGT3, they had the big damage, if you remember, have just sped in the pit lane. They've got themselves a drive-through penalty, or at least a stop-go. So Impact in this one have, not what they'd have needed there in the lead of LMGT3. And if the pit lane ends up closed... right, hang on. This is another thing, while I've just said that. Normally, is the pit lane closed? I'm sure it's under virtual safety car. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ashley.
Open, I believe, under safety car.
There we go. So fine. So we shouldn't have any more of the dramas we had on the last safety car procedure.
And it's closed under the VSC. I think that's where a lot of the confusion coming from the last time we had it out. And I did have a quick look from the notes us commentators have. The virtual safety car plus the safety car from the last time, it lasted a little bit over an hour all in all, I believe, sort of including both of them together. So they were under that sort of caution period for quite some time. I don't think it's going to be as long this time around, as Bernie there telling us the pass around is going to be within the next few moments.
Yeah, so the pass around is about to take shape, and this means that we will be soon enough ready to get back under racing conditions. Now, the pass round is where cars out of position can get ahead. This could allow certain cars to get a lap back over their category as well, get back on sort of their lead lap of them, which is a bonus for them in terms of helping them to get towards fighting for more positions in this race. The other thing this does is it allows them leaders to really be close together for the resumption of this one. They still have to abide by the safety car and yellow flag procedures, so they cannot overtake each other. They still have to roll around at, I think, they'll be able to go a little bit quicker because they're no longer in that train of cars, but still have to stick to a certain speed limit, cannot overtake, and they'll be able to rejoin the back of the queue and be good to go racing once again when they do so.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're just going to have to play the waiting game a little bit here, aren't we, Matthew, under this safety car period, the second one of this race. We're currently also coming up to the 7-hour mark, so we really are starting to get into the meat and potatoes of this event, and so far it has produced quite some drama, hasn't it? When we sort of look back on a few of the highlights, we've had a few moments of the leaders coming together. We've also had some really good battling up and down through all different car classes, and we really have had some quite ferocious moments of people losing control into the barrier, particularly, and the corner that seems to keep coming up the most is Indianapolis.
Yeah, now I've just noticed something. Tri-State have just dropped down 2 positions. They're now seeming to be gaining some time over Fury, but they definitely dropped behind Velocity Vanguard and the Fury car then. Have they had a moment underneath the safety car?
I hope not.
Well, there they are at the back of the pack. But they definitely, I'm definitely sure I saw them drop down 2 positions on the timing tower.
The instruction.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it myself personally, but I mean, yeah, they're not quite where they were, are they? They have dropped behind the NOP, so just goes to show that the fields really can switch around in the matter of moments, because we've seen the rise of Revolution and we've seen the fall of NOP Tri-State as well, sort of not having the best part of the last hour, but hopefully we'll be able to rise once again, because like we said, that LMP2 class, super close, super competitive from all the teams. That really is anybody's race, I would argue, at this point. Leading is still Thiago Mello in the BMW M Team BSS, with the Porsche of Stefano Giovanni Noni in second, and third is the HRC Gamma Sim, currently driven by Anthony Mafucci. Turn 1 is the LMP2s, followed by the W2 Pro GP, and then Impact for the pros. In the Pro-Ams, that's switching around a touch from what I'm looking at. Velocity Vanguard, Revolution and Fury. Rosso Esports, Vortex and Paul Botting M Sport are the top 3 spots in the LMGT3s.
Yeah, so what has happened there? Because now Revolution are dropping behind Velocity and behind Fury, and yet was leading that category a second ago. Tri-State have now dropped behind Rick Team Racing. There's a little confusion between some of these teams out there at the moment. Tri-State now back out of Rick Team Racing. There seems to be...
Communication is not there, is it?
Is that Tri-State... They're off the track.
Oh no, they've stopped. What's going on here?
Yeah, I said I thought they dropped down a little earlier, so I don't know why Revolution have also dropped down, but what has happened to Tri-State there then? I thought I saw them drop down the order a few moments ago, but something isn't right.
Absolutely no car should be stopping in the middle of the track. Car number 87.
Car 87, Rick Team Racing, has just been told by race control to not stop in the middle of the track, which we have just seen on our screens itself. But unsure what is happening to Tri-State here. There seems to be something going on under this safety car period that is causing confusion here in the commentary box.
And on the circuit.
Yeah, and on the circuit. Revolution have dropped out the lead to third for some reason as well, and I'm not quite sure why.
Moving. if a car has an end of line, please pull out of line and reduce your speed. All cars need to follow black box indication. All cars follow black box indication.
Race control, they're saying that they've got to follow black box indication. Tri-State have got back going, wondering if it's some sort of technical issue on Isaac Whiteman's end then. But he's back going now. Not at great speed. That is trundling along at the moment. And is about to get overtaken by the cars who had the wave around. So, yeah, look, there's Paul Botting M Sport, who have just gained P5 now because something is happening to the Tri-State car here, and we are not quite sure what it is. Either way, into the final hour of mine and Ashley's first stint in the commentary box, and confusion in the under the safety car once again is causing a delay to this restart of the race, I would assume. They are again trundling down the back straight towards Indianapolis.
Yeah, this is a very odd time at the moment. Like you say, confusion is reigning supreme in the commentary box here. I'll tell you what, let's take away from the negative. I'm going to swing it to the positive because the virtual fans in the chat out there, Jim the Great Counter, virtual racing with a safety car, many question marks, but says it's incredibly cool. I would have to agree 100% on that fact, because you don't often see many series able to run a safety car, especially full course, virtual safety cars as well. This is something very unique about this series, Matthew, and it is a real positive, I would argue, albeit we've got a bit of a confusing moment here at the second.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's what makes this series stand out from the rest, isn't it? The fact the use of the safety car system. And it's what helps keeps this race sort of ticking over when you think about it. If we didn't have the safety car and we had many incidents like we would have, it would put teams really out of contention quite early on in the race at the moment. So far so good. Just seeing in our commentary little teams chat at the moment, J.R. Gregory has asked for the timing link. He's getting ready to go. He's got 56 minutes. Steady on now, Gregory. Can have a bit more of a rest, get another cup of coffee. 56 minutes before J.R. Gregory and Connor Botting will be taking over here. And this again, the length of the safety car at the moment is helping the teams just use a bit more of the old tyres that they're possibly on at the moment at slower speeds.
Very true. Yeah, they can don't have to burn through it so much, do they? So the only downside, and I will bring it up though because it is true, if they've got one of their drivers, let's say one of the gold drivers in the car right now, they're kind of losing the value of that driver, because normally the sort of system that they have in place, the higher status you are, platinum, gold, silver, bronze, the better quality, the better speed you'll get out of it. And if you've got a good driver in the car right now and they're stuck behind a safety car, you're not getting the use of them.
And don't forget, they have driver times they have to adhere to. So, and I'm trying to find them on the rules so I can let you know what they are. I'm scrolling through like mad at the moment to try and find them. So in the LMGT3, driver 1, if they're a bronze driver, have a minimum of 6 hours and a max of 14 hours. Driver 2, if they are bronze or silver, have minimum 6, maximum 14. Driver 3 have minimum 6, maximum 14. LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am. Oh no, this might just be Pro-Am actually. Yeah, this is just Pro-Am. Bronze, again, 6 to 14 hours across drivers 1, 2 and 3. And I assume driver 4. LMP2 Pro, 6 to 14 hours between all of the silver drivers in that one. And the Hypercar ones hasn't been filled out on our little sheet. So that's not very helpful.
Yeah, not ideal. I'll tell you what though, why don't we take an interview here? We've brought Luis Vasquez into the booth to have a little chat. Luis, tell us, which just to double check and to confirm, which team are we currently representing here?
We are the Revolution Boys.
Lovely. Well, welcome aboard and welcome into the commentary booth for your team Revolution. You seem to be running a bit of a revolution, a bit of a rejuvenation almost in the last hour or so. What has changed in the car? How's Matty doing in there?
Yeah, he's doing good. Oscar was in right before him and putting in some mega laps, maybe just a tad bit frustration, so that has to do with pace, but Yeah, Matty's in now, and
Race will resume at the
he's
end of this
fairly
lap.
quick.
Certainly
of
seems
the
to
pack
be.
is exited
You've sort of
Belarus.
gone from the sort of bottom part of the field. You rose right back up through the top. Bit of confusion here under the safety car. Have you got any extra thoughts to what's going on, or any maybe insights potentially?
Yeah, it looks like all the P2s kind of ran out of fuel here.
Follow black
Kind of
black
unfortunate,
box
but
indication. Follow black box indication.
it keeps saying drop to the end,
There's a
and
larger gap. So
we're trying.
Three in this lap. Let's try and
Try
avoid
as you
this
might,
backup.
exactly. I tell you what, Luis, in terms of the racing, we've had 2 hours of green. It seems to be this is the first real hitch in that. How's the strategy been going for you guys out there?
Yeah, the strategy's been interesting. I got in the car for a double, and kind of tire strategy is a big thing. So we're looking good to the end of the race, and hopefully it stays dry because we got a lot of long run pace and push hard.
Absolutely. You don't have to answer this, but I'll try anyway. Are you looking to double or maybe even triple some of these tyres?
I think everyone's kind of in the same boat. We don't want to give away too much, but I could see some doubles here.
Brilliant stuff. Well, I'll tell you, I won't hold you forever. I'll let you focus in, as I think we probably should be getting towards the end of this safety car soon enough. So I'll let you focus in, Luis. But thanks for joining us, and good luck with the rest of your race.
Yeah, man. You guys take care. Bye.
There we go. Revolution Racing. Like we said, a little bit further down the order at the moment, but we've seen what Matty can do at the wheel. So hopefully to make some more inroads at the restart. As my partner has also decided to take this moment to also have a pit stop of his own, but still under safety car conditions, and we're waiting to hear a little bit more from the race director as well, Bernie, as to get a little bit more confirmation as to what is happening. I believe the pass around could still be going on at the moment, but still a fair chunk of confusion out there, but I think we are slowly getting towards the right side of these things and get everything back up to racing speed. And I'll tell you what, why don't we... Oh no, I can't do that. I was going to see if we can get someone else in to join us for the chat, but I don't think they are there ready to have a moment. As we can see there, the BMW out front weaving, trying to keep as much temperature in these tyres as possible, and the track temp still hovering at the 20-degree mark, so it really has cooled a fair bit from where we started, as we now really are deep into the night stints of this race, the 24 Hours de La Sarthe, and we have had plenty of drama and action for you to feast your eyes upon. If you did miss the first part, don't worry, I'm pretty sure you can go back and watch it, but maybe do that at a bit of a later date. I'm sure you don't want to miss any of the action that is happening live as I speak it here. But yeah, myself, Ashley, and Matthew still in the comms box then for another, I believe, just over an hour to go. No, apologies, I've got 50 minutes or so until we are handing it over to the next team. But we are under this second safety car period still as it stands. The last one, when I look back at it, was around about 3 hours into this race. So we get another reset here then. Everybody bunched up and waiting to go. Matthew, welcome back.
Thank you. Any other mishaps happened while I stepped away?
No, we've been pretty good. We've had a nice chat with the Revolution team, and they seem to be pretty confident going forward. Like we say, Matty's still at the wheel of the car. He's able to put in some real quick times. And we'll listen to this.
You are not following race director instruction.
So there we go, from the race director himself. That will clear up the incident. We was unsure about the weaving in the last sector warnings earlier. After Arnage.
We are going green at the end of this lap.
So we will be going back to green at the end of this lap, and the resumption of the race will be back underway. So let's see what will happen. At the moment,
it's going to be an interesting restart. Cold tyres, they've been out there for quite a while, and of course the track temp has dropped. So I just mentioned it, it's still 20 degrees track temp, the ambient temperature 19, so I would expect it to drop a little bit further as we get deeper into the night. But it is definitely dark out there. We are running under the headlights of the cars now. Cold tyres, they've been on these for a little while now. It's going to be an interesting restart.
It is indeed. So we are coming through the Porsche curves. For those still coming through, no, everybody, the last car has just come through Arnage. So and he's nearly on the back of the pack as well. So everybody will be together. And look at this for a tasty restart. The top 3 in Hypercar will be separated by next to nothing in this one, because they are, I believe, one after another. Yes, they are. So this could be... Oh no, there is actually a Hypercar in the way of 3rd place, HRC Gamma Sim, between him and the front 2. So this could be a tasty little restart to this race. Me and Ashley will be live with you for another 46-7 minutes or so before JR Gregory and Connor Botting will be joining us in the commentary box to take over as we do a little handover to our next commentary team and get things underway. But we are now resuming back to green flag racing we go here for the 24 De La Sarthe race. And there's already a car off on the gravel at the exit of the Ford chicane, the second of the 2 chicanes. BMW M Team DRT still with that penalty, as is the WTE Pro Group GP in LMP2. And another car off there at the first couple of corners. That looks like an LMGT3 who is off the road at the moment. This is on board with Robin in the 251 Cadillac. A couple of cars have also entered the pit lane, so I wonder if they was just out of fuel or about to be out of fuel as the safety car has ended. I don't know if that's the sparks or gravel being kicked up from a lot of cars rejoining the circuit.
Yeah, actually that could be right. It just looked like a lot of sparks jumping up into the air. Quite a spectacle nonetheless as the light shined off of them. Gave us a nice picturesque view.
Oh, there's a slow car coming in towards... I think it's just ahead of this, but there was a very slow car just there and nearly got collected by a couple of LMGT3s all of a sudden. Sorry, Ashley.
No worries at all. We're here to bring you the action, and you're clearly picking it up where I'm not, so that's okay, Matthew. Don't worry about that one. As we've got a gaggle of cars here down the Mulsanne. One of the Hypercars trying to look at going round the outside of 2.
That's Lorenzo.
GT3s. That's Lorenzo. Hello.
He's trying to work his way around this traffic of GT3 cars coming down the Mulsanne then. Leader with a slowdown. That could really hurt him in that battle against the Porsche in Hypercars category here. And look at this, 2, 3 abreast. The McLaren may fancy a double overtake here and nearly thought about sticking the nose up the inside.
That was incredibly close indeed. Out of the first chicane and back onto the second part. Going towards the second one now. Slipstream very much in full effect as this is the battle for the leaders, I believe. Rosso Esports and Paul Botting with Zachary Sweeney at the wheel of his Ferrari. Can the Brit go around the outside? Yes, he can, and takes the overall lead then of the LMGT3 category.
Not only that, but Thomas Silva followed him through around the outside in the Porsche we was riding on board with, and the Rosso Esports lost 2 places in one corner and have fallen down to 3rd place in LMGT3. The restart has provided us with a lot of action already. You can see the prototypes trying to weave their way through the traffic of the LMGT3s as they come towards the bottom of the Mulsanne straight. Kevin Millard in the number 16 Impact car, who had a lot of damage early on. That looks to have been repaired during the pit stop, during the safety car procedure. And what a restart this has been already.
This has been absolutely fantastic. Clearly the tyres are not an issue for any of those guys out there. They're giving it everything at this restart, and it really is brilliant to see. Look at all of these cars on one part of the circuit, weaving, ducking and diving their way in between one another, trying to navigate the traffic as best as possible. As here we are on board then with the flight level car of Jonathan Fujitic into Indianapolis, getting it slowed up nice and early. Don't want to upset the GT3s all that much, and I guess making sure that they make it through themselves clean and comfortable. Going to have a look at Onage? No, just going to wait this one out.
To tip my hat to some of the prototype drivers, LMP2s and Hypercars, could have been some incidences if they'd have just tried to force the overtake on the LMGT3s on this resumption of the race. As the BMW leader enters the pit lane, then Thiago Mello into the pits. But yeah, tip my hat to the prototype cars for working their way through the field nice and cleanly on this opening lap.
That's not an ideal time to really take a pit stop, is it? I know you're under the green flags, but yeah, you've just done a full safety car period. Of course, you'd have got way to the back, and still not the perfect time to have one. But yeah, real unfortunate there for the previous leaders as the Porsche retakes that spot. That's a bit of smoke there. What was going on with that?
I tell you who's lost out a lot of time. The HRC Gamma Sim, who was running third place before the resumption. There they are. They're slow. That may be why they are very, very slow at the moment, as we've just seen them on board there going, are they out of fuel? Have they pushed their fuel maybe a little too hard? They have just came into the pit lane, so we'll see what happens there. But maybe a bit of fuel has cost them a lot of time on the resumption of this race. Either way, it is the 58 Porsche that leads the way in Hypercar. We've got Impact number 6 leading the way in LMP2. Paul Botting M Sport lead in LMP2 Pro Am, and Paul Botting M Sport lead in LMGT3 after a dismal stint about an hour ago where they had to serve back-to-back penalties, a drive-through and then a stop-go. They lead in LMGT3 once again.
I said about the leaders, Thiago Mello coming in. The rest of the Hypercar field has pretty much followed him the lap after, so clearly not too bad going there, as Matty Leeston's almost getting caught out into Tete Rouge. I think just about got away with that one, Matthew.
He did just a little bit, chasing down Christopher Strassmore in the Simcast LMP2 car. And Matty still soaring away at the wheel, working hard. Really is putting in a shift, isn't he, this stint, to get his Revolution car as high as he possibly can in this one at the moment. There's still a bit of traffic causing a few issues for the prototype cars in terms of just holding them up a little bit. Obviously this will sort of play itself out as the longer this race resumes under green flag conditions. It is approaching 20 past 11 track time. This is on board with Kevin Millard, and there you can see the fight just in front of him between the McLaren of RS Racing and the Gowin Ferrari for 6th and 7th. Kevin Millard just waiting in the wings for a mistake from one of these two. And around the outside, the McLaren, now the Ferrari, and is this Millard's chance to have a good run on the exit of the first chicane? No, it is. Second chicane, no, it is not. And he has to tuck in behind the Ferrari, but now might be his chance on the run down to the bottom of the Mulsanne.
Yeah, double slipstream in effect, although I'd argue maybe just hang on and wait a minute into the Mulsanne corner. Let the guy in front maybe try and put them offline as they get close into the braking zone now, as Henry Mietonen deep onto the brakes. Oh, that was touch and go there at the apex. Very well done from everybody there. The McLaren of Mietonen staying ahead though of Maltsev's going kart. That Ferrari really is trying to show something, and Maillard just having to wait and get a grandstand view of this battle.
Yes, indeed, and for Eugene Maltsev there, pretty close quarters between him and that McLaren, and Melston just patiently waiting in the wings. Nice patient driving from him. We've seen a few cars tonight definitely try and force the issue, as here goes Eugene in that Ferrari and can't do anything into Indianapolis this time around. They've got a Hypercar about to put another lap on them, one of the BMWs as well. And through he comes now, should get that done. Bravo Snow in LMP2, who was on the back of Impact, got a bit of a slowdown they've got to take. That's what the yellow flag stands for in that one. So I'll just have to ease off the power momentarily. And what a great spectacle this has been in this race so far. We've had a lot of fantastic moments to talk through in these last 4 hours. I think the first it was heavily impacted by some safety cars and full course yellow incidents. And this second 4 hours has really been dominated by some brilliant driving. So there goes one of the LMP2s, and this could open the door for Luke Langer. On the car next to him, gets up the outside, inside for the final chicane on. That's the Ferrari Rosso team, I believe. The Rosso Esports car, yes it is, who's lost one place and might even lose out another here. Or is that... yeah, there's the Corvette just behind him. I believe that BMW is a lap down, so he's unlapped himself. That's the off in the S's BMW. The Gowin car of Eugene Maltsev is in the pits. And the Corvette, you can see there, just behind the Rosso Esports car, almost making Rosso lose a couple more places. Just dropping back a little bit since the resumption of this race.
Yeah, not had the greatest of restarts, have they? But I think they've got a touch of a gap, you could argue. Of course, the Corvette right up their rear wing, but behind the Corvette, in front of them, a little bit of a buffer. So maybe could try and work their way back into a rhythm here. Maybe even just let that Corvette go and use them in a sense of just trying to get your braking markers again, potentially get into that rhythm, like I said. But yeah, not the restart they were looking for the Rosso Esports, and Felipe Bronstrup just struggling a touch out there at the moment. But we haven't got long left here now, have we, Matthew? But like you said already, I think we've been rather blessed with the racing that we've had put up on show for us, because it really has been quite spectacular. Yeah,
the racing gods have shone down on us for this 4 hours, haven't we? We've got about 35 minutes left to go in our stint as Sanchez Flores a little wider than perhaps he'd have liked to have been in the Team of World Sim Racing car. And this is Bjorn Phillips in the Impact LMP2. And good luck who's got to commentate on the car behind him, because I cannot make out that livery at all. There we go. It's a black
Shadow
livery, but it's Sam Gunstone in the Paul Bottingham Sport. There we go. That's why it's not very clear to see. So good luck, JR and Connor. Although Connor, I believe, is part of the Paul Botting team, because he did say in the interview request room, do we want him to come in? And it was just as we was about to resume the race. That's why I've not responded at the moment. He'll be with you, though, in 35 minutes' time. But great bit of racing, like you say, Ashley. The racing gods have definitely given us a 4 hours of great entertainment. And long may it continue into the night, because I think by the time we come back at 2 a.m. GMT, there could be a few interesting stories to tell.
Certainly could be. I think it might be one of those things where we should take a screenshot or a picture of the standings before, come back 4 hours later, see what the differences are, spot the difference if you like. But yeah, who knows? We may you may even get 4 hours of green conditions, and you can really see a strategy play out at that point. But that remains to be seen. That's the future. This is the present, and as of present, we're currently riding on board here with the wastegate car of João Silva, and they are currently having to defend from the vortex of Lucas Romano then. So that Aston Martin trying to go up against the might of the Mercedes.
It is indeed, again, both front-engine cars, and you seem to get that front-engine dominance feeling here by the choice of cars in the LMGT3 category this afternoon. Several mid-engined Ferraris and McLarens, and you've got the rear-engine Porsche in there as well. Don't forget the Corvette as well, mid-engine, as that is the I believe that's the Fischer Porsche. It looks like he's still got a bit of damage on the rear of that car. And there it is, just emerging from the bonnet of the Ford Mustang, playing peekaboo almost with the big bulky bonnet of that Ford Mustang. And a nice little fight here for the Bravo Snow Ford against the Fischer Porsche. This is for position. These two came together earlier on, if I remember rightly, and that's what put the Fischer Porsche in the wall.
I think you're right, and they may even still be carrying a little bit of that damage, because the rear bumper of that Porsche, look, you can see there just a touch of a buckle over the mid portion of that car, as they are getting incredibly close once again. So the Bravo Snow Car really looking to try and line up a move here on the Porsche Fischer, as they're going to take the widest line possible into the first part of the Ford chicanes, as it's really snapped across the nose there of this Ford. But yeah, neat and tidy so far, as I think this is something that is being lined up over the next few corners.
Yeah, seems to be in this race at the moment. This is back on with Rosso Esports, who are on the back of the off in the S's BMW, I believe that is, car 31. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Oh, big impact! The Rosso Esports car has been off, and there was a huge impact.
In 10,
As it was stationary,
8,
there is a full course yellow,
6,
and it just gets
5,
tagged by the BMW. The Corvette
3,
takes avoiding action, and it's rejoined itself. It's rolled forward. Philippe Brunstrup rolls into the path of the McLaren, and we are back under full course yellow.
Yep. I mean, not much more to say from that replay, is there? We clear as day what happened. And again, I'll come to the defence. You want to get back in the race as quick as you possibly can. That's fair. That is the, that's always in your mind. Quick, get back going again. But you do also have to be careful of those around you. And yeah, it just wasn't quite it, was it?
No, and like you say, I understand the urge to get back into a race, but so much oncoming traffic, you have to be smart about where you're doing it, and that just wasn't to be the case. And for Rosso Esports there and for the RS Racing team, they are sadly meatball flags, and it was at the very start of the laps. They've got a whole lap to do, unless they can request a tow, if allowed. Got to get a whole lap out of that to get back to the pit lane.
Yep, that's going to be a real long lap, should it be the case that they have to go all the way around. Maybe we can try and find them and jump on board with them to see what they decided to do. But looking at the timing tower, doesn't look like they're in the pit lane, so they are still out on the circuit from my looking. They've got that little meatball next to the name, as well as RS Racing of Henry Meitenen. And it's a shame, because that McLaren was looking like it was going the good and really making up some ground there.
Thought Meitenen had just pitted, but he hadn't. It was Eugene Maltsev who had just pitted. So, yeah, hopefully we can get a shot of the Rosso Esports car. Is it still circling the track at the moment? Same for RS Racing, but a big shunt there for both cars. And what a shame, really. The BMW just kind of had lost the corner, but tried to fight it from being a lap down as well. It didn't need to be there while fighting one of the lead cars.
No, not really, but...
Yeah, there's Rosso Esports, look.
Yeah, completely mangled at the front there. And I would imagine that's probably a similar look for the McLaren of the RS Racing as well. And it also did get got caught and tagged on the back as well, but we are getting ready to go green once again, Matthew.
We are about to get ready to go green. The full course yellow has ended, and this means that Rosso Esports Ferrari number 1 at number 75 have got to try and get this car to the pit lane as cautiously as they can. They've obviously now got no headlights, and they're only on the Mulsanne straight, so they've got a long way to go to get that car back to the pits, and they're going to try their absolute best. I have no doubt about that one there. Then you can see, I suppose you can kind of see how much damage that car has got. This is on board the number 51 Hypercar then. This is the Cadillac World of Sim Racing car, who is down in 16th place at the moment. And running yellow in a nice...
Stand by for full course yellow.
Full course yellow again. Actually, straight back to full course yellow from race control there.
Yep, I can't even tell you quite what's gone on either. We're having a bit of an issue with the timing tower, so struggling for the moment. But yeah, fourth core yellow coming, and you can hear, of course, Bernie in the background as well, counting it down. So we'll have to try and play this one by eye at the moment, Matthew, but all the cars getting back under that pit lane speed limiter. So they'll be all trundling around there at around about 37 miles an hour or 60 kilometres. And that is it. They are at that speed now, so they can make sure that they're not going to come into contact with anybody. And this sort of pauses the action, shall we say, for just a moment.
Just trying to make us feel even more tired, isn't it? Yeah, actually, at the moment, by having these full course yellows. Yeah, well, we've got half an hour left of our stint, and car 75, no lights. So that is the Rosso Esports Ferrari, and that is why we are under full course yellow, because the Ferrari has got no lights on the car due to obviously the damage it sustained that brought out the original full course yellow. We are back under it immediately due to the fact it has no lights, is what we are being told in the chat. So there we go. So full course yellow once again here. And in the 24 hours of the La Sarthe race here on ACV TV. We will be going live to our third part of the production in 30 minutes time, where JL Gregory and Connor Botting will be bringing you all the action live for that one. Not only does it have no lights, it also has a pretty bent front right wheel there that I would argue is not rotating as it should be there. So that will be a brand new tyre on that front right, because that'll be absolutely knackered by the end of this slow lap into the pit lane.
To me, it looks like it's not rotating at all. So it would have the world's largest flat spot, I would imagine, if that is the case. But yeah, that tyre is going to be absolutely ruined by the time it gets back to the pit.
No, sorry.
There we go.
I thought they were spinning there then, but it's the camera. There you see the damage.
Not moving.
Lovely Michelin sponsorship there for the tyre itself. But yeah, that one will be down to the carcass by the time they're back to the pit lane. Where exactly is this? Is this coming round to the Porsche curves, I do believe?
That's a tough one in the dark there like that. I'm just trying to... It's either the Porsche curves or it's coming down towards Indianapolis. I'm just trying to work it out based off of some very... Oh, Indianapolis.
Oh, no, Indianapolis. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. There we go. So hazards on. Full course yellow. I assume this is going to be full course yellow until it is back into the pit lane safely. RS Racing are in the pit, so they obviously called for a tow back to the pit lane, whereas Rosso Esports are trying to get there themselves at the moment. So yeah, interesting to see what is going to happen with the Rosso Esports car in this race at the moment.
It's an odd one. I'd wonder which is quicker, request the tow, wait for the confirmation and get it back that way, or whether to try and trundle round, because it's such a long lap.
I mean, if you're Henry Mittinen here, you've got to be kind of rubbing your hands together at the fact that the Rosso Esports team haven't requested the tow and have kept the full course yellow out. This is going to give their repair time with the tow being done significantly quicker, with all the cars rolling around at pit lane speed limiter pace.
Yeah, they're very true. Yeah, very, very true. Yeah, they are benefiting, you could argue. I mean, you would argue, yeah, rightly so, because of course they were the ones that were unfortunate to have that collision with the Rosso car, but it's still not something we want to see, is it, with stuff like this? But again, it's part of racing, it's part and parcel of it. You have to take the rough with the smooth. It's just a rough moment there for the Rosso Esport and the RS Racing teams. But they'll bounce back from this. And like we say, plenty of racing still to come. We're only 7.5 hours into this race. We've got the vast majority of it still ahead of us.
We have indeed. Yeah, I'm curious to think the reasoning why you haven't called for the tow, because when they get to the pit lane, their repair time is still going to be obviously not as long because they haven't called for the tow, but still going to be a lengthy pit stop under racing conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
So I wonder if it is the best strategy that they have pulled out. Like I say, the RS team, racing team, must be absolutely delighted at the fact that Rosso Esports are continuing out there to cause this full course yellow. I mean, they've been in the pits now for 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, and the Ferrari's still got to make its way back, hasn't it? It's still not there. So, yeah, they'll be very happy with that.
They're nearly there, just looking at the timing tower. They are nearly at the pit lane. But I've also noticed that Yanni is now in the McLaren of RS Racing, so they might be ready to be leaving the pit lane momentarily to get back to racing. So wouldn't have lost too much at all here.
Nope. Certainly not. I don't know why this has crossed my mind, Matthew, but I want to ask anyway, just to see how you are, checking in. How was your burger earlier for dinner?
Delightful. 3 hash browns with it. Nice beef burger. Messy, sauce was everywhere. My partner always makes a messy burger. Absolutely delightful. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, kind of could have done with a second one, but there we are. I will be having words when I go downstairs. One burger. Crazy.
Oh dear. Well, I would say throw one my way, but I had a lovely steak, so I can't complain.
I'd have took a steak over a burger any day of the week. Russo Esports are back in the pits.
So they've made it. So surely at this point now, the track can somewhat be declared safe, and we can look to going back to green.
You'd imagine so. Well, they've parked it up in the pit lane.
Yellow ending in 10 seconds.
There we go, full course yellow ending in 10 seconds. So we will get 23 minutes of racing, hopefully, touch wood, for me and Ashley to finish our stint in the commentary box. I can see Connor Botting is already waiting and ready to go. He's eager to get in for the resumption of part 3 of this race. I assume somebody is going to post the link from ACV TV in the YouTube channel. If the link does not get posted, just click on the little ACV TV link picture button just under the video that you can see on YouTube. That will take you to the channel itself, and there you'll be able to go over and find part 3. As we resume racing here at the moment, we do have to apologise for the no timing towers so far on the screen. The SDK timing function has apparently gone down, and we are experiencing some technical issues. This is for everybody. So at the moment, we are without a timing tower thus far. So you have to rely on what we're telling you on the timing screens itself. Unfortunately, we are on board with Daniel Campos in the 31 BMW M Team ERT. And they are currently hunting down after the Porsche Fisher of Stuart Ash, who I feel like has been in that car for ages now at the moment.
I must admit, I feel like every time we look over to the Porsche Fisher car, it's Stuart at the wheel. Yeah. It's been nearly 4 hours for you and me. I mean, I feel like he hasn't got out of it yet.
He's doing majority of his stint now, it would seem, and not going through the night. Well, good on you, Stuart. But this battle could be an interesting... Oh, God, to be 4 hours in a sim. I could barely do 2 nowadays. Now, that is more to do with back problems than anything else, so I will admit that.
Fair. I was going to say, I think any more than 3, I start to get a little bit... it starts to get a bit too much. But I can do more, just wouldn't want to do more.
Wouldn't want to. No, teammate, you're in. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
This is down with Roberto Arta, the Rick Team Racing. They are on the back of Fury, who's dropped down to P6 in this category in the LMP2 Pro-Am now, was leading at one stage. What I like about this is the top 7 in LMP2 Pro-Am all on the same lap as each other. So all the top 7, bar Flight Level, who are 4 laps down. They're not out of this, though, with how long is left in this race. Anything can happen to the others, but the top 7 are all on the same lap and are not separated by too much.
Absolutely not. Just an update as well. We have got a new overall leader. The Porsche Asalif car has pitted in, and that promotes the Cadillac Ibac car, currently being driven by Robin Noah Bramer. So he is now your overall leader, albeit through pit stops, but nevertheless, another person and team topping the session.
Tell you what, that Porsche Islif car has definitely capitalised on the full course yellow there to keep hold of that lead. Pitted a few laps after the BMW car in P3 now, but has definitely benefited by having a slender lead over the BMW. This is back on board with Bjorn in the Impact LMP2, who's just taken P3 in LMP2 Pro category at the first of the 2 chicanes down the Mulsanne straight, got past the Rosso Esports LMP2 car. Further forward once again, this is Impact, who are leading in LMP2, who are having a nice little fight here, coming through the second of these chicanes. I say it was a fight, sorry, it was the Hypercars putting a lap on him, so he's comfortably leading the way, though. 12 seconds he's got over the Bravo Snow car at the moment. Team World of Sim Racing into the pits. Delta Racing into the pits in LMGT3. Still the Rosso and the RS Racing car are in the pit lane as well after their incident. The RS racing car has been in there for 13 minutes. That would be the tow plus the damage they have sustained. So that is one heck of a pit stop for them. And this is John Jones in the Vulture M Sport, gaining on the Vortex Aston Martin and bringing Igor Google in the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang with him to possibly create just a little three-way fight to end this 4 hours of racing.
Yep. Certainly would be looking that way. But yeah, a little bit. It seems to have calmed down a little bit again now after the two full course yellows from the restart a moment, well, not too long ago, was it, Matthew? But yeah, we're just sort of getting back into the swing of things under the green flag conditions once again. But still plenty of battles out there to have a little look at. This one sort of heating up rather nicely. Vortex leading what seems to be sort of 2 or 3 cars in the Vulture M Sport Bravo Snow. Wastegate as well, just a second or two behind these three. So definitely well within the fight. So Lucas Romano going to have to keep his wits about him and his eyes a little bit looked at that rearview mirror.
Yeah, and this is where battling becomes even harder, because instead of kind of seeing where the car is positioning itself in your rear view mirror, you're looking at bright headlights coming your way. So you have to be a bit more wary at this time of night for where you're defending or placing the car to defend. So the drivers have got to be wary about what is around them in this session at the moment. On board with Igor himself in the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang, gaining on the light blue and orange Porsche ahead of him. And then there is the lovely green livery of the Vortex Aston Martin further up the road. In fact, just there you can see the background, 2.8 seconds off the back of the Ford Mustang is the Mercedes-Benz of Westgate. So João Silva doing a few bits. Bravo Snow in the pits in LMP2. So we're starting to see some more pit stops take shape now once again, as well as we go on board with Kyle Lowe in the flight level LMP2 Pro-Am. He is currently 4 laps down on the cars, 5 laps down, sorry, on the cars around him. But like we said, long way to go. Anything can happen for him yet.
It really can, as the issues with the timing tower continue. I've now lost all the view to who we're looking at, what lap times are happening. So it's purely going off instinct alone here at this point, Matthew. I don't know if you still have the timing tower up.
Yeah, I've still got them.
Or... Okay, well that's good, because then you can keep us very well informed here. But looking to go for an overtake now into the Porsche curves. That looks to be the Porsche. I'm trying to work out which team it is. This is now where the spotter guide is really going to come in handy on its own.
Now that's the Porsche. Yeah, the Vulture M Sport, yeah. John Jones driving that car at the moment through the Porsche curves. And nice little trio of battles. Again, if you are just joining us, we do apologise for the issues with the timing tower at the moment. We have a problem with the timing towers functioning at this moment. It seems that the programme has gone down for them, so we are not able to show the timing tower at this moment in time. We are hopefully going to have a fix for this in due course, so please just bear with us on that one, and we will try and use the live timing app as the double stint by TSR Luke Langer into the pits. Westgate also coming to the pits with João Silva in LMGT3. So this fight now becomes the three-way fight for P5, 6 and 7 at the moment.
Very nice indeed then. So some looking to see who's going to attack, who's going to defend, and where and when is it going to happen, because they are absolutely neck and neck, aren't they, pretty much bumper to bumper stuff here as they make their way down past the Dunlop Bridge through the first part of Tête Rouge then, and now Tête Rouge itself, all important corner, because you do want to get a nice launch onto the Mulsanne. Of course, you are flat out now for a good chunk of this straight. Of course, the few chicanes in the middle. I've got a nice stat here for you, Matthew, if you like, because doing a few notes. When you are driving around this circuit, you are flat out, foot to the floor, for about 85% of the circuit.
Beautiful. Beautiful. There you go. And that shows what we spoke about earlier with the Porsches possibly running that lower downforce. That is why. It is not a circuit you need all that downforce at this track.
Certainly is not.
So me and Ashley will be with you for 14 more minutes before we hand over to JR and to Connor. We'll be bringing you the rest of the action as the night goes on. It is approaching midnight here in France. And what a race we have seen over this last 4 hours. It has been absolutely brilliant to bring you the last part of this race. It really has been an interesting race to watch unfold. We've had a lot of different leaders in all of the categories. We don't really know at this moment in time how this race is going to pan out. And that's where, when we come back for the early morning stint, after JR and Connor's done their session of commentary, maybe this race will be in a more of a position where it has taken place a little bit more. And we are starting to see what is developing.
That to me, that's the beauty of endurance racing, multi-class racing. Is it's not won in the first 25% of the race. It's really sort of making sure the continuity's there, the consistency is not dropping or dipping at any point, because those who can keep it up, of course, over the entire race, they're, without a doubt are going to do well. But it's making sure that you can keep up through the fatigue, through every other thing that could be thrown at you in a 24-hour event. That's why we love this. And even at the end of all of that time, twice around the clock, you still get, photo finishes. Who would have thought of that?
And that's sometimes the best part of a 24-hour race. Is, hey, there we go. Ignore the full course yellow at the top. We are not under full course yellow, but I believe the timing tower is now back and working. I will wait for our producer to just confirm that is up and running as it should be.
I seem to have it at least, so I would like to think it seems to be looking good, but yeah, get confirmation.
Yeah, we'll wait for Omet to give us the thumbs up saying that it is good to go. I believe it is, though.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We've just got the confirmation. Our producer's been very quiet in this chat tonight. We've got another 4 hours to go here, so don't be falling asleep just yet.
They're locked in, Matthew.
Super laser focused on what the action is happening in front. 12 minutes then of the next this 4 hours of the race coming towards an end. Means we're 8 hours nearly through this race of 24. So approaching at the end of the next stint, the halfway stage of the race. Yeah, in the 24 hours of the De La Sarthe race. In this one, what a day it has been as they go side by side. Here does the Ford of the Bravo Snow Car on Vulture M Sport. John Jones in that Porsche, managing to fend off Igor in the Ford Mustang. Doing a good job so far of that, but can the Ford, just manage to set the Porsche up and get a good run onto the Mulsanne straight? Has a look now, just stays in that slipstream and powers down onto the Mulsanne once again in the slipstream of the Porsche. Looks as close as he's ever been, does Igor here. And can he just maybe have a look into that first chicane?
You would argue it should be on, but yeah, look at that, maxing out in 6th gear. Do you know what? I can actually hear he's lifting off here. He wants to stay behind the Porsche. Can you hear that? Just the slight dipping in the throttle. He's lifting off. That is him fuel saving in a way. And that is purely just going to be down to the fact that he wants to stay behind the Porsche.
Yeah, so interesting strategy to see play out there. And this might be the case if he's going to try and get the move done going into the bottom of the Mulsanne straight, or is he going to have a look at it going into the second chicane? He's pulling alongside. And again, just looked like he lifted off a little bit there. And now, foot to the floor, is the Porsche fancying a little bit of a lift as they come down towards the bottom end of the Mulsanne. One chicane to go, and the Ford Mustang up the inside, and Igor there makes the move up into P number 5 in the LMGT3 category. Great stuff from the Ford Mustang and the Bravo Snow team there.
Yeah, real nice overtake, and got a little bit of a gap to boot as they make their way to Mulsanne corner. That's the sort of stuff we were expecting, wasn't it, Matthew, when we get into the later parts of this race? But even still, in the early hours here, that is normally what you would expect to see in terms of an overtake. It gives less of an opportunity for the car you've just passed to remake the move and take the position right back. You've still got to keep it all together, though, on your way down towards Indianapolis and Arnage here, because this is still an incredibly long straight as well.
We're seeing Revolution, Tri-State, Fury, Paul Botting, all in the pits. A lot of the LMP2 Pro-Ams in the pits. A few LMP2s in the pit lane as well. So we'll keep our eyes on that at the moment. And
NOP's at the top. I've just seen that. Sorry.
Yeah, all of a sudden
they've jumped right back to the top again.
They was P6, what, an hour and a half ago? P6 in LMP2. They're now leading the category. And it just shows at this stage of the race how topsy-turvy this can be.
Yep, certainly is. As there they are, looking at the pit lane. Many cars coming in and out. And yeah, I'm sure it is a case of just the reshuffling then of the LMP2 grid. But the NOP car pitted on lap 90. We're now, I believe, on lap 101 for the LMP2s on the lead lap. So that gives you an idea. I would imagine this time by NOP will be pitting in. But just goes to show with the offset of strategy, you can jump right back to the top, and that could be crucial in the last hour or so.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to be, where the strategists and the teams are all going to be working towards to figure that one out, because it's going to be crucial to get in that last hour the correct sort of pit stops. There is the pit strategy length. Look at that beautiful little graphic at the bottom of your screen. What I will say is make sure you do tune in for, or try and tune in for as much of this race as you possibly can wherever you are across the world, but in particularly that last hour, because the way these gaps look at the moment reads to me like we could be in for an intense fight in all four categories at the moment.
Yeah, a duel in the dark, I think, can definitely be said. Because it's certainly shaping up that way, isn't it, Matthew? And it's, I'd imagine when the next guys jump in, Connor and Gregory, when they get into the comms booth here, they're going to be in for an absolute treat. I think very much like we were here for our first 4 hours, and I'd like to think it will repeat when we return as well.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. We are here for a couple more minutes, and then we'll be handing over to JR and to Connor Botting. While we do so, we'll just be muting the commentary booth for a few moments while we get the other two guys ready to go. I'm sure you'll be able to see the live action of what is happening though out on the circuit, as this is on board with Nico Leikkonen in the number 25 BMW M team with TSR. So let's see what they can do in this one, as they're trying to fend off the Porsche Pax car of Alan Paris. So, yeah, interesting to see, although I don't believe that is. I believe that's Lorenzo. So, drive through, car 23, full course yellow, full course yellow virtual safety car speed violation. So here we go. Penalties coming in, and that is the Tri-State team in LMP2 Pro-Am. So penalties coming in now for cars that have committed offences under the last full course yellow and virtual safety car period, potentially.
Yeah, we did. We had a message come through from Chris, in fact, saying a few penalties I think are going to be coming through in the next moment from that previous safety car. So maybe a few of them didn't learn their lesson from the first time we saw it. But nevertheless, some offences have been clearly committed here. There's a drive-through there for car number 13. Incident responsibility. I wonder, was that the Ferrari of Rosso Esport?
No, that is the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang.
Ah, yes.
So unsure there, but there is the Rosso Esport back out on track. Just a reminder as well, we have only lost the one car in LMP2, the Grow RT team, retired from this race almost 50 laps ago. So that is the only retirement in this race so far. We still have everybody out on track in this race at the moment, as this is on board with P9. This is Sanchez Flores trying to fend off Paulo Calvo in the flight level Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang's looking pretty strong here in the dark. They look like they've got a bit of pace all of a sudden in the night time here. We saw the Bravo Snow get past the Porsche earlier on of the Vulture M Sport, so all of a sudden these Ford Mustangs look like they've come to life a little bit.
Could be that way. It may even be that the track temp is starting to suit the car even further now, where it has dropped. It's still sitting at a track temperature of 20 degrees. At this point, if it doesn't get any colder, because we are hitting the point of midnight...
Sorry, Ashley.
No, go ahead.
Drive-through for Vortex for a closed pit lane violation. They are running third in the LMGT3 category. That's a huge penalty.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's a real big swing there for that team. Running, like you say, top 3. They've been fighting in that sort of lead as well, which currently still being held by Zach Sweeney in the Paul Botting M Sport car. But yeah, the point I was trying to make was maybe the track temp has started to suit the Mustangs even further, but I can't imagine the track's going to drop any further in temperature or much more now, because we're already at midnight and it's still holding at 20 degrees.
Yeah, I think you might be right there on that one. The black flag's not come up for Vortex yet, so unsure if that message was accurate or not. But we'll wait and see. This, though, is the battle for 3rd and 4th. BMW versus Porsche. Nico Leikkonen and Alan Paris going at it in the hypercar class. Well, they was, because Alan Paris in the Porsche Pax car has decided to come into the pit lane for his next stop, as we are approaching the final few minutes of mine and Ashley's stint. Ashley, a fantastic 4 hours of racing. I know we keep saying this, but this has really ebbed and flowed between every single category at the moment. NOP, like we just said, wasn't in this, nowhere near the race lead earlier on. Now they lead in LMP2. Porsche are back in the lead of Hypercar, and it has all just turned on its head a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been we've had a bit of everything, haven't we, Matthew? It's been a real delight, I would argue, because we've seen the full course yellows, the safety car. We've had a bit of confusion. We've had some technical difficulties along the way, and then, of course, to top it all off, we've had some real fantastic racing from a lot of these teams out there, and it is still really close between a lot of them as well. And when we do hand over in the next few moments to the guys champing at the bit, because they're already here waiting, just silently sitting and listening. But when we hand over to them, I'm sure they're in for a real treat.
Drive-through penalty for car 251. That is the Cadillac in the hypercar category, currently running P5 for a close pit lane violation. So it looks like a few of the teams haven't learned their lesson from the first time round. And the Cadillac team, who have had...
they were leading not long ago.
They was leading not long ago. I believe they've made their pit stop. But they was in the thick of the fight with one of the Acuras early on. And we saw them for quite a while. Again, another close pit lane violation. Car number 30. And that is P3. That is Fury in the LMP2 Pro-Am, car 30, close pit lane violation. So we're seeing penalties coming in for the leading runners in the categories of each class at the moment.
Yeah, that's huge there for Fury. They've also been running top of their class for quite a while in this race. Yeah, like you said, currently 3rd, but they are definitely in the hunt there, so that's going to be a big blow. And yeah, it's sort of, I think we got all the warnings out the way at the start of our stint, didn't we, Matthew? And,
yeah.
And now, with the second one's reared its you could say, ugly head, they've sort of said, okay, you've had your slap on the wrist, now we're going to give you a real proper telling off.
Indeed it is. Well, as we approach the final few moments of this race, for me and Ashley, we are going to say good night for now, but we will be back in about 4 hours' time for the resumption of this 24 of La Sarthe. But to take you through the next 4 hours will be JR and Connor, who will be bringing you all the action, and we are passing over to them at full racing speed. Don't go anywhere. They'll be live with you in just a few moments' time.
Greetings, race fans, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 24 Hours of La Sarthe on ACB TV. J.R. Gregory here with you on the call to pick up the next 4 hours of coverage alongside league organizer and event participant Connor Botting. And Connor, as we head into the overnight hours here at Cirque de la Sarthe, it is midnight here in France, and we've had a pretty steady diet of safety cars so far in this one, but we've also had some pretty good racing action. So how have the first 8 hours been from your vantage point as a competitor out here?
It's been very chaotic. Thanks for the intro there, JR. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's been chaos, impossible to predict, such as all good endurance races, and that's going to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And any fans of this event and endurance racing, I'm sure, have seen the fantastic documentaries of Truth in 24. And as I watch these cars coming down the Mulsanne Straight at midnight in France, I'm reminded of the way some of the drivers talk about the way the race experience changes when the lights go out, the crowds disappear, the trees disappear. They get into a Zen mode with just the headlights in the track in front of them. And I always thought that was a very interesting perspective from the drivers who are bombing at high speeds down the Mulsanne. But that is the part of the race that we're at right now. It is about survival here from now until what they call happy hour, when the sun starts to creep over the horizon. Keep the car together, keep it in one piece, keep it clean, and get through the night and enjoy happy hour, which is probably 5 or 6 hours around the corner right now.
Yeah, when you get to that place, it's important to be in a good position, and you know you're in the fight to the end. But as we've seen, cars have yo-yoed up and down the field, so no one's truly out of it until those final few hours.
Yeah, too right. And of course, that's why they call it endurance racing. There's your standings right now in Hypercar. It is Ace P1 from BMW M Team TSR from BMW M Team DRT. That's your podium in Hypercar. Then Turn 1 from Impact from Bravo Snow LMP2. Paul Botting Motorsport, Velocity Vanguard, and Rick Team Racing, your LMP2 Pro-Am. Top 3 currently. And then GT3, it is Impact, Paul Botting, M Sport, and Virtual Power. And just a shout out to those podium runners in GT3. There are some huge movers in the field right now. The current leader, the Impact Racing team with Millard behind the wheel, driving that Mustang, +5. Paul Botting with Zach Sweeney behind the wheel, that Ferrari, +7. And going down the list, there's a driver up 15 in P5, driver up 11 in P7, up 11 in P8 as well, and in P10. So there have been some huge movers in both directions. Obviously, some of those from incidents, but some good fighting out here in all 3 categories. Taking a look at one of those GT3 battles right now, and for the racing to be this tight 8 hours in, just kind of shows the quality of the field, quality of the competition out here.
Yeah, a lot of these people compete against them in multiple championships, and like you said, in LMGT3, certainly while you and I were waiting to come on air, there was a lot of shuffling with incidents and black flags, including the heavy hitter number 75 Rosso Corsa.
Yeah, there's a little bit of American V8 versus American V8 action down Mulsanne, and that was the Paulo Calvo in that Mustang, showing his nose on the inside of Sal Flores, Team WSR. In that Corvette, you see a little bit of a white exit right there. Mustang is going to have another run here. That is about the closest battle on the track, certainly in GT3. That is a battle right now for P8, and that Mustang only 1/10 ahead right now, or the Corvette rather, only 1/10 ahead of that Mustang. And Paulo looking pretty racy out here. Looks like he's biding his time for a minute, but just as I say that, pokes his nose to the inside, and things very racy here. And I watched a little bit of the broadcast earlier, and there was a lot of pretty hard racing in the first 8 hours, and kind of surprising for a 24-hour event. So how did it feel out there to you?
Yeah, racy is one word for it. There was lots of chopping and changing in the early stages. Around us, we made our way from P9 to the top 2 fairly early on, and Very racy. Lots of penalties as well have been dished out, and including our LMGT3 race leaders just had a black flag appear next to their name, so not quite sure what that's for. And they're in to serve it. They had a 50-second gap to Paul Bottom Motorsport and P2, so quite a short pit lane here, so the time lost on pit lane isn't as great as, you know, a Spa, for example, but certainly not what they wanted.
Yeah, still painful. Take a look at our timing tower on the left. You see that Paul Botting M Sport, the number next to that, going down as the Impact Ford is taking that slow, painful roll down pit lane. And full disclosure, of course, Connor, my co-commentator here, a driver and a team manager of Paul Botting. So if he has moments where he seems a little too excited about stuff that's going on out there on the track, that is your reason. But yeah, it's so great to be here at Le Mans. I managed to knock this off my bucket list a couple of years ago, and really there is nothing like standing on the Mulsanne Straight in total darkness. There are really no lights out there in the countryside, and see these race cars go by at 150, 160, 170 miles an hour. Truly a special experience. So if you have a chance to travel to France for this one, definitely take advantage of that. Also knocked off the Nordschleife during that trip, so pretty good race car trip for me about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, I caught the bug for Le Mans in 2015, and I've attended 8 times now. So once you go, you're not going to be able to stop going. That's for sure.
Yeah, too right. And I'll tell you, your countrymen were pretty enthusiastic. I always knew if I heard UK accents around me that I should follow them, because they know how to have a good time up here across the English Channel in France. But riding back along, we're still following that same battle of Calvo in that flight level Mustang, and Sanchez Flores there in the Corvette, handling the defense pretty well, but Paolo definitely hanging in there. And Connor, were you getting out of a GT3 car or a prototype earlier?
So I haven't yet been in. I'm the one of 2 drivers on my team that has a 6-hour minimum drive time requirement, so I'm still due to get in. I'm trying to let my faster teammates build me a gap, so my slower pace doesn't matter as much.
Well, my question to you is, well, as we see, here comes that little peak down the inside into the first chicane coming down that long straightaway, but kind of looks like there could be a little bit of fuel saving going on out here by that Mustang. You would think that he would have had a couple of cracks at the Corvette here in the last couple laps. So how much does fuel saving come into your decision making when you're following closely like that?
A lot. Most of this race we've been on a fuel saving strategy. The problem is the lap is so big, it's hard to get that extra lap out. So the best you can hope for is sort of saving enough to get you a shorter pit stop than your rivals, something we achieved after our first stop. I think we pulled 5 seconds because we had less to put in than our nearest rival. So fuel saving has been, the talk of the race so far for us.
Yeah, a couple seconds a liter on these GT3 cars, so it can definitely, even if you can't squeeze out the extra lap, spending less time stationary in the pits can definitely make a difference. And riding along with Romano right now as, let's see, who is that in front of him? Let me find out what we're looking at right now.
Wastegate Mercedes, that is.
Yeah, Wastegate Benz. That's a battle for P9 and one of the 2 fairly short intervals in the GT3 field. Rest of the GT3 field pretty spread out, aside from that battle between Calvo and Flores we were showing earlier, and this one right here, that is Lucas Romano, Vortex Racing in the Aston Martin, chasing down Will Robertson, or attempting to, in that Wastegate Mercedes. Romano, that Vortex team, on a pretty good charge, has moved up 7 positions to break into the top 10, and maybe wants a crack at P9 right here.
Yeah, as you'll remember, a few moments ago, Vortex were actually running in the top 3, but received a black flag drive-through for entering a closed pits, I believe, during the last full course yellow. though, they've got the pace to be higher up than where they are at the moment, which is why they're hassling the rear of this Mercedes so much.
Yeah, interesting. And you got to think, I've been in these team events before, and you got to think that Will's teammates may be in his headset right now, advising him to let that car through. Sometimes a penalized car is feeling anxious and is wanting to make up ground as quickly as possible. And sometimes in an endurance race, that's a car that you want to stay away from. So they may think it better just to let that car through. And taking a look at a couple of our P2 cars here entering the Ford chicane, getting back onto that pitch straight. But yeah, absolutely love Le Mans. So thrilled to be here on ACTV and with you, Connor, for the next 4 hours. Local track time here, it is just after midnight. So Connor and I will be with you until 4 a.m. just prior to that golden hour or happy hour when the sun rises over Cirque de la Sarthe. But pretty good race so far, pretty clean racing. There have been a few yellows, but we've also seen a lot of really close and respectful driving out here today. So thank you again for joining us, and looking forward to the next couple hours here.
Yeah, lots of close racing as shown on screen in front of us. This is the LMP2 Pro lead battle between the 38 Bravo Snow and Impact. Oh, splitting the traffic, Zonta style.
Well, things getting spicy as they split two GT3 cars in a row. That interval is only 0.14 right now, as you see the slipstream go to work a little bit there. And that is Pedro Ferrari driving for Bravo Snow. Thought he might try to make something happen there in the entry to that first Mulsanne chicane, and thinks better of it. You can see him breathe the throttle entering that corner, and he may be going into fuel save mode right now. We'll keep an eye on this for you. The gap has grown just a little bit, but yeah, right here, the closest battle in the LMP2 top LMP2 category, and just a couple of tenths separating these two cars, and it closes down a little bit again. Some fantastic camera work right now by our producer Omet, and here we go heading down into the Mulsanne bend. And right here, this has always been a thorn in my side, Connor. Maybe you could talk about this. This right-hander approaching Mulsanne hairpin, if you hit it just a little bit wrong, can really upset the car. Things can go south, and there is a move. Bravo Snow car is going to get through there while I was talking over that pass, but Pedro gets it done, leaving Stenenberg there in the Impact LMP2 car in P2.
Yeah, but Mulsanne corner, very tricky bend. Claimed many a victim in real life, as it has in the virtual world. Yeah, especially if you're lapping traffic going into that, it's Hypercars, LMP2s, LMGT3s all have different braking points, so it's really, really important to offset yourself to a car in front and not follow them directly if they're a different class, or you could both find yourselves in the gravel.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a bump on the inside there if you cut it too close, so you can kind of corner hook the curb right there. And it seems like the camber is not super favorable right there as you're trying to break down for that low-speed left-hander. So, but enough about me. And you can see I had some post-traumatic stress from hitting that inside barrier on the approach to Mulsanne Bend, which has happened to me more times than I would like to admit. But here we go, some prototype traffic trying to come through. That fight between the Vortex, Aston Martin's moved up one, and that Mercedes, and that Mercedes, pretty good job popping out of the way there, and that's a 6 car has turned. And that is Stenenberg, who had been running in P2. We'll see whether or not that's going to cost him a position. He had a pretty big gap behind, but you know, part of the challenge here, navigating traffic, that P2 car right on the edge of grip, and maybe just a little twitch there, and that car is going to turn. And actually, that's not. I'm looking at that was a hypercar. That was a bad call. What car was that?
The Project 91, number 191 hypercar. They were at the front at the start. A couple of issues. Big Rex has dropped them down. They're currently P15 in the hypercar class. Not where they belong at all. Just
too late
under braking, trying to find their way through traffic.
Yeah, and tough start for that Project 91. That's a minus 12 for them after qualifying in P3. They're sitting currently in P15. And my gosh, it's during a recovery drive, the last thing you want to do is get pointed the wrong direction. And that will actually, looks like them heading into the pits right now, if I'm not mistaken. Now, that is a 963 set of headlights coming down pit lane.
There's fewer things worse than spinning on your end lap. Just add salt to the wounds, especially after such a topsy-turvy race for those guys. We got here.
Going to ride along with Makowski here in the 212 car. This is the battle for P1 in the lower of the two LMP2 classes, the Pro-Am class. That's Makowski, a Velocity Vanguard, chasing down a Paul Botting M Sport car with Sam Gunstone behind the wheel. Both of those cars up 2 from their qualifying positions. A lot of movers and shakers in this field, and there is a battle right now, about 3/10 worth of a gap between those two cars for the lead in the LMP2 Pro-Am. And again, this could be a little fuel save situation when it gets in this overnight zone. Like I say, I think a lot of teams encourage their drivers to take it easy, preserve their position, fuel save where they can, and just keep the car in one piece down the stretch as you see a little tail wag, no traction control on these P2 cars, and that is going to swap those two, the Botting M Sport car, back into P1.
I think that was actually a move on one of the LMP2 Pros. Sorry, JR. I think that was a move on the LMP2 Pro Rosso Esports car. Time and Tower showing Velocity Vanguard 17 seconds behind the 62 Paul Botting Motorsport car, but they have been closing at quite a rapid rate of knots the last 5 laps. So that was just for overall LMP2 honours there. That was. Got Pax going up the Mulsanne behind a BMW. Is this for position? Let's have a look. Yep, this is for P4. On board with Seth Neufeld.
And just take a minute to enjoy the sound of those hypercar power plants, cutting edge of motorsports in the world on display here at Circuit La Sarthe. And I believe, we're running along with Javicki right now, running in P5. That is another team. Porsche Pax has made big moves thus far in the first 8+ hours of this one, up 10 positions to run in P5, about a 4/10 gap ahead to Seth Neufeld behind the wheel of the BMW Team TSR prototype. So this is a battle for position, and probably, actually by far, the tightest battle in the hypercar category right now, as the field pretty well spread out at this point.
What makes Pax's performance even more impressive is that they had a back of the grid start plus a drive-through penalty for changing their driver lineup past the deadline. So they're running well in the top 5. Race against them in the VSCA league, and they're quite a consistent performer. They recently won their first VSCA race at Miami, so looking to carry on the momentum from that great result.
Yeah, and tip of the hat to them. Starting from the back, there are about 1 minute 50 seconds off of P1 right now, and plenty of time out here, needless to say, to improve on that. They're looking to move into P4 right now, and doing a good job with that recovery drive. And again, very critical during this part of the night, just to keep the car on the track, be consistent, save fuel where you can, keep the car safe, and put it in the hands of your closers down the stretch. Another great camera shot here coming through the Corvette, chicane here. Pit row right up ahead. You see that little bob into the pit entry to try to widen the entry to the Ford chicane here, and those brutal bumps through the last part of the Ford chicane coming onto the pit straight, and a gap growing just a little bit there. It was under a second, but it up to about 0.7 right now with traffic ahead. Always a wild card.
Yeah, as you see, the Pax car just got stuck behind that W2 ePro GP LMP2, which looks as though it's fresh out of the pits. LMP2s really struggle to fire up their tyres, so if you get stuck behind one coming out of pits through that chicane just before the Dunlop Bridge, then you can kiss goodbye to a couple of seconds to the car in front of you.
Yeah, gonna have to wait through that tight stuff on the way over back onto the Mulsanne, and that's mixed class racing giveth, it taketh away, and it taketh it away right there, and you only hope that evens out over the 24 hours. And maybe a little peak. No, it's still gonna wait, and you see that P2 car struggling under braking on cold tires, as Connor pointed out. So the gap growing a little bit down to just a couple ticks now, over a second. So Javicki has got to do some pedaling here to get back in the position that he was just enjoying.
Yes, that's 2 LMP2s in 2 chicanes for Javicki there, unfortunately. But like you said, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and it's really important not to lose your head when you get stuck behind a slower car. Just hope that it comes back to you and the racing gods are smiling upon you. So he's really lost some time from those 2 chicanes alone.
Yeah, huge chunk of time right there. That interval, he's lost about 2 seconds. That interval sitting at about 2.2. But I'm sure his teammates are in his ear, telling him to take a breath, keep it chill. We have the pace. We've got teammates ready to back you up, and just keep doing what you're doing and let it come to you. As you see Javicki working on some GT3 traffic right now, and the mixed traffic, always the wild card in these multi-class events, and picking your way through, communicating with that slower car, keeping it safe without losing too much speed. It's such a tricky thing as a driver and as a team, and really one of the things that makes driving in these events and spectating them, frankly, so interesting.
Yeah, it really throws up another element that no other kind of motorsport can try and match, especially on this circuit. You got permanent roads make up part of the circuit, and part road course as well. There's a lot of changes in surface, especially down the Mulsanne. The GT3s tend to hug that white line in the middle, and it does let that delta go down. It is the fastest route for them, whereas if the LMP2s and Hypercars try and hug the middle line, then they bottom out and actually lose time.
Yeah, pro tip, kids, the crest on the Mulsanne, if you're in a GT3, you ride the middle, it will lower your ride height just a hair, but it does amount to some extra time down the straightaway. And not being a prototype driver, I didn't know that those would scrape the bottom right there. That is interesting info. And jumping in right now at back with Breja in the 89 car. And let me take a quick peek.
That's the back of the Rosso Esports car for P3 in LMP2 Pro.
Yep, with Bremgartner behind the wheel of that Rosso car, as Philip shows his nose a little bit, about a 0.2 gap, and kind of stepping out right there. Ooh. Very interesting defensive move there, covering the inside of that entry down to Mulsanne. I haven't seen a lot of moves right there, but I guess anything is possible. You wouldn't think you'd be trying that one with this amount of time left.
Oh, we got a full course yellow incoming.
Yeah, something's going on. Race director just announced full course yellow. Nothing displayed yet, but some kind of problem out on course, and we'll figure that out for you as quickly as possible. But
it's the 212. 212 going slow on the Mulsanne.
Yellow, and 10 seconds. 10,
What's happened to them?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow.
And that is Makowski behind the wheel of the Velocity Vanguard P2 car, and he must have, short of running out of fuel, he must have taken damage here, and that is going to bring out the pace car. We're going to see a restart, and here he is, and already an unhappy wiggle on that car, so he may already have suspension damage right here. Let's take a look.
That's
Through the first chicane, sputtering. Is he out of fuel? How? Oh my goodness! And wow,
such a long way from home as well. That's going to make it an even larger tow for them. And they were hunting down the class leaders, Paul Botting Motorsport number 62 in Pro-Am. So they're now going to have nearly a 1 minute lead over the new second place team, Fury Simsport.
wow, and that is absolutely brutal for that Velocity Vanguard car. And I mean, how can you how can you run out of fuel out here and end up with that long flatbed ride back to the pits as you see the full course caution procedure going into effect here? The pace car will come out and pick up the field, and we are going to be seeing a restart here when they get that broken down P2 car cleared. So my goodness, it looks like Makowski has elected to tow. That car is on the flatbed right now, heading its way back to the pits. But as a race fan, it's hard for me to complain about restarts, Connor. It kind of adds some excitement to the proceedings.
Oh yes, the ones after the safety car today have caused some real chaos. The last safety car restart, we had 2 full course yellows shortly after, so this will be a little bit more tame, just being a full course yellow. But teams lose tyre temps, and you could have an innocuous spin as a result. But I wish I could say I've never run out of fuel in an endurance race, both in the real world and in the virtual world.
Yeah, painful stuff, and the slow roll will continue here. And don't see the pace car out yet. Looks like Makowski still making his way around the circuit on the flatbed. And Makowski had been pedaling hard his last lap, his fastest lap so far, 3:39.5, within spitting distance of the fast lap in LMP2, only about a 10th off. So Makowski had the pace. They were getting something going there, and some kind of error with fuel calculations or communication problem out there, and Makowski finding himself on the flatbed. So we will be back to action.
Ending in 10 seconds. 10,
Here in
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Okay, back to green, and I'm mistaken. No pace car here, so it is party on. And as Connor said, Connor, if you're behind the wheel right now, thinking about your tire temperature, thinking about kind of adrenaline control right now, what is going through your mind as a driver?
Just breathe and remember the cold tires. But the most important thing is to get a good jump. Like that, the Vortex Aston got a great jump on the Vulture Motorsport car there and jumped in. So got to be on that limiter as soon as the rules state you can, because there's seconds to be won and lost.
Right. Make sure you're in the right gear. Watch for that. Listen for that countdown and flip off that limiter as soon as you possibly can. And you definitely saw a jump right there.
So that moves the Vortex car up into P6 in the LMGT3 class as they continue their recovery after their black flag when we took over our stint here, JR. Flash of lights from NOP. Looks like they weren't happy with something.
And that Ibach Cadillac with Lalou behind the wheel in the pits right now. So pit cycle, a little early for the pit cycle. Not sure what is up with that car, but they are in right now. Came in P6, have lost at least one since they pulled in. And looks like Leon is going to stay in the car. Got Adam Johnson, the HRC Gamma car, coming down pit straight right now. He's going to lose that position as well. And the loop will rejoin in P8. And about 40 seconds stationary, looks like that time on the pits.
They've had a very quiet race. The Ibach 251. They've been very under the radar, but have kept out of trouble, and they find themselves right in the mix in Hypercar.
Yeah, and keeping out of trouble, so much part of this to bring that dead horse back out and give it another flogging. But yeah, Leloup right now in that Cadillac Ibach car +5. We're working their way into the top 10 after qualifying in P13. So that's one of the secrets of Enduro's, kids. Keep the car on the track and take what comes to you. You're not going to win it in the first hour. You're going to win it in the last hour, and you're going to put yourself in a position to get something done down the stretch. And that car doing a good job hanging on the lead lap and moving up in the world.
Speaking of moving up, sorry, carry on.
Oh no! I was just gonna say I was gonna point out your teammate Zach Sweeney in that LMGT3 Ferrari +8, sitting up in P1. It looks like you have two cars running in P1 currently with Surlick currently behind the. Looks like he's coming in right now. Actually, Surlick is bringing in that LMP2 out of the Pro-Am category, but two botting cars in P1 currently. So. Somebody's doing a good job running that team and selecting drivers. And Connor, which of those are you GT3 or prototype this weekend?
I'm GT3. I was prototype until about 2 weeks ago. Also put together a Hypercar team, and we have a second LMGT3 team. We were enjoying 1-2 for quite a while in LMGT3 before an engine blow under full course yellow conditions for the number 100.
Really? And what happened to that Ferrari? Overheated under caution?
Yes. So I'm not sure I appreciate this saying. He appeared to be going around in too low of a gear, keeping the revs far too high, and it blew. The engine blew. It was quite a long FCY. I think it was actually a VSC leading into a safety car. So fortunately, the long nature of this track meant the safety car limited the damage of how many laps he lost. With that, I think it was a 40-minute repair, one of the longest you can get in this service. So frustrating, but they're still circulating, and if it's happened to them, it can happen to someone else. So there's plenty of places to be gained.
Yeah, absolutely could. And sorry to hear about that bit of misfortune. And one of those things that you wouldn't think you would overlook. But there is a lot going on when you're out here, even behind the safety car. I mean, of course, those gauges are right in front of you, but there's an awful lot going on. And, mistakes get made. And looks like that cost that Paul Botting Ferrari currently running in P23, but you've got the whole field. You've got the whole field covered, P1 and P23 in GT3. But let's see, what do we got going on? Looks like about 15 hours remaining, and Dawn probably 3 or 4 hours down the road, and there's a view of what you would see if you were looking the wrong way here at Circuit of La Sarthe. It is amazingly dark out here, folks. It is in the middle of the countryside. It is absolutely pitch black out here, and I can't imagine. I would love the opportunity to drive out here at night on course. I can't imagine what that experience is like.
Well, a very busy section of the track here. A couple of LMGT3s battling for position with some LMP2s looking to get around. Oh. If you're a prototype coming up straight, you just got to pray that the LMGT3 holds his line in the middle. Their sole objective just to stay predictable while the faster classes make their way around them. Otherwise, you could be looking at a penalty if you don't stay predictable.
Yeah, and as a GT3 driver, I'm a bit of an old man. Don't have the reflexes for the prototypes anymore. But as a GT3 driver, it really is on you, especially if you have a team and a spotter. You really should be able to control every pass by not giving the prototype behind a choice. Stay to one side, communicate your intentions, and let them through. And I guess that's one of the benefits of team racing. And I definitely love having a spotter giving me that kind of advice during the heat of battle. So that's one less thing for me to think about,
Yeah, the spotters play such a crucial role here. That could be why we saw Velocity Vanguard run out of fuel not too long ago. Like, it's so easy to get trapped in the zone and just go, especially on such a long lap like this. If you hadn't heard from your spotter in a minute or two, it's so easy to just drive past the pits one more time. And the spotters play such a crucial role in this. That's why so many teams have spotters for this event who aren't even racing the car themselves.
And taking a look here, this is Mateus Santos, as you can see there in the Rosso Ferrari Hypercar, and oh no, I'm sorry, that is a P2 car actually, with Santos looking back at Boulder and W2 E-Prog team, and that is for position battle for P6 and LMP2, about 1 second gap that you see right there.
Been a very up and down race for all of the Rosso esports cars. They've dominated practice, their Hypercar, LMGT3 car and LMP2 car, and currently none of them seem to find themselves near the front. Got involved in one too many incidents at the moment, but still a long way to go for all three of them to find their way back into this race.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a Santos in the Hypercar and in the P2 car. You got to wonder if there's a family connection there between those two, as you see Mateus work his way through that slow traffic.
Ooh, that's not where you want to catch an LMGT3 car if you're a prototype. Yeah, a very large contingent of Brazilians in this race. W2E Pro GP, obviously a Brazilian team. All of the Rosso esports teams. You've got Bravo Snow also, and yeah, there's a lot of Santoses, also a lot of Joaos on the grid.
And you got to wonder how many of them grew up watching João Barbosa, among others.
It's such an iconic view, that the Mulsanne Straight in the middle of the night, headlights. Oh, it's the place to be. I wish I could be out there next weekend, but hopefully next year.
Yeah, it really is amazing. It spent quite a bit of the evening there the last time I attended this, and kind of made me wish for the to go back in time and see those 917s and 935s going down the Mulsanne Straight without those chicanes, but still very, very thrilling to stand right there at that fence, because you can get pretty close to the action along the Mulsanne there. Good place to take a nap too, if if one is needed.
Last time I attended, it was the longest nap you could get was about 4 minutes every time the Garage 56 NASCAR made its way past.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that thing.
That would wake everyone up.
Little loud out there, huh?
Oh yes, but it was glorious to watch.
Well, you know us how us Americans behave when we're visiting France. We can be a little loud.
Race leaders of LMP2 in the pits, NOP. And there's the number 62 Paul Botting Motorsport Pro-Am leader, and I believe that is one of the impact entries just behind in the overall, I think that'd be the overall LMP2 lead now, potentially. That is an impact car. Can't quite tell which one. That's one thing about the night. Makes it hard to tell who is who. It's the number 7, which is currently being piloted by Ethan Lawrence. And then that is Ryan Sherlick just ahead of him in the Pro-Am leader. Passing the number 112 RS Racing car, which was an unfortunate victim of Rosso Esports' spin just before JR and I came on air, which triggered the latest full course yellow. One of the latest full course yellow, sorry, there's been one since. BMW Hypercar just weaving his way through the slower traffic. So these two LMPs are going to be scrapping over what I believe is P4 in overall LMP. Now looking back from Selena Ward in the Ferrari Wastegate Racing Hypercar. She's a perennial front runner in the VSCA series. Pack Sim Sport behind. This is for position for what I believe is P7. Working their way around slower traffic. John Jevicki still behind the wheel of that blue Pax car.
Yeah, Jevicki applying the pressure here. Up 7. Connor already mentioned the circumstances of the recovery drive for that car. Jevicki running in P7, looking for P8 right now, only about 0.2, and definitely seems to have the pace right now. Seems to be pretty easily closing that gap on Ward, but electing not to make a move just yet as they work their way through some GT traffic. Ooh.
Yes, Selena Ward fresh on track. This is, I believe this is an outlap. Hasn't been part of this. Oh no, she carried out the opening double stint, I believe, but first time in the car for quite a while. So getting up to speed with cold tyres, whilst Jevicki on slightly warmer tyres. And there's the impact car overtaking the Pro-Am leaders for overall LMP2 position. Ryan Sherlick behind the wheel. A front runner in the LMP2 class in the VSCA series. He's on his second team of the season after moving. So got him in for this round. That's such a difficult corner in all classes, any time of day, any weather condition. It's just so easy to become unsettled.
Yeah, very, very tough one right there. It's, I can only describe it as careening. And, that's one of those spots on the track to me that really represents the compromise you have to make in setup. You really would like a little more downforce there into Indy, but you can't have too much because it takes too much speed off on Mulsanne. It's so easy to get squirrely. And speaking of squirrely, there's João Delgado. We just mentioned João delayed. Jinx right there as you see him getting all kinds of loose. That must be the Ford chicane coming onto the pit straight, but completely loops it. And got to wonder if cold tires were involved in that. That car just snapped.
They've had quite an under the radar race. The number 12 Delta Racing car. They're running P4 at the moment, doing very well. I believe they had another team that had a drive-through at the start for a qualifying infringement. So doing really well to be up in P4. A minute 7 off the lead. Well, that's gone up to a minute 23 after that spin, but certainly there or thereabouts and in the mix with such a long way to go.
Yeah, and some great camera work right here. Back with Levicki looking forward at Selena Ward in that Ferrari, and that gap right now about 3/10. And Ward doing a good job under pressure here, but Javicki looks like he has maybe just a bit more pace right here. We'll see if he can get something done down the first part of the Mulsanne. Not much of a draft in these hypercars. So Javicki not gaining a lot right now, but might have an advantage here under braking into the first chicane. We'll see what he decides to do. And early in his stint, both of these cars showing 8 pit stops on my timing and scoring. So he may just decide to hang with Selena. They're both putting down pretty good lap times right now. Last time around for Ward 3:35. Actually, they was in traffic. That's a little off. But may decide. I spoke too soon. I thought he was going to decide to fuel save, but here he goes. Going to try the outside entry, and Ward is going to say go ahead, and that is going to put Javicki up into P6. That is a +9 for that Porsche PAX car in the middle of a recovery drive, and woo, was that a move for position right there. Holy cow, it was a big one if it was. That was Santos in the Ferrari trying the outside on Murray Adams, putting Santos up into P9. And that was a tight one. Might have to see that again if that's handy, but good stuff out here.
Yeah, so a move for P9. Rosso's recovery drive continues. Or was it an attempted move from Murray? Yeah, Santos ran slightly wide to go around I believe that's the Going Racing Ferrari. Whoa. As close as you like. And they've got a recovering Porsche just ahead. Whoa. Tight stuff.
Yeah, that was good indeed. I thought that Santos had lost that spot, but they were just fighting their way, splitting that GT3 traffic, and Santos hangs on. It looked like he might lose that one. Both cars getting a little bit squirrely there, but off we go. And here's a little side-by-side action back in the GT3 ranks, and that is Igor Gugel. Bravo Snow getting past that Ford Mustang, or putting his Mustang past Schreiber in the double stint car. Yes. And nothing like a GT3 battle with about 4 prototypes screaming through it, and there it is right there. And my gosh, it makes it interesting, it makes it exciting, but makes it stressful out here when you're trying to have a race with another car in your own class, and this kind of storm comes through your rearview mirror. That is wild.
Yeah, I find it really hard to get some words out. So much heart in the mouth stuff as you've got battles approaching, battles in different classes. It's so hard to lap slower classes while they're already in a battle themselves. But the Rosso car and the HRC Team PBM cars managed to get past without incident. I believe the third car is joining the fray here. Both of these two teams here recovering from early incidents. The HRC Team PBM car missed qualifying and started from the back of the pits and worked their way up to back of the grid, worked their way up to third, and then Josh Mitchell had an incident at Mulsanne Corner. And Robert Santos, such a dominant force, and he had a couple of incidents earlier in the race, and they're both on a recovery. Worked their way up into the top 10 quite nicely. So, yeah, both on back on the lead lap finally after quite a while of being off of it.
Yeah, I'm taking a look right now. That is the fight for P9. That is number 50 car, the Ferrari Rosso of Robert Santos, running in P9. Murray Adams, HRC Team PBM in the Acura, less than a second off, and that is the tightest battle right now in Hypercar, as these drivers, as I said, trying to get through the night in one piece, hand off a clean car to their teammates. And Connor, I've been in, as you have, in enduros in real life and in virtual life, and there's nothing quite like driving late in one of these races and just kind of holding your breath, hoping you are going to end up in the car. I've showed up at a few of these when I never got to get in. So, how is that feeling right now?
It's nerve-wracking seeing my particular car out in P1, especially we've had a couple of incidents and the gap sort of shrunk and grown quite big, but just got to put all of your faith in your teammates. They're your teammates for a reason, and they can just do the best job possible and hand you over a clean car.
And speaking of that, Paul Botting M Sport Ferrari is still sitting in P1, as we said, up 8 positions from qualifying, and the gap that you speak of, enjoying a 1 minute and 20-second gap back to Romano and the Vortex Aston Martin running in P2, and that car, the hard charger in the GT3 field, actually up 15. So things going very well right now for that Vortex car. However, I will say that the Botting car in P1 and the Vortex car both looks like they're owed a pit stop as P3 and P4 showing 6 stops to their 5. So pit cycle may shake this up a little bit. But we won't ask Connor to give up race strategy on the air, because you never know who might be listening.
Well, unless I'm in a call with them, I don't fully know what the strategy is. Some teams like to play it safe with the fuel, because obviously you have closed pits under certain race and neutralization procedures. So if you eke that tank out until it's nearly empty, and then a VSC, FCY or safety car, one of those get thrown, you might not be able to pit, and if you do pit for emergency service, you then got to serve a drive-through.
Yeah, so many variables in these things, and I just picture, you walk behind the pits, walk in the pits in these races and see the race engineers with the screens in front of them, and we all saw good looks of that in those Truth in 24 documentaries. There is a lot going on. There's a lot of numbers being crunched, a lot of scenarios being gamed out among these race engineers, and really it makes this kind of race super fascinating. And I can't even imagine the depth of knowledge and it's like playing chess, imagining all these different potential occurrences and outcomes.
Yeah, it's there's so many layers to these races, like especially for this one. All of the classes have tyre limits, so some people have been ultra conservative. Now it's a night, probably going for a triple stint on sets of tyres. There's lots of elements that have been thrown up by this limit to tyre sets, and I know that's been one of the talks of my team, all 4 of them. Just how is the best way to play this? Do we want to save some fresh sets for the final couple of hours so we can change every stop, or what? No. What's going on here? Oh no, the off in the S's BMW hard into the wall on the exit of Porsche curves. It's Joseph Akopian behind the wheel there. They're one of their bronze drivers.
Yeah, big hit nose first into the concrete. That is going to be a stop for repairs for sure. Thankfully, not far to go to that pit entry for Akopian as he stuffs that M4 into the wall. And some great camera work, by the way, a minute ago showing Selena Ward's hands. And like I said, these prototypes way over my head, because you saw the reflexes that she needed just to keep that car on the track coming out of the chicane there. And a great view from inside her cockpit. But Ward wanting to hang on to the back of Javicki and take advantage of that draft. But Javicki has done a good job extending that gap and has driven away Javicki in that Porsche PAX car on that recovery drive we've been watching up to P5. That's a plus 10 for them. And also notably, the Cadillac Eibach car running in P3 also up P10. So some big movers among the hypercars so far.
Pax now only a couple of seconds off of Team TSR ahead of them, so could even be on their way up for P4. According to the time and tower, it's a 2-second gap, so I have to see what their times are, see if they are the faster car at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Javicki's next target is Neufeld behind the wheel of that BMW M Team TSR BMW hybrid, and it looks like he took about 5 seconds out of him on the last lap. Neufeld probably hitting traffic, and that traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. So we'll see if that is a temporary or permanent situation. And oh my gosh, the gremlins may have bitten our timing software. I've just lost my timing screen. So folks at home, cross your fingers that comes back in a hurry, because between darkness and everything else, it will become tricky to call the action without it. And nice. Right back in business. But anyway, there's Seth Neufeld in that car that I was just talking about, and about 2.5 seconds gap back to Javicki. And yeah, as I said, a big chunk of time gained by Javicki that time on that BMW. With a minute off of the lap time. They may have had a stop that pushed them back closer to Javicki, but Javicki certainly going to want to light the wick now. The fastest lap of that Porsche 963, about 0.2 quicker than that BMW hybrid. So Javicki has his next target in sight, and there he is. And that's a good-looking car. I love the classic BMW grille on that thing.
Yeah, they just get bigger and bigger, it seems, with the new cars they bring out. Soon it'll be just a grille with wheels. But the hypercar class looking strong with the BOP that was applied for this event. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. All 5 represented in the top 8. So Maxime Leonard has done a great job on the BOP for this event.
Yeah, very, very tight up front, and the top half of the field running still on the same lap, which is pretty good. 9 hours into this one.
Yeah, and if they find a safety car coming out and they are ahead of P1 in the queue, as we take a look at the number 99. Oh, just little wiggles. Oh, all the way around. Just missed the wall there. Probably the perfect time to spin when you've got no one around, or you can find yourself waiting for a long, long time.
Yeah, little wiggle turning into a big one right there for Adams, and that car sitting in P10, just inside the top 10, up 7 for that team. So still a lot of time left, and a lot of questions unanswered here. But as we said, the field running nice and tight here early, and yeah, agree on the balance of performance that they came up with for this year's event is providing pretty good racing and a tight field up front.
Yeah, so you could say the same for the LMGT3 class. We've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 6, top 7, and yes, very even racing. As we take a look at Zach Sweeney, must be due a pit stop soon. He's got a 1:23 lead over 1:23 lead over Vortex and P2, who are recovering from their black flag. Always hairy stuff when you've got a hypercar going around. You're outside there just praying that they make the corner so you can take your normal turn in.
Well, of all the places in that sequence, Porsche curves into Corvette curves, that's where I want to see that hypercar go for it. Any place else can be very, very bad right there, as you see Zach wheeling into the pit. So he's going to go ahead and take that service that we were talking about a little while ago. Take a look and see if Romano is going to go in as well, or is he going to get past that Paul Botting Ferrari during the pit cycle? And it looks like Tristan Engelstad will be getting in to that Ferrari, another one of Connor's teammates, to carry the proceedings forward here with about 15 hours remaining in this one. You see that Ferrari with the number 1 light panel illuminated there, taking service. Imagine we'll see it go up for tires here shortly as Tristan gets ready to go for a spin.
Yeah, Tristan took the start for us and quickly worked his way up from 9th to the lead as he pulls away from his pit stall. See what the gap is when P2 comes across the line. Still waiting to see if Vortex are in as they exit the Porsche cars. As I look at my commentary booth, yeah, it looks as though Vortex are peeling off into the pits, which means Virtual Power will become the new P2 car.
Yeah, Vortex does come in, so that will be make it Engelstad from Paul Botting, from Pinto Virtual Power, from Google in that Bravo Snow Ford Mustang will be your top 3, at least for the time being. Although, as I say that, that Bravo Snow Mustang is coming in. That'll put Schreiber in the double stint BMW up into P3, unless he also comes in, and it looks like he might owe some pit stops too. So a major pit cycle underway for this GT3 field as they're coming in one after another right now.
Time for the pit lane to become absolute bedlam as the cars flood in. Some GTs are managing to eke an extra lap out of their fuel tank. Early on, there was only a couple like that would get an extra lap on us. So it's good to see that we've got back on cycle with some of the others. But the safety cars and the virtual safety cars sort of bring everyone back to the same sort of fuel cycle as lots of people think it's a great time to come in and top off just so they're ready for the fall of the green.
And they're riding along with Kimmelman right now. This is in P2 Pro-Am class, and Kimmelman giving Ryan Serlich all that he can handle right now, about 0.3 gap up ahead to that Paul Botting M Sport that has been spent most of the time I've been sitting here anyway in P1, but getting pressure from Kimmelman now. And let's see if these P2 cars generate any kind of usable draft. And looks like Kimmelman closing down there. Here we are in the entry to the Porsche curves. And man, as I gotta say, as cars get faster and faster, the precision required to hold your speed through this section just gets higher and higher. So tricky. Doesn't look like much on the screen, but you have to be so precise not to overslow there. And Kimmelman right now may have a look down the entry to the Ford chicane. We'll wait and see. He thinks better of it. Is happy to hang behind Serlich for the time being, but Kimmelman right there as this one of the closest battles on the entire track right now for P1 and LMP2 Pro-Am.
It looks as though that's once again the Rosso Esports LMP2 Pro car in front of him. Our time and tower showing a 48-second lead for Paul Botting Motorsport over Fiore. You got Velocity Vanguard back in P3 after running out of fuel down the Mulsanne Straight. So once again, another reminder of you're never out of it, because that would have been a long tow back to pit lane for the 2-1-2. Jacob Mikowski behind the wheel here, coming out of the final Ford chicane and across the line to start another lap. As we cut to Will Robertson in the 33 Wastegate Racing Mercedes AMG, cooped up behind a Fisher Motorsport Porsche, being driven by who is behind the wheel of that? That is a great question. Aaron Beaver, a man who I've shared the cockpit with once. A very reliable bronze driver, as is mandatory in the LMGT3 class here. Every team must run at least one bronze driver. and they have to carry out a minimum of 6 hours in this race. So some teams opt in to run more than one, which means they're both on a minimum of 6 hours each. Another wave of hypercars coming up to lap. Yeah, the Fisher Motorsport car in P9, they were running as high as P4, I believe, but we saw contact with the Bravo Snow car in the Porsche curves, I'd say about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, put them into the wall, and their hypercar counterpart quickly followed. So you had both Porsche Fisher Motorsport cars in the wall at Porsche curves. So that's a very fitting name for them to both find themselves parked.
Yeah, and just some bad luck. I was watching the broadcast when that happened. The GT3 got loose, kind of a lazy spin off to the side. GT3 car behind goes avoiding the prototype. The third car in line tries to avoid that and ends up into his own teammate in the barrier there. But things could be worse for Beaver in the top 10 right now, running in P9. That's a +7 for him. And that battle that he is involved with Will Robertson for P9, probably the closest battle. Woo! Little wiggle there. Oh my goodness. Probably the closest battle in the GT3 category right now. We take a look at Mateus Santos. And back to Kimmelman here. Let's see what happened.
Oh, I just locked the rears. Too hot on the brakes, and the Fury Simsport car goes through. Looking at Remy Renault here in the Screeching Moose Motorsport car. Oh. Keep out of the wall. No. Oh. That is a big one.
That is a huge hit, and Remy is spinning out of P5 right there. And I know that
he's
his
limping
teammates
back
are
to
not
the
happy.
pits.
Yeah, not happy to see that, and it's so tough, Connor. I know that you've been there. Get in a car with 100 liters of fuel on board, cold tires, and having to kind of being told to take it easy, trying to take it easy, and Remy struggling to just keep that car on the track right now. Heavy damage to the rear, obviously suspension damage as well. And that may be enough for Remy to summon the flatbed. I'm sure his teammates are on the comms with him right now trying to make that decision, limp it back or summon the tow truck. But right now, that Corvette really in bad shape.
It's so close to the pits. It's, do you risk versus reward? Because if he gets out the tow truck, he'll have the repairs plus the time it takes to get back to the pits. Whereas if he can limp it back, he'll negate the tow. But it does look like he'll be requesting a tow from race control. So it'd be interesting to see. There we are, right on cue. So the race director team calling a full course yellow. The countdown would be imminent, and with full course yellow, you need to be on pit speed limiter by the end of the countdown.
10 seconds. 10, 9.
So it looks as though Screeching Moose Motorsport will be towing to the pits.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
And the full course yellow now enabled, so everyone will be trotting around the track at, I believe, 60 kph or mph. I just see 60 on my dash when I put the pit speed limit on. I'm not 100% sure, but Screeching Moose Motorsport will be getting a tow back to pits and dropping through the field with a lengthy repair, I'm afraid.
All right, well, we are going to take a breather right now while we wait for that Corvette to get pulled out of the kitty litter and into the garage. Big hit right there. They're heading for some significant repairs. But as it stands right now, let's take a look at the standings. We've got Porsche, BMW from Cadillac up top. That's Acelith, M-Team BSS, and Cadillac Eibach in Hypercar. LMP2 is a couple of impact cars and a Turn 1 car. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Paul Botting. Whoops, and there it went. And our timing getting fussy again right now under the yellow. So we will get back to that, but going to take a second to get this one back underway. If you need to take a bio break, run to the fridge. It may be time to do it right now. And it looks like our timing is back, and there's the rest of your grid. You can see the leaders there as we prepare to get back underway. And just in case you're just joining us, this is not a new kind of auto racing. Full course yellow right now as the cars circulate Cirque de La Sarthe on the pit limiter for recovery of a Corvette. Took a hard hit in the Porsche curves on the tow truck right now.
This is the moment where it's really, really important to keep your concentration. Out at night, tyres are naturally going to cool down as you're not circulating at racing speed. So you've got to make sure you're on the ball and have that in the back of your head when the end of the full course yellow is cooled.
And keeping an eye on the gauges as well. It's something that never would have occurred to me. I've never heard about that happening until tonight.
Yes, yeah, and get ready to get off the pit speed limiter at the right time, because, like I said earlier, seconds can be won or lost from just getting up to speed at the right time.
Full course yellow ending in 10 seconds. 10, 9,
Seconds until we
8,
go green.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
We're back underway. Eric Terry Hag there driving the Vulture Motorsport Porsche. So we cut then to the 212 Velocity Vanguard racing car. As you will remember, ran out of fuel down the Mulsanne Straight not too long ago. Back into P3 though, and look at a hunt down the top two.
Yeah, you see a little bit of weaving right here as that driver trying to get a little bit of heat back into the tires after that full course caution. I don't think they did much more than a lap, so shouldn't be dead cold, but these prototypes are a handful in the best of times, and even more so on cold tires. And here is a little scrap going on right now. That is Andre Dias in the BMW getting past Molino in that Ferrari Rosso, and for Dias that's going to be good for P9.
Well, I'm just seeing on the timing tower that the second place in P2 has got a black flag. The number 7 Impact Sim Sport car, driven by Ethan Lawrence, I believe, number 7. Yes, he's in his pit box. Whether or not he just served a pit stop or a stop go will remain to be seen. If that black flag clears when he exits the pits, we'll know for sure. But that's going to break up the Impact Sim Sport Party at the top. They were running 1 and 2 in the LMP2 class, so we'll have to try and find out what that was for. Oh, spin out 212. Arnage, that's the 23 Tri-State cars got past to see if he was helped into a spin here. It's hard to tell from that angle. Hard to tell from that angle if he got too eager on the brakes or was helped around by the Tri-State car. Let's have another look. Nihad Gluzic behind the wheel. Oh, there was a bonk there from the 23. 23 currently being driven by Christian Sherrard.
Yeah, a little smooch right there for sure, helping that car around. And not sure if that is going to be reviewed by the stewards or not, but a pretty hard tap there going through Arnage. And here's a little bit more scrapping right along with Santos. It's battle for P4 right now. Actually, we've got 3 cars in a row. We've got this Bravo Snow car of Ferrari, followed by NOP, Broadstrom, and Rosso Esports of Santos. And that scrap, all 3 of those cars, covered by about 1 second. That is a scrap for P3 and LMP2. And you just saw it change right there. Santos pushes that car through. So it is now Santos sitting in P4 with that 0.6 gap ahead to Pedro Ferrari in that Bravo Snow machine. So Santos taking advantage of the restart here to move his car up.
Yeah, getting past the NOP car for P4. NOP, one of the perennial front runners in the ESCC series. ESCC 2 full seasons of that championship completed. NOP 2-time champions of the LMP2 class. So certainly not a position where we're used to seeing them running in P5 now, but I'm sure come the end of the race they'll be back at the sharp end.
And Santos hanging with Ferrari there in that battle for P2. They have dropped that NOP car, though, to the tune of about 1.5 seconds. But that battle for P3 still looking lively and about the closest interval on the track right now, aside from a GT3 battle for P8. And that's between Calvo, Flight Level, Mustang, and Fisher. Aaron Beaver's Porsche, and you heard it, folks. Race control, full course yellow out again here, and we'll try to find the incident for you. Something going on course, though.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Just scooching myself over, but it's a number 32 Westgate hybrid hypercar.
5, 4, 3.
Oh yeah, they are stopped on the Mulsanne, the 32 Wastegate hypercar Ferrari. What has happened to them? They're pulled up against the wall to the left-hand side, halfway down the Mulsanne. Selena Ward behind the wheel. Not quite sure what happened there, but it's enough to bring out a full course yellow. Oh, the number 9 Porsche Fisher Motorsport car just pushing their luck on that countdown. Oh, 3-point turn. Austin Power style, a bit more than 3-point turn. Definitely Austin Power style, getting pointed in the right way again.
Oof, and that is going to be painful for Ward. That puts that car down to P12 and damage, as you see, headlights out now, and that's headlights out, bodywork off, and Ward had a good drive going there until that moment. Let's go in car right there, and oh my gosh, is that just cold tires? Picked up a little wiggle coming out of that chicane over the curb, upset the car even further. Ward unable to catch it and into the barrier there. So that is going to be a chunk of time in the pits for Ward and another restart.
That's going to be a long tow back to the pits from that section of track as well. So just to add salt to the wounds, big repair and a big tow. So down to 14th, as you can see on the timing tower there already. They were on the lead lap before that incident, so it's just not been their day, the 32. But 14 hours, 38 minutes still left in this one, so anything can happen.
And our colleague Lorenzo Bonder stopping by the commentary booth. And how's everything going out there for you, Lorenzo? Oh, he might have stepped away from his microphone.
I did the thing, JR. I did the thing. Talking with my microphone muted, even though I wasn't on the booth. But anyway, basically I had a munch. Relax a little bit. Behind my right leg is the knee is a little bit aching because of tennis. But apart from my massive screw up on the safety car restart, everything just went pretty well. I think we would have been better if I didn't botch the restart on the last safety car. I think probably we would have gotten from our lap back a good chance. I know the guys were pushing up in the front of the cars, looking good. Seconds. But I think we're going to get a restart right now.
9, 8, 7, 6.
Yeah, you hear the race director
5,
counting it down,
4,
and here
3,
we go. A couple tight
2,
intervals here. See if anybody
1.
can take advantage of a jump here. And there is one of those tight intervals. That's Eric Terry Hagen, the Vulture M Sport 911. That is Team Wasser, Adrian Alonso in the Corvette ahead. And looked like Eric wanted to crack at something there, but could not quite get the jump. And that gap is growing a little bit. And that is a battle for P5. And shout out to both of those cars, Alonso and that Team Wasser WSR Corvette up 13, and Terry Hagg's 911 is up 15. So a lot of movers and shakers in that GT3 field. That was two of them right there. And we'll take a look at Glushik there in the 212 car is involved in a battle of his own. Take a look, I can see what that is. Yeah, that is Glushik, and for Velocity Vanguard, Ross Norsworthy in the Simcast P2 car right behind that's LMP2 Pro-Am. And one of the limited number of tight intervals on the track right now, despite the cautions. When the safety car doesn't come out, the field doesn't bunch up like you might think for a restart. So pretty spread out field at the moment.
As we cut to Beaver right in the tire tracks of the 8th place Flight Level Racing Mustang. These two have been glued together for quite a while. 7.5 seconds behind the Team Wasser Vulture Motorsport battle we were looking at before. He's got to run. Ooh. This is not a place you want to be going side by side, boys. And he's clear. Yeah, you always want to get the move done well before that corner. Don't want to be going 2 by 2 through there.
Yeah, nice work there. Beaver getting a good exit out of the Mulsanne hairpin, and nice work by Calvo too, recognizing that fighting over that entry to Indy probably not on his team task list for that Mustang. So he's going to back out of that, live to fight another day as the two of them head toward the Porsche curves and hope for that prototype traffic to clear them before they need all the space that they can get here coming up in these fast sweepers. And I got to say, Connor, as a GT3 driver, this is one of those spots where, going through the chicane, these prototypes sometimes think it's a good idea to take away your exit by trying to pass on the outside in a place like that. And just makes your heart stop every time when you see those headlights heading to your outside, taking away that space. And thankfully not happening there for either of those drivers. And back with Calvo looking ahead at Beaver in that 911, and probably one of the closest battles on the track right now.
Yes, you certainly don't want to get caught by the prototypes giving you dirty air through the Porsche curves. really difficult for the LMP2s when they're getting lapped by a hypercar, and it steals the air off the front, can really unsettle the car. But like you said, these guys didn't have that issue that time round. These two running in P, I believe they've been promoted to P7 and P8 because Team Wasser pitted that lap. The final few cars who were crucially on the lead lap, because with the safety car procedure, you only get a wave round through the field if you're ahead of your class leader in the queue. As we take a look at Fury, overcooking it into the second of the Mulsanne chicanes, keeping out of the wall. Dylan Babcock behind the wheel there.
Yeah, definitely outside the white lines there. Take a look back at Calvo running in P8, and Beaver had gotten away from him a little bit there. Might have got tied up in traffic. That gap, those cars had been all over each other. Calvo now about 2 seconds astray of Beaver, sitting in P8. Calvo still got to feel pretty good, though. Moved that Mustang up 11 positions to find themselves in P8 currently.
Yeah, the Mustangs found themselves on the good side of the BOP for this event. The big brick had, I believe it was 15 kilos removed and a slight power reduction, but it's seeing them competing right at the sharp end. Obviously, we had impact up there, but they looked to have really dropped off 2 laps down now for the LMGT3 class leader, the number 113 Paul Botting Motorsport car. So, not sure what's happened to impact, but the Ford's really coming to the fore, certainly through flight level. Bravo Snow, another team on a recovery from a black flag, as we cut to Richie Chouan behind the wheel of the impact car, number 16, going through Porsche curves with a very, very patient hypercar behind him. What a good boy.
Yeah, that's Pax right behind. It's interesting how this race is progressing, isn't it? If you guys really think about it, because I think because of the full course yellow zone we've seen, I think the third to last full course yellow, a lot of the teams got penalized for coming in because I think it was just right of the window. I wonder how the fuel window is coming down when it came down to this last flag itself. So I wonder if the teams are prepped, not only tire wise but also fuel wise, and more so what is the drive time out of some of these drivers, because except for the hypercars, we know drive time is going to be important for these teams. And I wonder if some of these LMP2 and GT3 drivers are already inside the window they have to drive on, and the total drive time they are allowed if they have to do so.
Am I correct in saying you in hypercar are not tied down by drive time, Lorenzo?
No, we're not.
So you've got full flexibility over there. Are you running a 3-man or a 4-man lineup?
4-man. I really don't want to be doing 3-man in Le Mans. It would be already too dreading. Think of it this way, Connor. I already had to, allow and invite my friend JR to come over here and commentate on my behalf, because I'm due to take over in the car in about 2 stints. So they need me of sorts. So this is why we kind of have to manage what we have, because the allocation that we had for the drivers of the availability wasn't looking the greatest. So this is why I had to, do some had to compromise on some portions.
Are you guys so now you're a few laps off the lead? Do you find that you guys are trying to maximize the fuel in your car? Because I know some teams leave a buffer just in case a safety car, full course yellow, something's thrown that closes the pits. Are you guys trying to eke out that tank now?
Well, pretty much. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The thing is, I was having a talk with Orozco, which is in the car right now, and basically the idea is try to floor it the best way we can, so we can basically stay ahead of the leader. If a virtual safety car comes, with a full course yellow comes, and we are not in the window, but they have to come in, and something might happen, and we get our lap back through natural means. That a virtual safety car would basically allow us to cut our lap back while the leader is doing their service, something of the sort. Because the greatest problem with us in this race is because we had a crash on lap 2. We had very big damage, and we basically got 2 laps down in a form that when the race started for the first time after the first full course yellow, our car was still damaged going on the Mulsanne, and if we had to trigger a second one, I mean, we lost a lot of time in the process because of it. We couldn't bring it back safely into the pit box and maybe minimize our losses, but it is racing. We cannot. We are saddened by it. We're trying to do our best to get at least a lap back and be within contention, but it is what it is. We're also trying to nurse the fuel and also, more importantly, our tires.
So you mentioned you have Orozco behind the wheel. He's looking like one of the fastest in Hypercar out on track at the moment. So what do you think is the best you guys could achieve on this recovery drive in this race?
I would be very surprised if we can get a top 10 at this moment. It's like, it's going to be very hard for us to get back on the lead lap, or any hard back on the lead lap. That is more of an easy job if you are in the LMP2 or LMP2 Prime or LMGT3, because, you know, it's something more easy for you to you know, mitigate, because you might be in the leader, you get to pass around during a virtual safety car. But for Hypercars, it's the leader that dictates the pace car, so you don't get anything of the sort. You have to basically rely on pace and a little bit of luck for you to get ahead. So it is what it isn't the best case scenario, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, and even in real racing, it's like that. You need a little bit of pace and a little bit of luck.
This is true, yeah. Endurance racing at one of the most difficult circuits in the world always need a little bit of luck. We're not even halfway through this race yet. Still 14 hours 25 minutes left as Orozco works his way through past Bravo's Snow GT3 car. Is it maximum attack for the rest of the race?
Pretty much. I know he's doing that while saving fuel, and he just had the fastest lap right now with 24.8.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know. I'm not even surprised, because he's the fastest guy and he had better tires. But it's the pace he's going to try to play, see if he has an opening to it, and he's going to do his best to go on attack mode and cut down the deficit. If not to the leader, but maybe to Philip Blouth in the 96 car that is ahead in the Albrecht Motorsports, which could be more of a catchable gap for us to reach.
Yes, the 3 cars ahead of you also off the lead lap, and it all depends where the leader is relative to them, but all 3 of them could be in catching distance. Don't you think? Then that could be a top 10 on the cards for you.
It could. It's, like I said, it's still within reality. We are 30 seconds away from Fabio Vicciambella, which is the Aslet driver. I know Fabio from many Indy leagues and Indy official events. He's a very fast driver, so the translation he does from need to hear is not all the way that too big, but I think we're Ricardo on the food charge, not losing a lot of time, and I know Fabio is not able to match the pace. There's a potential that there's a possibility that at the end of this stint we could maybe get a lap back and then be within contention. We'll see.
Hopefully that works out and get that lap back, and then if a safety car is deployed, then you get to cycle yourself right to the back of the train.
Hopefully so. It's if that happens, don't at me on my Twitter or my social media, because I did that the last race, and I just want to say while I'm here, Ewan O'Leary, the reason why your team got a penalty, Mr. Connor Body, is Ewan O'Leary's, not mine. Okay, I'm just want to say this out loud. Jokes aside, you guys are still in the lead, so you guys are probably enjoying that for now.
Which team? I've got 2 in the lead at the moment.
Oh, cheeky.
I'm not trying to sound
Connor, that is cheeky. That is very cheeky. But I'll take the humble brag. Remember, if something happens, it's gonna be on you. If something happens, it's gonna be on you.
gotta say, as I always told my kids, there ain't no jinx like a self-jinx. And take a look at that right now. We're talking about the Paul Bottingham Sport, number 62 in first place in Pro-Am, and that gap behind down to 0.4. And you're looking at it right now. There's a battle for position that we're just talking about. So, yikes. And Connor might have some explaining to do if that thing goes sideways. But as it is right now, it's Serlik behind the wheel of that Paul Botting. Peter still hanging on to P1. And let's take a look back at the GT3 Paul Botting entry. Yeah, they're still enjoying about a 1 minute. But anyway, I digress, as you guys were.
By the way, I actually have a question to you both. Now, it piqued my curiosity. I was looking for our comments on our broadcast chat on YouTube. What are your guys' takes on the GT3 having yellow flashlights on the front of their cars? Because I know our organizer, Chris Cadiz, called them ugly.
I'm a big fan. I like the yellow light.
I like it as well.
What do you think,
Okay.
Lorenzo?
I like it. It's something different. Don't get me wrong. It sounds more like a little bit of vintage, but at the same time, I know they're high powered, so it makes something different. I like the colored headlights. Do you guys remember when supercars had the different teams with the different types of headlights, and they had like some of the Ford Falcons and the Commodores back in the early 2000s? They had green headlights, tinted headlights. Some of them were blue or something of the sort. It was just great to look at. It's the same thing over here as well.
Yeah, I remember waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, UK time, to watch V8 Supercars.
Yeah, I know Chris Cadiz is still calling them ugly on our chat. I don't care what you say, Chris. They're good looking.
Chris, you got to listen to the people. We got a unanimous verdict here in the commentary box. You know, you got to listen to the people.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Embrace the yellow.
Yeah, that trending on socials.
That is going on a t-shirt as soon as I'm off here. Embrace the yellow, and I see Connor putting up that hashtag. Let's see if that goes wild here today. But and Lorenzo, talk to us a little bit about kind of what your mentality is in this part of the. I've always felt like the midnight to 4 or 5 part of Le Mans is about fuel saving, keeping the car clean, and not just trying to deliver a clean and happy car to the driver who's lucky enough to drive at sunrise. So am I right about that? Or what's your attitude being in the car this time of night?
There's 3 mindsets. The first one, I think you're bang on the nail on the head, and I mean you and mentioned on the pre-race notes that it's all about survival, especially in the evening, or survive the night. I don't know if it was Martin Haven that used to say that for you to win Le Mans, you mainly have to survive the night. Because I know night racing is a whole different beast, and I can say it's not because then again we are looking at. If you're looking at the broadcast, the darkness that is around Le Mans, it's very close to real life. I'm gonna say real life because it is pitch black. You can barely see a thing in the darkness around the city, especially at the La Sarthe track. So it's quite complicated, and easily you lose your natural markers, right? Because I know a lot of drivers have natural markers. I don't know if you both have that kind of experience. You, Jar, when you run the 60 plus racing adventures, and Connor when he does the SEC. I don't know if you ever set a natural marker for you to facilitate your braking zones.
I do, yep. Yes, and it's amazing how much of a pace difference nighttime coming can make.
It really is, and I've been really fortunate to be able to drive in a enduro here in the U.S. in the darkness, and it can be a huge advantage. And what I've found is that some people the anxiety goes up, the fear goes up.
I love it.
And when I love driving at night, and when I'm on an enduro team, I raise my hand to drive at night because I'm not scared of it. My anxiety does not go up. I almost get in a better groove. So I look forward to driving at night because I know some of the drivers around me, and it's a little easier to intimidate them for that reason.
Yeah, I think for me, I've always preferred nighttime driving. This is actually funny. I'm trying to remember which race was it. I don't know if I think we did a Le Mans race last year, or me and team did a Le Mans race last year, or so sorry. And I usually have my smartwatch, and I measure my BPM. I think it was actually it wasn't La Sarthe. It was Daytona. I think it was the Daytona 24 this year. I put my smartwatch. My BPMs were about between 100 to 130 during the start, and basically my first few stints. And then I put it again after a few moments, and I put it into 9. It was downright into between 60 to 80 beats per minute. So it changes. It seems to be. I think it's more of ease driving of sorts. I'm not gonna say it's more naturally pleasing to the eye. Maybe it is because you have less things that are attracting or appealing to your eye. I'm trying to stimulus. You have less stimulus in your eye. You have more your I think your attention span increases. But at the same time, if your attention increases, you're so that focused that you do kind of like feel in a state of zone. Don't know if you guys ever agree with me, but I feel like that sometimes when I'm driving, especially when I'm getting my laps in, I'm in the groove. I basically just go into, I'm not gonna say tunnel vision, but into the zone and get into a flow that everything is smooth sailing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And we were talking a little bit earlier on about the documentaries, Truth in 24, focusing on the Audi team. And one of the Audi drivers, I think it might have been Mike Rockenfeller, talked about exactly what you're talking about. When dark, it's you and the car and the headlights. Everything else disappears, and you get into a groove you cannot get into during the day.
Sorry, chaps. We've got a car stuck in a barrier in Indianapolis. It's been there for quite some time, stationary. It's the number 100 Paul Motorsport car. Stuck in the barriers, not quite sure there, but it looks as though they're stuck and coming out.
What GT3 is that?
Number 100 Paul going into Indianapolis. Oh
my God! And
ain't getting back from that.
And that snap on the entry. If you have 100 laps out here at Circuit de la Sarthe, you have done that. If you have 1,000, you have done it. So easy to upset the car right there. And you see this Ferrari hooks the curb a little bit, starts to over-rotate, and there's no catching it for Winter. And the number 100 car, after losing a motor earlier, lost a whole lot more right there. And maybe calling for a medic card hit on the driver's side right there. Winter waiting for a tow.
Race control.
Yeah, there you go. You're wondering when race control is going to see that vehicle there. They have, as the countdown commences here, to start a full course yellow. So here we go again as the bar watches up Indy.
You got to do it. Got it. Crash search code.
That was a nasty hit there. Full course yellow now starting. So they should tow back to pits. It looks so promising for the number 100 running as high P2 in the opening exchanges of this race, but that's the beauty of Le Mans. It can do the ultimate highs and the lows, and they are still stuck in the barriers yet to tow.
Did I transmit all that?
That was hard because I'm in the server and I didn't listen to full course yellow. So some teams are actually just went over the limit because I think they couldn't listen to the countdown.
Oh, a flurry of penalties on our way then. But what would happen if it was a technical difficulty? Some teams couldn't hear.
But the problem is, I think it wasn't on teams. It was more on race control because the race control radio was open the entire time, and I think the countdown was going on, but no one could hear the race driver's countdown. I only saw the full course yellow being engaged when I saw the text chat. So that will probably be overlooked by the race if something happens.
All the cars down to pit speed limiter pace. The number 100 car, the barriers, wondering whether they have towed yet. Just hemorrhaging tyre. Already bottom of the LMGT3 class of the remaining runners. I believe Delta Racing number 4 has been the second car to retire, which we haven't noticed. So just goes from bad to worse for the 100 crew there.
All right, and Lorenzo making his way back down to the paddock to check in with his team while we wait for the restart. Thanks, Lorenzo. We'll hear more from him later. And taking a look. I was watching that Ferrari of Celine Ward taking repairs after that big hit that she had. Looks like they are back underway, 16 minutes of repairs, and they are DFL right now, P17, and 4 laps off of the lead. So Ward and her heat team had something going there, but that's why they call it an enduro, and that team hurting right now.
Still places that can be made up. My mindset is always, if it's happened to me, it can happen to someone else. So they've got every chance of making up a few places. I'm going to say they're going to fight their way to the front, but still some good places that can be made up for the 32 crew. They're a outfit and constantly at the front of the FCA Championship, so they'll give up without a fight for sure.
And right along with Oliver Clark right now, that Acura running in P9. The closest interval among the prototypes right now, 3/10. You're looking at right now. This is for a position that is Molina ahead of him in the for Ferrari Rosso. And see if Clark is able to get a drum. Or that's the Ferrari. Actually, my bad. That is a P2 car. Of course, there's the Rosso car. And we'll see if Clark is able to make that S restart.
That's a very target-acquired feeling there. Yeah, so gonna have to dispose of that LMP2 as quick as possible, try and get a maximum attack on that Ferrari. Both of these entries on a recovery drive. The Rosso car been in twice for a meatball, as has the Team PM car, just the one meatball, but back in the back of the grid. So two very fast cars still on a recovery drive, so keep an eye out for them for sure.
And that Ferrari on the lead lap, though, still somehow, after the multiple lead balls and running inside the top 10 in P8. So obviously they've got some talent behind the wheel. May have gotten fortunate how long their toes lasted, but yeah, still on the lead lap. So tip to them as we wait for that Paul Botting Ferrari pulled out of the barrier. Not sure what the holdup is there. It looks like the tow is underway.
I think the Rosso Ferrari will be due to pit soon. This is the first we're seeing of their Bolivian driver, Daniel Molina. This is his first stint in the car. He's been in the car for around 8 or 9 laps, really near the end of the fuel life of those hypercars. So expect to see them on pit soon. There is the number 100 back to pits.
Essentially, we are going to transition into a virtual safety car. The pits are now
transition into a virtual safety car. Pits open. So I believe the virtual car then transitions into a full safety car, which means we'll be seeing every driver who is ahead of their class leader in the queue a wave around to rejoin the back of the pack. So the break that Molina and Oliver Clark are looking for in these two cars, they are 2.6 seconds ahead of the hypercar class leader. So this will join them to the back of the queue. They'll be right back in it.
Yeah, game changer, and that is exactly what you were talking about. You got to keep your head down and keep pedaling because anything could happen in our race, and we're going to see a restart behind safety car right here, and probably going to wipe out. Wouldn't you think this would reset all the pit sequences back to zero, fresh rubber, and fresh fuel for everybody?
Yes, I think we'll see a lot of people topping off. It will really. There's some people with some comfortable class leads. The number 62 Paul Bottom Motorsport car in Pro-Am and the 113 Paul Bottom Motorsport LMGT3, they both have very healthy leads, so it's going to see those eradicated.
Yeah, that 113 Paul Botting for Engelstadt might go almost a lap on P2 right now, although that can't be right. My time tower saying 5:28 gap to P2.
I think that's why they're all driving at slower speed now, because that will go down when they get back to racing speed. My timing is saying they held a 1 minute 24 advantage before this came out. So still a sizable lead to lose. That's almost half a lap in MGT3 cars. So the pits are actually now open, so we'll see a lot of activity. Got Fisher Motorsport and Project 91, 2 high car Porsches on pits. We've got Turn 1 and LMP2, Fury and LMP2 fronted. Lots of cars down Old Straight on the complete opposite end of the circuit there, as you can see.
And a long lap here at Le Mans with the pit limiter on.
Oh yes, I haven't experienced this yet, as I've not been on track during this race, so really important to keep focused when you're trying to learn along at such a low speed here. Yeah, we spoke about how chaotic safety car restarts could be earlier, so you and I are going to see one during our stint here.
Well, as a fan, restart's my favorite part of endurance race. Buckle up, folks. Stuff is going to get real right now, eventually, as we watch these cars circulate 8.5 mile or 13.6 click track here at Circuit de la Sarthe. So, again, bio break, hit the fridge. Now's a good time.
I would usually be right there with you, being a big fan of the restarts, but seeing 4 of my entries, I'm looking through my fingers and gritting my teeth open to get through it all cleanly. But a long lap to do. Look at this. It seems like they've been on the Bolzan straight for an absolute age.